Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Given to Him by S.R. Jones, narrated by Marie Hawkins and Eric Smays. Prologue. 6 months earlier. Leah. The pavement is slick with rain, reflecting the sodium glow of the orange street lamps in this part of town. Something sinister fills the air. A sense of threat grows closer and closer. I hide in the doorway, unsure whether to stay here and hope the men pass me by, or whether to run for it. My heart is pounding so hard it hurts. My breath is ragged, but I try to keep it as quiet as I can. Luckily, the thunder is loud enough to drown out much noise. "She can't be fucking far," a deep male voice carries on a gust of wind. Is this how it ends for me? In a darkened doorway in the rain, on a cold autumnal night? "Oh, Julia, we know you're here somewhere." The sound of my cousin's voice carries to me. Sick bastard. That he'd kill his own flesh and blood is shocking enough. What I witnessed him doing? Even more so. "If she goes to the police, we're in deep shit." I don't recognize who is speaking. My cousin and his shady friends are all idiots, but dangerous ones. They might not be conventionally bright, but they have the low cunning of a fox and the builds of bears. Steroid junkies that work out daily at the Spit and Sawdust gym on the end of our estate. There is a working man's club, too, where they drink all day. Not alcohol, but Diet Cokes while they watch sports, play pool, and make their shady deals. I knew my cousin was bad. Ever since Mother and I had to move in with my aunt and him, my life has gone to shit. I didn't know how bad until I saw him and his friends kill a boy from a rival gang. And when I say boy, I mean a kid. He was probably only 17, maybe 18. The stench of his blood stings my nostrils still. A sharp metallic tang I can't seem to get rid of. I should go to the police, but no one from my area trusts the cops. They are leakier than a sieve, and anything you tell them ends up right back on the street. Glancing around me as I blink the water from my eyes, I see a neon sign across and up the alley, shimmering like an oasis in the desert of grim gray. The guys are still looking vaguely in my direction from what I can see, so I can't make a run for it. Then, as if God himself is looking down on me, a couple of female voices come from the far end of the alley, and the guys turn and start to move toward them. My heart speeds up and my muscles brace. This is it. Now or never. I take the chance. Head down, not even daring to look, I dash across the narrow alleyway, heading toward that glowing sign reflected in a puddle on the ground, and hit the doorway hard. The air rushes from my lungs on a whoosh, and I ignore it, pushing the metal bar with both arms and spilling inside the door into a dim, smoke-filled room. Two things hit me at once. This place is full of men who are in their 50s and 60s, and many are smoking, which is illegal in bars and pubs in England. It tells me this place is rough. I swallow hard, push my rain-sleek hair back from my face, and walk toward the bar, head high as if I'm not the only female in the place. There's no one behind the bar, and every male gaze in the place is fixed on me. Not in admiration of that, I'm sure. I must look like a drowned rat. Curiosity, though? They will be wondering what the hell a soaked-to-the-skin 20-something girl is doing in their territory, I'm sure. "You got identification, love?" A woman enters behind the bar from a side door. Yeah, 1 minute. I rummage in my bag, my fingers shaking. God, I need to calm down. Finding my student union card in my wallet showing my name and age, I slap it down. This isn't a nightclub, just a dingy bar, so it ought to be legal for me to drink in here. Anyone over the age of 18 can drink in pubs in England. She glances at it and then back at me. "Are you sure you're in the right place?" She frowns. "It's pouring down outside. I saw your sign and thought I'd stop in and get a drink." Her frown deepens. She's watching me closely, and there's something cold, reptilian in her regard. I shudder and reach inside my wallet again. Taking out 20 pounds, I put it on the counter. "Brandy and Coke, please. Make it a double." I need the alcohol to warm me and chase away the panic. She doesn't answer me, but with one long, lingering look, she finally turns away and grabs an old-fashioned round glass, the kind with a long stem, and fills it twice from the optic on the bottle. She adds a spritz of Coke from the soda tap and hands the drink to me. No ice and a slice in this place. Far too seedy a joint for such embellishments, it seems. My stomach rumbles. "Do you do food?" She snorts. "Crisps or nuts, take your pick." "Bag of peanuts, please." She grabs them and practically throws them at me, the plastic wrapping skidding across the dirty countertop. I take it and rip it open, ravenous suddenly. I've been without anything to eat for hours. I was due to grab a snack when I got in from work, but I took that fateful detour when I heard the sounds from the garage. Blood, knives, laughter, then screams. Nope, not going there. Not yet. I can't. Right now, I must focus on getting somewhere safe. I have money at least. Enough to last me a week or so. After that, I'm screwed. Really, I need to get away from here. It's not going to be safe for me any longer in this dump of a town. Moram is a poverty-stricken seaside town that lost any glamour it held a long time ago. The seafront is run down, the pier a mockery of the days when families frequented it. Now the slot machines and penny arcades are full of teenage boys dealing drugs and drinking cheap cider. Crime is through the roof, and unemployment is rife. I always wanted to live by the ocean as a child. But when Father left and my mom took us to live with her family down here, I soon realized it's not all I hoped for. I've been to lovely seaside resorts, places like Robin Hood's Bay, Staithes, or Sandigna. Moram is nothing like them. It's a boil on the backside of Britain, if you ask me. The woman brings my change, and I put it in my wallet and zip it up. I'm going to need to get out of here tonight, if I can, and get some new identification. Luckily for me, my best friend is a graphic designer who can make anything look good. She's already on the job of knocking something up and will message me as soon as it's done. She's also not asked questions, as I told her right now I can't answer them. Once it is ready, I can print it off and find some work. I don't need something to fool the authorities, only good enough to get a shitty waitressing job for a few months and some digs. Where, though? Back up north? That might be best, but it's likely the first place my cousin Jeb will come looking for me. My dad used to say that the best place to hide is in a crowd. Would he take me in, even though he has a new family? Doubtful. He missed my birthday, so... Brighton, then. No, still too small. London. As soon as the idea hits me, it seems right. So many people there. Lots of new people. Immigrants, people who may not have the best identification, and plenty of places still willing to employ them. My name is Julia, but my middle name is Leah, and my father often called me that. If I use that, it will be familiar enough I won't get caught out not answering, and mixed with a made-up surname will mean Jeb won't find me so easily. A change of hair. It's in a long, bright blonde, wavy style at the moment. I could grow the color out, let it go back to its boring, natural, mousy color. In fact, I can buy one of those box dyes for dark ash blonde and color it now, which will be better. Cut it, too, so it's shoulder length. Jeb and his mates will be looking for bright blonde, not dark ash. It's a dull, unremarkable color, my natural shade, hence me always dyeing it. As I've not worn my natural color since around the age of 12, Jeb hasn't seen me with mousy hair in years. Yeah, I'm going to do that tonight. Get on a train to London, dye my hair, cut it, and print out my fake identification from Lucy. She won't say a word to anyone. I trust her with my life, which is a good job, as I'm about to. "She's here," the woman behind the bar says to a man. I hadn't noticed him joining her behind the bar, but he's standing looking at me with a greedy expression on his face. He comes up to me, and to my shock, he reaches out with fat fingers and tips my chin up. "Good eye on you, Sheila," he says. "Very good. This one might be the best yet." What the hell? I tug my chin out of his grip and scowl at him. "Come with me," he orders. I shake my head. "I want to offer you a job. In London. Not here, though. We can talk in the back." At that moment, my phone pings, and I glance down to see the identification has come through from Lucy. "Do you have a printer I can use?" I ask the woman. "Yeah, but it's in the back, where he wants you to go. He doesn't bite, love." She laughs, showing yellowing teeth, and it turns into a chesty coughing fit. The man indicates the door leading from the bar that the woman came through. I swallow, far too scared to go anywhere with him, but also terrified to say no. I need that printer. Sheila leans forward, her breath sweet, but in a sickly way. "I'd go, love. You're about to be made an offer only a fool would refuse. You're not in any danger from us, but whatever you're running from won't be able to find where you're going, if you accept Mike's offer." How does she know I'm running? She smiles, and for the first time her face softens. "Seen young girls like you on the run enough times to recognize the signs, lovely. Go listen to what Mike has to say." I get off the stool and follow the man, heart beating far too hard. The bright strip lighting hurts my eyes, but I can't stop myself from staring at the man opposite me. He's being friendly, and has been almost kind to me. I have a cup of sweet tea in front of me and my newly printed out identification safely tucked away in my bag. He didn't comment on it, and in fact didn't read it, simply pulled it from a printer and passed it to me. "I don't understand," I say. "It's simple. You say yes and you get paid £10,000 now. I can put it into your bank or pay you in cash. You come with me to London. Stay in a veritable mansion with a group of other girls. You'll be given the best food, pampered day and night. Have a personal trainer, and in a few months you go on stage for auction. You'll be bid for, and you get 25% of the bid price, as yours to keep. You then spend a set amount of time which you choose and specify before the auction, with the man who bids for you. He can do what he wants with you in that time, but he can't hurt you. No marks, broken bones, damage to you in any way. You'll be his toy, but his precious toy, only to be let go a few days, weeks, months, or even a year down the line. Physically intact, richer, and if most of the girls are anything to go by, with a suitcase full of fine clothes and jewels. Some girls even end up staying with the man who bid for them." He wants me to auction myself off? Like an object. A thing. It's repellent. Abhorrent. "This is the house where you will stay." He shows me a picture on his phone of a huge red brick house. "It's completely secure, guarded. We take our role as protectors for you young ladies very seriously. I do have to ask about your sexual history. Virgins go for the most. We had one girl fetch 200,000 once. I understand, though, there are few of them around these days. The less partners and experience, the better. These men like the innocents, you know." He smiles at me, and it's almost paternal. "Between you and me, you don't have to tell the truth." I am a virgin, but I'm struck utterly speechless by this whole conversation. I'm also a dancer, in a strip club. Or I was. If he finds out about that, he won't believe I'm a virgin. The club I worked in was very strict on the no-touching rule. I really did only dance. I enjoyed it because dance and music make me feel free. The power, the thrill the other girls said they got? Not so much. I won't lie, some nights I would go home and touch myself as I replayed the dance over in my mind, though. If the guy was hot, which was rare, sometimes the fantasy would take a darker turn, one where he would take me and force me to do things. Most of the guys aren't hot, though. They're either college students on lads' night out, drunk, horny, and a real handful. Or they're middle-aged men sneaking out late on a Thursday night to get a titty dance behind the wife's back. They are mostly sad and pathetic, and if my husband ever did shit like that and I found out, I'd beat him with a frying pan. I'm not the most morally upright citizen in the world. I danced at night to pay for my college course, a course I recently finished, so I was going to start looking for full-time work. This, though, being a prostitute? Then again, I do the math. 10,000 pounds would go a long way to helping me set up my business. I've completed my studies and have a dance teacher qualification. My dream is to one day open my own studio and teach kids. A few months in a guarded house is a gift from the gods in my current situation, and the money will help me move on after the auction part. I don't know, I say. It's prostitution. No, it's not, he says with a soft laugh. It's more like an arrangement, you know? An agreement. Heck, you could say it's like old-fashioned marriage. You stay with one man for a set period, have a relationship, and then you leave richer. In the meantime, between then and now, you get to stay in a beautiful house with all your whims catered for, and you get 10,000 up front. How do I know it's not a trap? You're not going to take me there and sell me into sexual slavery. Because if I wanted to take you, I could, whether you want to come or not. He clicks his fingers, and from the dark corridor behind us, 2 massive men materialize. They make my brother and his roid rage friends look skinny. I swallow hard. This is my security team. There are 4 others always guarding the house. You will sign a contract. As I said, you get the first amount in advance, immediately. Trust me, people who are traffickers do not pay money to their victims up front. These men could take you this minute and put you in my trunk and no one would know. That's not what this is. It's very important for the men bidding at these auctions to know they are buying a willing playmate for a period. There are movie stars, politicians, and tech leaders bidding at these auctions. This isn't some grubby little enterprise. His mention of the security at the house keeps coming back to me. If I don't do this, I'm either dead or hiding out, scrimping to get by on very little. If I do it, then maybe I can somehow get away from the house before the auction. Take the 10 grand and do a runner. It can't be that difficult. The guards will be there to keep people out, not us in, and I'm sure there will be a chance I can take. I must think one day at a time, and the immediate future looks grim if I don't do this. Even if I go through with it, he said the men can't hurt us. How bad could it be? I don't think sex is some mystical or unique wonder that I'm waiting to experience with my one true love. Being an erotic dancer has shown me it's often mundane, grubby, and a little bit boring. I've had crushes before, but no one has knocked me off my feet, and I've considered that I simply might be someone who isn't very sexual. I can either lose my virginity to some boy and find the whole thing completely underwhelming, or I can lose it to some guy willing to pay a lot of money for it. Money these men get to keep mostly, but I get a decent cut. How do you know the men won't hurt us? The ones who bid on us? He laughs. Because one did. Once. Had a visit from Reuben here, who taught him a lesson neither the man nor his dentist will ever forget. The men know if they hurt any of you, there will be serious trouble for them. This is a tightly run operation. The man in charge is a stickler for the rules. No one gets away with breaking them. The man he points to, Reuben, cracks his knuckles and flexes his massive thick fingers. Christ, I must be going insane to even think about this. Then I think of the cold and wet outside, and the boys hunting in the alleyways like a pack of feral dogs looking for me. Boys who won't give up because I could send them to prison for life. I have a few requests. My heart is racing. I'll be truthful with you. I'm hiding from my cousin. I live with him and he's been, trying to... I look down at the table as if hiding a blush. I understand, Mike says. He thinks I mean my cousin is abusing me. Good. I want him to think that. I look up. I want to color my hair to its natural color and change my name. I already have identification. It's what you took from the printer, but it could be done more professionally. I'll feel much safer. Firstly, name change not an issue. We can even wipe some of your background, give you a vague one. Your cousin won't find you easily. Of course, it will cost some. Say 1,000 from your advance. That means you'll only get 9,000 today. Good identification doesn't come at a low price. Secondly, you'll be getting your hair changed anyway. This brassy blonde looks cheap, and by the time you've had a few months in our house, you're gonna look like a supermodel. I'll have to talk to the gaffer about your ID situation, but I can't see it being an issue. So this guy Mike isn't the big boss. Will the gaffer, as you call him, be at the house? No, you'll mostly deal with me, the guards, and a woman named Anna. The gaffer and his men stay at arm's length. I stare at him, take a deep breath, and then make the most insane decision of my life. Okay, I'm in.
Chapter 1. Sasha. Since when did anyone think I'm a knight in shining armor? The sort of person to come to when someone needs to be saved? That is categorically not me. And yet, here I am. I stare long and hard at the woman in front of me, Miss May, a dominatrix from my past. Hot, supple, and very much in control of herself and her environment. She asked me here for a meeting, and I came because we have history. We go way back. Back to heady days, or nights, spent in clubs in New York, where we both moved in the same circles. We even double-teamed a few subs on occasion, when circumstances demanded 2 doms. Then I left that life, bored of it, and moved on to the next shiny distraction. That's me. Restless. Easily bored. Being a dom isn't what most people imagine. You're not just directing scenes and getting your kicks. You need to always be aware of the sub's mental and emotional state. As May says, she's part kinkster, but part therapist too. My penchant for being a bossy bastard remained, but the formality of the clubs grew old after the initial subversive thrill. For me, it was a game. For Miss May, it became who she is, part of her identity. She grew into it, and here she is, one of the most eminent doms in all of London. She's also someone I consider a friend, even if we don't see one another often. Then she drops this bombshell on me. She bought me a woman? It's utterly surreal. I'm still struggling to take this all in as I stare at her, as all around us in the hallways of the club ring out the faint sounds of pleasure and pain. Miss May has been sitting here, calmly telling me she's bought me a girl. As a gift. Purchased a woman. A living, breathing human being the way one might buy a cow at auction. And is giving her to me. I can't believe what I'm hearing. She says it's to save this girl. It's the only way she could help her. The girl will live with me for a few months, and then she will get to go free. When she uttered these ridiculous words moments ago, my instinct was to say no, absolutely not. Then I saw the picture of the girl on Miss May's phone. I'm still staring at it, entranced, bewitched. It's like the creature on the screen isn't mere pixels, but a witch with the power to cast a spell on me with just her eyes staring at the camera. Delicate. That's the word that comes to mind as I look at her. Delicate. Like something that could be broken so very easily. Christ. I shift in my seat and clear my throat, suddenly uncomfortable. I look at Miss May as I pass the phone back to her. Sasha, I'm not sure I quite like the expression on your face at this moment. You do understand that this is a favor to me and a rescue mission, but this is not actually me buying you a new fuck toy, yes? I clear my throat again and give her a narrow-eyed stare. Of course I realize that. Don't fucking insult me. She's already explained the circumstances of this, how she found herself at a fucked-up auction, where, as well as sex toys and BDSM paraphernalia, they were auctioning off women. The women were there by choice, and get paid handsomely, it seems, for taking part. But Miss May thinks this girl was scared and second-guessing her decision, so she bought her for me. To save. As if I'm some saint who will keep the girl untouched and unharmed. Does she know me at all? She nods, her lips pursed. The look she's giving me is screaming, "Don't fucking let me down. I trust you." Christ. I've only seen the girl on the phone, and I'm already hard and aching. If I do this, I'll have her in my house 24/7. I mull over the information Miss May has offered in return for this favor. It's golden. It will give me a lot of power over my brother, enough to ensure he will finally give me the respect due in our organization. Okay, Miss May, I suppose the information you have for me and the leverage that this will give myself and my brothers demands a favor in return. I can do this for you. Thank you so much. She's going to be delivered here later this evening, and you need to be here to collect her. Collect her? Those words give me a sick little thrill. Beyond the worrying fact that this whole thing gives me a kick, there's the delicious chance to get one up on my brother. There are two ways this could piss off my brother, the great Nikolai Volkov. One, the information Miss May is trading for this favor will be my way of demanding an equal share of power in our enterprise, something which is long overdue. Two, the woman in the picture on Miss May's phone is astonishingly beautiful. Nikolai has recently lost his mind over a red-haired beauty named Sienna. He's married the girl for God's sake. I get why after seeing her. She's stunning. Nikolai must always have the best. Always. He normally gets it too, yet I am the eldest. We love one another and are close, but there's a fierce and vicious sibling rivalry that runs through our interactions. Our other brother, Maxim, I don't feel that way about. He's far too different from me to compete with. Nikolai and I, though, we're cut from similar cloth. If I do this, if I take this woman as mine, Nikolai doesn't have to know I'm not touching her. No one will. I'll simply say she's my girlfriend, and he'll hate it because she's more beautiful than his precious Sienna. He thought he'd found the rarest gem on earth in that girl, but I'm about to one-up him in the best way. Fighting back the smile, I focus on Miss May. I nod. I'll be here. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. Now that I've seen her, I'm not sure exactly how much of a knight in shining armor I'm going to be for this girl. Miss May purchased the girl to save her and has given her to me to set free. I'm not sure it's going to play out like that. A while later, I enter the doors of Club Volkov, or Club V as most call it. The whole place is stamped with Nikolai's influence, and that's fine. I don't care about his shitty club and the tidbits of intel he gets from it. I just got us the most important bit of information our business has ever come across. And I didn't spend millions on a stupid club for has-been aristocrats and oligarchs to meet in. No, I was simply given a girl. A stunningly beautiful girl, and the information to propel our business to bigger heights landed in my lap. Miguel, vodka and ice, please, I instruct the barman. One of the waitresses in the place swishes by. Pretty, great figure. Sandy, the name badge on her vest says. She glances at me, her eyes widen a touch, and her lashes flutter. I could take the edge off with some fun time with her, but Nikolai would throw a shit fit, and it's not worth it. I can walk into any club in London and have a gorgeous woman in my bed as easy as ordering a drink at the bar. Sometimes it gets boring. Nikolai scares women as much as he attracts them. Me? They think I'm all heartbroken and heartsick because of my sad eyes. Nothing could be further from the truth, but it gets me a lot of pussy. To be heartbroken, you need a heart. I am like the Tin Man, unsure that I have one. I used to believe Nikolai and myself were somehow defective. Maxim always had a heart, but it was battered and bruised so much, and now it's hardened and brutal. Nikolai, like me, never seemed to have much of one in the first place. Or so I believed, but seems I was wrong. My brother has gone and fallen in love. Maybe I'm the only one truly fucked up? Miguel slides a napkin across the bar to me and places the vodka on it. I take a sip, relishing the crisp, cool drink as it dances on my tongue, and then the burn hits my stomach. The club is quiet now. Nikolai and Sienna, having headed off for their honeymoon, means the party is over. I have a sister-in-law, and it freaks me out because it's all so sudden. I get that she's beautiful, but so are many women. Why does Nikolai find her so special? "Will you be heading back to America this evening?" Miguel asks me. I shake my head. "No, I'm staying in London for a while. Something has come up." "Oh, I see. Would you like a room here?" Nick has a spare room in his apartment on the top floor and a guest suite attached to his apartment, but there are also guest bedrooms on the second floor. I shake my head. "No, I'm going to my house here. It's been a while. Can you give me a code for the office?" He jerks for a moment, as if I've slapped him. I'm not sure I can, Mr. Volkov. You don't have security clearance." Is he shitting me? I look him right in the eye and tap the fingers of my right hand on the bar. "Write that fucking code down now, or you're out of a job. It's a communal office, and if low-level grunts like Vadim and Valentine and whatever that third idiot is called, Viper or something, if they have access, you better damn well believe I do. I've used it before, I just don't know the current code. Write it down." "You mean the general office, sir? Not Mr. Volkov's private study?" "Yes," I snap. "Make it quick." Fuck me. Denied the office code in a club I half paid for. Nikolai really needs to be brought down a peg or two. Now I'm itching to get in his private office, too. What's he hiding in there? I'll save that battle for another day. A moment later, Miguel slides a piece of paper across the bar with a code on it. I snatch it up and grab my drink, stalking out of there without a backward glance. I head to the office, my mood sour, and use the code to let myself in. I realize I don't have my laptop and curse. Picking up the phone from the desk, I dial 6 and wait. A moment later, it's answered by one of the V's. "Come to the office." I hang up before he can reply. While I'm waiting, I write notes in my phone regarding the information May gave me. Robert Taylor, Predator, boys, photographic evidence. Enough to bring him down after we bribe him to do what we want for a while. Not that I'll get the photographs and evidence until I've kept Leah, the girl, safe and let her go. This presents something of an issue because I very much want to have some fun with Leah, and I'm not sure May will view that as keeping to my side of the bargain. Thing is, I have ways and means of getting all the evidence I need myself, now that May has pointed me in the right direction. It's Vadim who walks into the room a few minutes later, breaking me out of my thoughts. "Yeah?" he asks. "Do you speak to my brother with such disrespect?" Yeah. I shake my head. These guys have a share in the business, so Nick obviously trusts them. Not sure I do. "Go grab my bag from the car." I throw him the keys. "The briefcase, not the overnight bag. I need my laptop." "Christ, you're bossier than him," he grouses as he leaves, swinging my keys around his fingers. He comes back 5 minutes later with my briefcase. I glance at him and push the seat opposite the desk out with my foot. "Sit," I order. He sighs, but does as I say. "What do you think of this Sienna?" I ask him. "Nothing. I don't think of her. Boss gets weird if people look at her. Never mind think of her. Anyway, I have my own beautiful woman, so I'm not interested in anyone else." "I mean," I say slowly, as if speaking to a child, "what do you think of the situation?" "Oh, well, it makes sense to me. Either we had to kill her, and honestly, it wouldn't sit right with any of us, killing such a pretty young thing, or he had to mark her. Then there's Andreas and Sylvanov." "Yeah," I sigh and pinch my nose. "There is that. Those two ex-Bratva fuckers are involved in this to a degree. Konstantin Sylvanov was the one who told Nikolai about Sienna being an informant in the first place. They are powerful men who were once feared beyond most others in our community, and who are now setting up a world-renowned security firm. They will provide men for hire to the elite few who will be able to afford such highly trained personal protection. Andreas, in particular, would have put us up at the top of his shit list if anything had happened to Sienna. Say, I changed the subject, realizing Vadim isn't about to gossip about Nick, which I begrudgingly respect. Did Nikolai ever set the meetup with Stamatis Kantos? Kantos is a Greek businessman who's really a cartel boss. He is so powerful, he controls entire shipping routes. Not as far as I'm aware. I think the whole Sienna business got a bit intense. So, my brother has taken his eye off the ball. I've decided to set that meeting up. Nikolai will be welcome, of course, but if I'm going to demand an equal role, I gotta start acting like his equal and taking the initiative. Okay. There's a knock at the door, and Vadim's features draw together in annoyance. Come in, he orders. The door pushes open, and a striking woman with dark hair and ocean eyes peers around it. Vadim's face softens, and he grins wide. Yesagapimu. Hello, my love. I speak a little Greek, as does Nick. We like to one-up each other. Sometimes it's chess, other times it's business, and now and again, we will try to beat one another at learning a language. He learned Greek much quicker than me. We had a month to try to become fluent. It was a stupid idea, but might stand us in good stead now for a meeting with Kantos. Can I go for a walk if I take a guard with me? She asks. Vadim looks at me. We're done here? I nod at him. Yep, for now. He stands and heads to the door. I'll take you, he says to the woman. Then they're gone, and I'm left shaking my head. This place is full of idiots led by their dicks and their hearts. At least I'm here now. The business needs some rationale. My phone vibrates, and I look at the message from Miss May. Be at the club at 9 this evening. Leah Anderson is being delivered here then. I asked Leah for her clothing size as she has little with her, other than the few clothes they gave her, most of which aren't exactly suitable for everyday wear. Can you grab her some things? I can't get away. Her size is a British 8, but larger if you buy her a button-down blouse because of her bust. She needs a 12 then. She also says she's vegetarian, so you need to get some food. I recall you live on steak and fish. Finally, please try to be a little warmer than usual when you come to collect her. The girl is terrified. Fuck me. So I'm a personal shopper now? Where do I go for clothes? I sigh, take out my laptop, and as well as looking up Stamatis Kantos, I decide to look for clothes shops in the immediate vicinity. 30 minutes later, I'm done. I head out the door, entering the code to lock it before I jog down the stairs, eschewing the elevator, to let Miguel know I'm heading off, but that I'll be in and out through the week. As I hit the main floor, I spy the waitress, Sandy, walking down the corridor. Hey, I call out to her. She pivots on her low heels and faces me, brows slightly raised. Yes, sir? I walk up to her. She's young, in her 20s, like my new guest. I could simply go to Dior or Hermes and buy a load of clothes, but I think that will freak my new possession out. What clothes shops do you use? Supermarkets. I can't afford much else. I frown at her. Thought we paid good wages here. Not because of the wage, she adds quickly. I'm saving to study. Ah, okay. Well, if you could afford it, what shops would you go to? She rattles off the names of a few chain stores, and I smile at her. Thanks. Using my phone, I look them up, and sure enough, there's one around the corner. I head there, and when I enter, I see that it's full of well-made clothes, cotton, linen, silk, and the styles are fairly classic, but with a fashionable edge. Nice taste, Sandy. An assistant smiles at me, so I walk over to her. Can you help me? I ask her. Of course. My girlfriend and I are on holiday, and the airline lost her luggage. Oh no. I shrug. Yeah, afraid so. Can you help me by picking out a capsule wardrobe for this time of year? I mean, a bit of everything. Daytime stuff. We aren't going anywhere fancy. Dresses, pants, some jeans, t-shirts, a few light sweaters. That sort of thing. She's a size 8, but a 12 if it's a buttoned blouse. Of course. Can you give me 30 minutes and come back? What colors does she like? I frown and think of Leah's coloring from the picture. I don't know really what she likes. She tends to wear neutrals. I lie. But, she has dark blonde hair, sandy, with gold in it, light tan skin, so I suppose she can wear bright things too. Okay, I'll mostly pick neutrals but throw in a few brights, and I shall see you in 30 minutes. I nod and head out the door. Turning to my right, I walk a few blocks until I'm in the area where the stores become increasingly high-end. I walk into Dior and decide to grab Leah at least a few pieces. I ask the girl there to pick out some costume jewelry, a couple of bags, sneakers, sandals, and a couple of shift dresses. Then I go to Hermès and buy 2 scarves, a belt, and add one for myself too. Finally, heading back to the original store, I take the bags presented to me, pay the bill, and walk back to Club V to grab my car. Halfway there, I realize I haven't bought her any night clothes or underwear. Maybe the girl from the chain store put underwear in, but I doubt it. I pass a lingerie store and pause. On a whim, I go inside. 10 minutes later, I leave with panties, strappy camisoles, no bra because I don't know her size, but at least the camisoles are something for now, a night dress, a baby doll-style silk and lace thing, and 2 sets of silk pajamas. Someone is a lucky lady, a woman says to me with a smile as she passes by me on the street and nods to the bags. Yes, isn't she? I reply. I doubt very much Leah thinks she's lucky, but maybe she does. Perhaps she's manipulated Miss May perfectly. I mean, the girl sold her body, and now she's managed to be bought by someone who has agreed that Leah doesn't have to complete her end of the bargain. If you ask me, that stinks. You don't renege on contracts you've made in good faith. If I'd bought Leah, I do believe I'd have made the girl uphold her end of the deal. But I didn't. She was given to me to ensure her safekeeping as a favor to Miss May, in exchange for information. It means I can't play with her the way I want to. I have to try and fucking remember that fact. It keeps getting lost in the haze of desire every time I think of her. If her gorgeousness in the picture is matched by her sexiness in real life, I'm gonna have permanent blue balls. It's gonna be an interesting few weeks. Chapter 2. Sasha. I pile the bags into the trunk of the Maserati and climb into the driver's seat. It always takes me a while to get used to driving on the other side of the road here. Orienting myself to being on the opposite side as the driver, I reverse out of the parking spot and drive slowly out of the garage. The streets of London are busy, as it is hitting peak rush hour now. The journey will take me a lot longer than the usual 20 minutes. Driving in this city is ridiculous. The underground would be much quicker, but I have all my bags, and I need the car for the coming few weeks. It's one of the reasons I chose the area I did. It's easy to drive out of the city and to get away from London in St. John's Wood. Unlike Nikolai, I don't like living right in the center. Knightsbridge might be a great address for boasting about your wealth, but my house in St. John's Wood has shot up in value since I purchased it a few years ago. The area has a bohemian vibe I prefer to the glossy money of Knightsbridge, although money is moving to St. John's Wood in increasing numbers. The green spaces that you find dotted around soothe the soul. Unlike many places in London, St. John's Wood got its name honestly. The area started life as a wooded enclave belonging to the Knights of St. John. I love its history, its arty vibe. And of course, it has the famous Abbey Road Studios and the world's most famous road crossing. As I approach the area, I wonder, not for the first time, why I don't spend more time here. I love the house I purchased and was going to spend time and money transforming it. Not that the place looks bad, but it's not to my taste inside. Of course, Any renovations I will make will have to be carefully done, as it is a Grade 2 listed building, which means it is historic and protected. I can't simply go adding an extension to the side. Every city has its own beat, a rhythm, if you will. London has many. The vibe and pace of Soho, for example, is a million miles from the luxury of Chelsea. In many ways, London reminds me of New York or San Francisco, a place that feels like a collection of independent villages, each with their own culture rather than a city. Chicago always felt more like one place, a cohesive city, well thought out and planned. Personally, I find it more attractive than either London or New York, but that's probably a minority view. Finally, reaching St. John's Wood, I pull onto my road, quiet and tree-lined, and park on the short gravel driveway. The house is stunning. White stucco front, a beautiful lawn, and at the back, a long, private garden full of willow trees and bushes that in summer give it the air of a secret hideaway. I spend so little time here, though, that on more than one occasion I thought of selling the place as is and not bothering to do it up. I purchased it to renovate inside with the help of an interior decorator and eventually sell on, but life got in the way. It's not in bad condition, simply faded and in need of some tender loving care. Each time I return for a while, I decide all over again that I really must spend some time and money on it. Parking and climbing the 4 steps to the shiny black front door, I take out my keys and open up. The air is musty, the sort of smell you get in a place with no life in it. I ought to hire a housekeeper if I'm gonna have a girl living here. Shit, and security. How could I forget about security? Both to keep people out and keep her in. Crap, I haven't thought this through. Then again, I've had no time to. I don't trust Nikolai's 3 stooges enough to have them guard Leah. Setting the keys on the entry table, I stare down the long, empty hallway and think. Taking out my phone, I make a call. It's answered on the 3rd ring. Boss? It's Logan, my personal security back in the States. Can you get on a plane tonight, to London? I ask. Sure. Just me, or do you want me to bring a crew? A small crew, you and a couple of others, but only men you trust 100%. Done. We'll be there as soon as we can. If you need to charter a private jet to make it happen sooner, do it. Charge it to the company card. When you get here, hire a car, something powerful and big enough for 5 or 6 people. We'll sort something out longer term after you arrive, but get something at the airport, the best you can. Sure thing. He hangs up and I smile. That's why I like him. Ex-Delta Force and then a mercenary for a few years. Logan is straight up no bullshit. He also doesn't mind working for the likes of myself and Nikolai, which is a damn good thing, because if he had any moral qualms, he'd be the last person I'd be asking to come over here. Most of my security detail is made up of American men who were mercenaries. I do not have the same connections Nikolai has to the community back home, or to the Bratva. I left long before he did. That's okay, though. I make my own way and hire my own men. I want my fair share of power in our company because I want a say in how things are run, not because I need the money. I've made millions in finance and property. If the arms dealing side of things collapsed tomorrow, I'd walk away and simply carry on managing my property and investment portfolio and still be an exceedingly wealthy man. Nick too, probably. Maxim, however, our mother, the cousins, aunts, and uncles who work for our operation in Slovakia, they wouldn't walk away wealthy. It is why I want to ensure I have a say in the way things are run. This is a family business, and Nick has been running it as if it is his own personal empire. Heading to the kitchen, I open a couple of windows. The place needs airing out. It's spotless because the last time I was here, I paid a cleaning firm to come in and give it a thorough clean, top to bottom. But it's unlived in, unwelcoming. I don't want it to feel that way for Leah. What do women like? Throw pillows? Candles? Maybe I should have bought some of that shit too? Nick is on his honeymoon, and I hardly want to call him asking where I can get a trustworthy housekeeper. I need more than a cleaner. This calls for someone who does it all. Wait, who is that woman he uses to shop for him? Tabitha something. I have her details. Nick gave them to me once, and I never contacted her. I can buy my own fucking clothes. But maybe she'll know how I can get a hold of a trustworthy housekeeper. Nick claims she's the epitome of discretion. Jogging out to the car, I grab my briefcase and the clothes I purchased for Leah from the trunk. Inside the briefcase is my personal organizer. I carry everything inside and set the bags aside to take out my organizer and look up Tabitha's number, then dial. She answers immediately. Yes? Hi, I'm Nikolai Volkov's brother Sasha. He gave me your number. Hello, Sasha. Nice to speak to you. How can I help you? It's not clothes I'm calling about, actually, although I might need your help in that area soon. However, right now, I urgently need a discreet and completely trustworthy housekeeper, someone who will not talk about anything in my house. I'm a very private individual. Of course. I do know of 2 people. One, however, is long-term employed. The other, well, he's a man, so you might not... I don't care if he's a unicorn, so long as he's good at his job. And, as I say, exceptionally discreet. Oh, he is. Let me call him, and then I'll get back to you if he's happy for me to pass his details on. She hangs up without pleasantries, and I wait for what feels like forever. 5 minutes later, I get a text. Easton Reed, 0988-227-687. Call anytime. He's expecting you. T.X. The kiss at the end is so British it makes me smile. I dial the number, and it picks up on the second ring. Good evening, Easton Reed. I glance at my watch. Damn, it's almost 7. I need him here as soon as possible. Hi, Easton. Tabitha gave me your number. I'll cut to the chase. I need a housekeeper urgently. Pay will be excellent. However, I need complete loyalty and utmost discretion. I'm Nikolai Volkov's brother, so if you know of him, our club, and our business, I'm sure you'll understand the need for discretion. A non-disclosure agreement will need to be signed. I can get my lawyer to draft one immediately and email it to me. I do know of him and have, in fact, been to Club V a few times. I'm completely happy to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I have a folder full of references, and for informational purposes, I can let you know now that I have worked for royalty, politicians, global leaders, diplomats. That's a lovely roll call, but have you ever worked for people on the wrong side of the law? He gives a small, polite laugh. One might say, sir, that the law is hardly a line with right and wrong sides. The law is an instrument, and I have seen it used to great effect by those with power. One can be royalty, but still be on the wrong side of the law in certain instances. Yet, are there the same penalties for mere mortals? One might argue not. However, to answer your question, I worked for a period for Pyotr Fedorov. Of course, I can say nothing further, but I did spend some time as his housekeeper. The oligarch is straight-up organized crime. Not murky the way we are, but absolutely on the wrong side of that gray line. Okay, that's good. When can you get here? I was about to take a vacation. However, Tabitha is a good friend, and Mr. Volkov is one of her best clients. I am willing to delay my vacation to help. It will be more costly than my usual fee. I also require a room with a private bath. My fees are £1,000 per week, non-negotiable, and I will expect a £2,000 advance in lieu of the lost vacation, as well as any cancellation costs I incur being covered. I don't work on Saturday, but if I am needed, I will do so for an extra fee. I don't care if he wants £10,000 per week. I need someone here to cook, clean, and make the place inviting. Can you get here within the hour? There's a long pause. I can get there in 30 minutes. I have a bag packed. You're lucky. In 2 hours, I would have been at the airport and boarding my flight. Okay, thank you. Be here as soon as you can. I'll text you the address. I hang up and send him my address, then head upstairs. Thank God this house, unlike most British houses, has attached baths to 3 of the bedrooms. My master bedroom has one, but Leah will need one, and so will Easton Reed. There are others, too, on many of the floors. The girl will have her privacy at least. Christ, how did I get myself into this? Freshly showered, changed, and with what I hope is my friendly face firmly in place, I grab my keys from the table in the hallway. I turn to Easton, who arrived promptly and has been given the grand tour, including which room is for Leah, and smile at the organized way he's jotting things down in his notepad, while I pat my pockets, checking for my wallet and phone, a reflex action. "You have everything you need to make this place relaxing for a woman?" I ask him. "I've brought my bag of tricks with me. I also know of stores that stay open late and do immediate delivery in this area." I have told the man a lie. My cover story is that I'm picking up a lady friend to come and stay with me for a few weeks, and she's been through a rough time, so she might be somewhat nervous. He gave a gallant shrug of his shoulders, smiled blandly, and said, "Of course, sir." To be frank, I believe I could tell Easton I'm going to collect a woman purchased at auction, and he wouldn't bat an eye. "When you return, the house will feel much more inviting." He glances around and purses his lips, as if the place is an affront to his senses as is. "It's not that bad," I tell him. "Of course not, sir. Simply thinking." Yeah, right. I head out the door and climb into the car. As I approach the seedy location of Miss May's business, I feel something unusual stirring in me, an odd sensation, as if something is taking flight in my chest. Is it nerves? I rarely get anxious. This, though, it's out of the norm for me. Normally, I date and keep everything uber casual. I date models, actresses, whatevers. The kind of women who flit from Instagram fame to bit parts in TV shows, perhaps with some modeling along the way, and a failed attempt at a music career in the dim and distant past. They're hot and often jaded enough to fit in with my life for a few months before we go our separate ways. They're often mildly filthy, too. Not enough to be into really depraved shit, but enough to enjoy things a bit less vanilla than some of the more professional types I dated for a while. A lot of the women in investment banking seem to be resolutely vanilla. I tried to meet someone to have a real relationship with when I first got to America, but over time, the reaction to my accent and the snobbery amongst the Wall Street elite hardened me. America is a strange society, or at least its upper echelons are. It reminded me of how Europe supposedly used to be back in the day when people were married off to merge two powerful families. In New York's wealthiest circles, if you didn't go to the right schools, have the right qualifications, and even the correct surname, you were persona non grata. I fell fast and hard my first year there for a girl from old money. I was naive, new in the country, thinking this would be a fresh start. She toyed with me, dated me, fucked me, even introduced me to her friends. But then one day I overheard her when a friend asked her if she might one day marry me. I'd believed we might get there, possibly. Not because I loved her madly, if I'm being honest, but because she would have been an introduction to the sort of life I thought I wanted then. She laughed, the sound so melodic and pretty. Then she dropped her ugly words on the floor between them. "Marry him? You know what he is, don't you? A thug. A man who bought his way into the world we live in with his Eastern European ill-gotten gains. My parents would disown me. Can you imagine it? Him at my family gathering over Christmas? Grandmother would disinherit me on the spot. He's great in bed, though. An animal." That night, I fucked her so hard I left her sore, and then I walked out and never returned her calls. After that, I didn't pretend to myself that I could fit into American high society or escape my roots, and as I turned from a boy to a man, I realized I didn't want to. Now, I own who and what I am, the way Nikolai does. No one messes with us. And if I want a bit of blue blood, I'll fuck some investment banker's wife on his Egyptian cotton sheets while he's earning the money to pay for those damn sheets. When I finally arrive at the club, my reminiscing has me worked up into a bad mood, so I try to chill out and remember to channel friendly vibes. As a man who has never been described as either friendly or easygoing, this won't be easy. I enter the club the same way I did earlier when I arrived for my meeting with Miss May by pressing the buzzer on the door and announcing myself. I stalk through the same seedy area and then through the curtain into the den of opulence that is the real inner sanctum. None of the usual moans, grunts, and slaps can be heard, and I realize Miss May has cleared the place out for this. She doesn't want Leah to be waiting for me with the sounds of hardcore BDSM ringing out all around her. I knock on Miss May's door, and she opens it with a small smile. "On time as ever, Sasha." She kisses both my cheeks and steps back. "Come on in." I walk into the room and stop a few feet inside the door. On the massage table, sitting with her legs swinging over the edge, is Leah. She's wearing an olive green slip dress, too loose on her small frame, and brown sandals. Her toes are painted hot pink, but the nails on her hands are short and natural. I had thought she might be sexier in the flesh, and I had no idea how prophetic that was. She's utterly beguiling. I take everything about her in. The flecks of gold in her eyes, her hair hanging straight, silky, and shiny, and her skin subtly shiny too, as if covered in morning dew. Her bones are delicate, her ankles, wrists, shoulders, collarbone, all petite, but her arms and legs are toned and muscular. Her tits are full in the plain dress, her eyes wide and mesmerizing. Once more, I have the same reaction I did to her in the photograph. My cock hardens, and I have to think about the time I walked in on Nikolai cutting a man's balls off to will it back down. That one never fails me. "Hi, Leah." I smile at her, but she doesn't smile back. Something in the air between us seems to come to life, something thick and heavy, like the shimmering summer heat haze. I wouldn't be surprised if the room doesn't heat almost 10 degrees with the way she holds my gaze, and I hold hers. She stares at me, and as we look at one another, her initial expression morphs into something else, as she seems to struggle to cover her reaction to me. Her new look isn't one I like. It's almost insolent. Something stirs in me, a resentment of sorts. I want the fire back. If I can't have that, then at least gratitude. After all, this bitch should be grateful as fuck. She should be on her knees right now, thanking me, not looking at me like she's some queen and I'm nothing. Leah is not some wealthy New York maven, and I don't let them look at me this way. Never mind some girl who was dumb enough to get herself put up for auction. "Leah, this is Sasha, the man who will care for you until your contract is up. As we discussed, he's aware that I bought you to help you, and he won't touch you. You will be safe with him." "Why can't I stay with you, but we just tell them I'm living with him?" Leah asks. It's then I see it, the fear underneath her facade. The girl isn't insolent. She's downright petrified and trying not to show it. Her voice is soft but slightly hoarse, and it's sexy as hell. The contrast between how she looks, all dainty and feminine, and that deeper-than-expected husky voice is hot. "We've discussed this, Leah. It's not safe. It would make us both a target. This way you'll be secure, and my story will seem realistic. Meaning, I'm safe too." "How do I know he won't touch me?" she asks. I fucking bristle at her words. "How about you address me directly?" I snap, and when Miss May flashes me a heated look, I shrug. She might be terrified, but she's also sullen, and frankly, damn well rude. My dick likes it, though. I'm so hard as I stare her down, I could burst. There are many times in life we see people we're attracted to, but maybe one or two, if ever, we get that incendiary, intense pull of utter obsessive lust at first sight. I'm getting it now. And if her reddening cheeks, shallow breaths, and dilated pupils are anything to go by, so is she. It's utterly out of our control, animalistic. "How do I know you won't touch me?" she asks again, giving me her gaze. Her eyes are amazing. For a moment, I let myself get lost in them, but she's too scared and on edge to hold my gaze. I'd say she's mere minutes from a complete panic attack. The way her eyes flick around the room and she swallows often is a giveaway that her flight or fight is ramping up. Her breathing is faster now, and she's swinging her legs. The girl is faking bravado, but deep down, she's really scared. Why? My guess is the attraction between us. She feels it, and there's no damn way I'm hiding it effectively. I couldn't if I tried. It makes this whole deal more complicated. I remember how young she is. 20, did Miss May say? Or 21? Only just an adult. There's something almost teenaged in her behavior. She reminds me of the girls you see in the gangs on the corners of London. All fake insouciance used to cover up insecurity, fear, and a deep desire to fit in and be accepted. I walk over to her and tip her chin up. She gasps at the contact. Her full mouth parts as she sucks in air. Her eyes stare into mine, as for a long beat, I look at her. God, she's so beautiful. Up close, she's even more perfect. "You will have your own room," I say. "I have a housekeeper and he will be there most of the time. You're not going to be alone with me. Your room has a bathroom attached. You can shower, dress, and get ready every morning without having to leave your personal space. Only Miss May here, my brother and his associates will know the truth. Others will have to believe you are mine. Most certainly those who run the auctions. Sometimes, in public, I'll have to touch you. A hand on your lower back, perhaps a kiss on the cheek. These things will be necessary to make this seem real and keep Miss May safe. The man who auctioned you off won't simply accept the money. He will want to know his operation is secure, and for that, he'll need to believe you really are mine to use as I wish. For that to be plausible, we will have to be seen together a few times, but I promise you, beyond those touches, I'll leave you alone." I'm saying all the things I think Miss May wants to hear, because now I'm close to her, smelling her divine scent and touching her flawless skin. I can't walk out of this room without Leah. I don't know if I can keep my promise not to touch her. My fingers are already itching to stroke down her throat and feel the life thrumming in her veins there. She'd look beautiful in a collar, or even better, a heavy gold choker just resting at the base of her throat, leaving that elegant column exposed. My thumb moves imperceptibly as if it has a life of its own, and I almost let it brush over her lower lip, but I pull away and drop my hand. Clearing my throat, I continue speaking. "I purchased you some clothes, which are back at the house. You'll have an iPad loaded with books, movies, games, and anything else you desire to keep you occupied. Your room has a television, there's a small library in the house, and a gym in the basement. My security team will arrive later tonight. Once they are here, if you wish to go out, you may do so, but only with myself or one of them. The garden is private and safe. It's also a sun trap in the afternoon. You will be comfortable for the next couple of months. There are a few rules you must follow. You must not contact anyone in your family or circle of friends during this time. You must not leave the house alone. You must not do anything to put myself or Miss May in any danger with the men who run the auction. I expect you to treat my home and property with respect and to dial down the teenage attitude. I think that about covers it." "I'm not a teenager," she snaps. "Then I suggest you stop acting like one," is my immediate reply. God, I'm itching to put her over my knee. I'm not particularly into impact play, but if her ass reddens like her cheeks, I need to get my hands on it. Miss May sighs but says nothing. What does she expect? I'm starting to think this is some sort of mind fuck on her part. When we used to play together in America, she knew of my predilection for bratty subs. I love control, but I like to win it, not be given it on a plate. It's as if she went out and found me the most perfect, beautiful, sullen little brat on the planet and threw her in my lap. I promised not to touch the girl. I haven't promised not to put her in her place and teach her some manners. "Can we have a quick word in private?" Miss May asks me. I nod, and we move to the corridor outside the room. "I'm not sure this is going to work," she says, biting her lip in a rare sign of nerves. "She's too much your type." "I don't have a type." "Not appearance-wise, no, but she's kind of bratty, sullen. Scared underneath it, though. Come on, Sasha, that's your catnip." "Yeah, and you gave her to me, so—" "Not yet, I haven't." "Look, I won't touch the girl, okay? Unless she wants me to. I'm getting bored. I'm tempted to put May in her own cuffs and simply take Leah." "What?" Her brows shoot up. "No, that is not the deal. You don't touch her at all. You keep her safe, and then at the end of her time, she walks." "I'm renegotiating," I state. Fuck it. What can May really do? I can simply take Leah if I want, and there's nothing May can do to stop me. She can hardly go to the authorities after she bought the girl. "Fuck you, the deal is off." "Are you gonna keep her? I don't think your wife Jeannie will like that." Her face pales. "How the hell?" "I can find out anything about anyone if I need to. She's a well-kept secret, but not deep enough to hide from me. I'm not using her as a threat, I say truthfully. I would never do that to you. I'm simply stating, truthfully, that if you keep the girl, your wife is gonna throw a shit fit. Here are my new terms. I won't touch her, but I will guide her. I will teach her to be fucking polite and fucking grateful. If she comes to me, if she starts something physical, then that's a whole different ballgame, and I won't promise not to reciprocate. I won't start it, though." I smirk at her. Scout's honor. "You fucking bastard." "Ah, come on, May. She's going to be safe. Untouched unless she wants it otherwise. Pampered. And no one else can provide the level of security I can, I wouldn't imagine. It's all good." "Swear to me you won't touch her first. Swear it on the cross." I pull the gold cross out from under my light sweater and kiss it. "I swear it. I swear to God, I won't touch her first." I mean it, too. I like the challenge getting her to make the first move will represent. I might be a bossy, controlling fucker who likes to play games, but I'm not into forcing women. There's no fun in that. Christ, I must be losing my mind to have ever gotten myself involved in this. May rubs her forehead. Quite, I agree. And then you got me involved, at risk to me and my reputation, and my brother's too. I'll still help, though, because that's the kind of nice guy I am. There's nothing nice about you, Sasha. There's a lot of good things, but nice, that's not a word I'd use. What would you use? She considers me for a moment. Ruthless, focused, detailed, careful, and, believe it or not, kind, when you want to be. Sounds nice to me, I chuckle. She shakes her head, but her mouth lifts in a small smile. Come on, I say. We ought to get back in there. She's scared enough as it is without wondering what we're discussing out here. Miss May puts her hand on my arm as I reach for the door. You swore, remember? You won't make a move on her. I won't. Okay. I open the door to find Leah in the same spot, still swinging her legs, still with the odd mix of little lost girl and sullen young woman about her. Come with me, I instruct. Let's get you to your new home.
Chapter 3. Leah. Oh my God, who is he? The moment that man walked into the room, I felt something hit me, deep in my stomach. He has an air of such power about him you can't help but stare at first. He's also gorgeous. Seriously, drop dead hot. I swear to God, he's hotter than that film star who plays Thor. And I didn't think that was possible. If it were only that I wouldn't be a nervous mess, But as we looked at one another, the air between us could have combusted. My nipples hardened, my panties got wet, and my breathing grew shallow. I've never reacted to a man's mere presence that way. I follow the man out the door and glance at May one last time. She told me I'd be safe with him. She knows I did the auction because I'm running from my family. She doesn't know half my family are gang members and that I witnessed a murder. The man she says I'm to stay with is powerful. She told me he's more than capable of keeping me safe, even if my family found me. With a different name, however, a new appearance, and the fact I'm in London now, I don't think it's very likely they will. All I have to do is get through the next few months with this bossy but beautiful bastard, and then I'll be free. I have some money to start again. I've promised May I will pay her back every single penny she spent on me, even if it takes a lifetime. I could work for her, maybe. Not doing what she does. I couldn't do that. But maybe receptionist at her club or something along those lines. As I follow Sasha Volkov, my new owner, I study him from behind. He's tall, perhaps around 6'2" or so. Broad-built, but not bulky. His clothes look expensive. His hair is cropped close to his neck and a bit longer on top, with a few lighter strands among the rich brown. Sasha Volkov is devastatingly handsome, with his stubble, his sexy hair, and expensive clothes. But most of all, it's his eyes that grab you. The moment he held my chin and gazed at me, I was lost. I tried to hide it, but his hypnotic eyes held me captive. They are the clearest green I've ever seen, and so sad, as if he's a heartbroken boy, not a big, powerful, dangerous man. The juxtaposition is jarring and strangely beguiling. His eyes could fool one into believing he's soulful. Not me. I know danger and violence when I see it, whether it's dressed in sweats and sneakers and selling drugs on street corners, or wearing cashmere and loafers. We exit through the rundown foyer, which Miss May says is purposeful to put off those who don't know what the place is or what exists behind the bead curtain, and into the car park. Sasha stalks across the asphalt to a large, sleek car with something fancy on the grill. He takes my meager belongings from me and places them in the trunk, then holds the passenger door open. I slide into the seat and wriggle in disbelief at the level of comfort. Wow, I could live in this car. Give me a Kentucky Fried Chicken nearby and a Starbucks, and I'd be set for life. As the door slams shut, I try to compose myself. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. When Miss May bought me, I thought I'd found a reprieve. Naively, I envisioned some kindly elderly man taking me for a couple of months until my time under the rules was served. How I imagined such a person could also keep me safe didn't really stop the little fantasy. Instead, I'm sitting in the car of a very big, scary motherfucker who gives off seriously badass vibes. Not in the way of my cousin and his friends. They slouch down, walk in a shuffling gait, and have an air of studied menace about them as they glare at you or suck their teeth at you. This man's menace isn't studied or feigned. It's simply a part of him. He doesn't wear it in the same way he does that expensive suit. It won't come off at night with his clothes, but will stay there, simmering away under his skin. He gets in next to me and his scent hits me, or rather it washes over me. Subtle but intoxicating. He smells slightly soapy but with a musky, woodsy undertone, as if he showered then rolled around in moss before lighting a cigar. It's unique, masculine, and incredibly sexy. I steal a glance at him as he pulls out of the parking space, focused on the road he's waiting to turn onto. He's beautiful. Not a word I'd often associate with a man, but this one is. My gaze runs down his big arms, filling out his soft sweater nicely, to his hand on the wheel. It's loose, almost hanging over it as he leans forward, blowing out an annoyed breath at the fact there's no gap in the traffic. On his wrist there's a watch. Stainless steel with some gold around the edge and a blue face. I read the name on it. Omega. I don't know much about watches, But I know that one because isn't that the one James Bond allegedly wears? Fancy. My new owner is rich. He's also taciturn. Finally on the road, he drives us smoothly through London, but he doesn't talk to me or even look at me. This is weird. I'm nervous, unsure. I'm one of those people who gets verbal diarrhea when I'm unsure. Instead of going quiet, I talk. A lot. What do you do for a living? I ask breezily, then bite my cheek. Clearly, he does something illegal for a living, if he's down for being given a woman bought at an auction. Even if he's doing it to save me. Unless he really is like James Bond and is a hero working undercover. He could be. Wow, how cool would that be? If he was a good guy, a hero, maybe we'd end up falling for one another, like in the books I read while holed up in my room at Auntie's as I prayed for the boys not to come home. He glances at me, cool, closed off. Investment banking mostly. Other bits here and there, legal stuff. I work with my family, mostly in Chicago. We're going to Chicago? I squeak. His brows raise. No, you're not going anywhere. You'll be staying in my house with security. I also have a housekeeper, so your every need will be taken care of. My heart flip-flops. He's leaving me alone? But you'll be there, no? May said you'd be my protection. If you're not there, no one who has anything to do with that auction is going to come for you now. So far as they are concerned, you belong to a Volkov. They'd be insane to touch you. I explained you'll have security, too. I'll be there as much as I can, but there are times I'll need to be in Chicago. As it happens, though, I've been planning for a while to spend some time here in England and get some work done on the house. He looks at me for the first time during the journey, his eyes almost yellow under the street lamps shooting by overhead. Do you like decorating, doing shit up? What? Is he going to have me doing manual labor? I haven't painted before. Tried hanging some wallpaper once with Mom, and we ended up on the floor crying with laughter. I smile sadly at the happy memory, before Mom moved us and wrecked my life. He frowns. You wouldn't be doing the painting. I'd pay people to do that. I simply thought you might have an interest in it. I need to change the house up, give it a new lease on life. That bores me. Oh. Well, I feel stupid. Do you mean like going to the hardware store and looking at paint swatches and helping you choose? I love shit like that. Again, he frowns for a moment. More like I'll have someone come in and talk to us. Bring paint swatches, fabric swatches, ideas. And if you wish to, you can oversee the project. Project? Rich people are weird. There will be a lot of rooms to do. You and whoever I hire can work on it, and you can, as I say, oversee it. Oversee doing up your house. Me. He shrugs. You're going to need something to do for 2 months, or you're going to go crazy. Idle hands make work for the devil, as my mother says. Okay, I suppose I can do that. I'd like to do that. I'm amazed you trust me, though. What if I decide to paint your bathroom neon pink? For the first time, his face cracks from the sternly sad expression it normally holds. His mouth twitches a little, and a ghost of a smile brushes over his lips. Are you likely to paint my bathroom neon pink? No, I hate it. Okay, then. We should get along fine, so far as the decorating side of things goes, because I hate neon pink, too. I'll show you photographs of the interiors of some of the houses in my area that have sold well recently, and you can note colors, trends, designs, and go over it with the designer and the firm I hire. You can take it on as your little project. Little project? Does he realize how condescending he sounds? I open my mouth but firmly close it again. I don't need to start day one being a pain in his ass. I'm often a pain in the ass. I get told it a lot. Cheeky. That's how my mom describes me. Too cheeky for my own good. Not at first. When I'm getting to know people, I can be quiet and shy. Some people think. I'm not shy. I simply like to sit back at first and get the measure of people. Then I come out of my shell some. Once I get to know someone, then I can be cheeky, as Mom calls it. I like to call it humorous. This guy, I can't get the measure of. He's unreadable. So I bite back my retort and sit in silence as we glide through the evening in his stupidly luxurious car. Soon I notice that the streets have become wider, and the house is more set back from the road down grand long drives. Some of them have iron gates guarding the driveway, and one has stone lions. Not the old kind you get outside Regency mansions. No, these have bright new stone. That's a bit over the top. If someone had those lions where I live, they'd be called trashy. But I suppose it's okay for rich folks to be trashy. I say almost to myself. I suppose when you're rich, everything is classy. Nah, he says, glancing at the lions. They're definitely still trashy. I smile at that little moment of solidarity. Where I used to live before Mom moved us to the hell pit of the British seaside, I was one of the few kids from a council estate who went to a posh local school. I was called trash all the time, and chav. Chav. He raises those brows again, shooting me a quick glance. It means tacky, poor, trashy. His face hardens, his jaw setting super tight. You couldn't be trashy if you tried. I laugh at that because he's being kind, but he doesn't know my family. The car rolls to a smooth stop, and I realize he's pulled into a driveway. I stare up at the house in front of us in awe. Bloody hell. You are not trash. The words are enunciated clearly, but with a level of anger to them. Look at me, he commands. There's something so powerful about him, about his core self, that when he tells me to look at him, my neck starts turning before I'm even aware of it. Like that weird coat hanger trick, where you put the hanger on your head and it turns it without you moving it. Sasha's voice has that effect. You are one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Queens of old would have killed for your kind of beauty. Do you understand that in this world there are certain things which, rightly or wrongly, are hard currency? Beauty is one of them. There are millions of gorgeous young men and women, half of them flaunting themselves these days on social media, but I've never seen anyone quite as stunning as you. Then he says something weird. Not even my brother's new conquest can match you, which is why he's going to be so pissed. He turns to face me and takes my jaw gently between his fingers, tilting my head up. You have a rare, unusual beauty, and you don't need to let anyone make you feel like shit again. His words don't sit right with me, though. Firstly, he's wrong. I am not that beautiful. But even if I were, beauty is an accident of genetics, not something you've done or earned. Looks are just genetic good fortune, and they don't equate to class. There are plenty of gorgeous girls on my estate, I point out. Intelligence is also just good fortune, as is being born into money. He's right, and I never thought of it like that. Use whatever weapons you have at your disposal in this life, but never, ever let anyone make you feel like trash again, because I can assure you that is one thing you are not. If you let yourself be worthless, you will be. If you give yourself worth, others will too. He lets go of my face, lecture over. I don't think he's right, though. I tried not to let the girls at school bully me, but they still did. Maybe if you're a walking, talking force of nature the way he is, then people bend to your will. But for us mere mortals, the world doesn't work that way. I don't say anything because he's already climbing out of the car, and I'm dying to see the house. Walking up the drive, I prepare myself. This is going to be my life for the next couple of months, and no matter how much I try not to, I'm quaking inside. The door opens, spilling light down onto us, and a tall, slender man wearing a smart shirt, a woolen vest, and tweed trousers smiles. "Hello, miss. Welcome." He stands to one side, holding the door open as I enter the house, my heart thumping. This is my new home.
Chapter 4. Sasha. The first thing I notice when I drag my attention away from Leah long enough to think about other things is the scent. The house smells floral, but wonderfully so. Fresh. Not like that awful cheap stuff our mother used to spray the house with back home in Slovakia. There's something else, too. I breathe in. Are you baking bread? I ask Easton.
Yes, is that all right, sir? I thought you and the young lady may wish to eat. I have a lasagna in the oven, bread baking, a salad on the side, and some roasted vegetables almost ready.
Leah's stomach rumbles, and I glance at her. It's late, but she probably hasn't eaten properly today. Nerves, I imagine. We can eat something, thank you. Can you show Leah to her room first?
Of course. I have laid the table in the dining room. I hope that isn't too presumptuous.
Christ, he's a male Mary Poppins. Is he going to give Leah a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down?
This way, please, miss.
Easton smiles at her, and it's warm as if he's known her for years. They head up the stairs, and I enter the kitchen. The smell greeting me is divine. Garlic, herbs, bread. My mouth waters. I haven't eaten much today either. I head to the wine rack in the corner, grab a bottle of Côte de Nuit, open it, and pour a large glass. I take a long drink and sigh as the taste hits. I take another big drink, then slow it down. This shit is over $1,000 a bottle, so I don't want to glug it. Heading into the dining room, I frown at the table. Did I have this crockery? It's beautiful. Looks Italian or some such. Fancy. Silverware, too. I touch a knife and peer at the hallmark denoting the piece is genuine silver. I'm damn sure my cutlery is stainless steel. Where did Eaton get this shit? And more to the point, did he spend 20 grand on silver knives and forks? If so, how? The man comes into the room a few minutes later. Where did you get the cutlery and crockery from? He smiles.
It's on hire. A lot of things are on hire from a business who loan out the finer things in life. It's on account. They trust me. I always pay, or rather my employers do. He gives me a firm stare. The man has a backbone made of steel, I'll give him that. Not many people look at me that way. Why silver cutlery? He shrugs. Most of my employers want the finest. I thought the young lady...
Yeah, I say with a soft laugh. She won't know the fucking difference, trust me. Bit of a wasted effort. He purses his lips.
I find it is never a wasted effort to offer the best, if it is possible, and I don't know what the young lady will or won't appreciate. I don't judge people by their cover.
Anger flares in me. Neither the fuck do I. Get enough of that myself. I simply mean she's young and she's scared. Nothing to do with her income or social status. Christ, he's assumed I meant it in a snobby way, when I've just given Leah a lecture on not putting herself down. I also don't like being told off in my own fucking home. He flinches, and a tiny wash of color hits his cheeks.
No, of course not, sir. It wasn't intended that way. I do apologize. Shall I clear this away and put out the cutlery you already have?
His hand moves toward the nearest fork, and I resist the urge to slap it away. Leave it, I order. Then, because he still looks like I kicked his puppy, I clear my throat. The house looks wonderful. Thank you.
He beams. It's a pleasure, sir. I aim to please, and truly I am sorry if I overstepped. I don't normally, it's only...
What? He shakes his head. Speak the fuck up, for God's sakes. Christ, he's annoying me. Or maybe it's the fact that all I want to do is go to the bedroom where Leah is and take her right now.
The young lady looks so... lost. It makes me sad for her.
She is, in a way. She's here under my protection. I level with him, at least some. My security detail is flying in tonight. Leah is never to leave this property without someone with her. She's in trouble, and that's all I can say. His face grows deadly serious.
Understood, sir.
Footsteps on the stairs halt the conversation.
I'll serve the food, shall I?
Easton asks. Leah enters the room, and I give him a curt nod. Easton ambles off to the kitchen. Glass of wine? I ask her. She nods, and I pour the red.
She sips it and pulls a face. What is that face for? I almost laugh. It's so screwed up, and her nose is wrinkled adorably. Oh, sorry. That wine is awful. Awful how? I take a sip, and the velvety smooth variety slips down easily. Strong. Do you normally drink wine? Yeah, rosé sometimes, or white wine spritzers, or I like Bacardi and Coke, or Southern Comfort and lemonade. Dear God, she certainly needs her palate educated. I have white, if you'd prefer. I offer her an alternative. I can't drink that, sorry, but white sounds nice. Easton enters the room carrying some silver platters, one loaded with freshly baked bread, sliced, and the other with a large salad. Can you open a bottle of white, please? I ask him. For Leah, something light, perhaps a touch sweet? How about something from Alsace? Perfect choice. I nod at him, and he beams and exits the room. My bedroom is beautiful. Leah walks to the end of the dining table and looks out through the bifold windows to the darkness of the garden beyond. The flowers were a thoughtful touch, so lovely, and they make the room smell heavenly. I've never slept anywhere so posh. I watch her as she looks out into the inky nothingness. Her dress is simple and tired-looking, not fit for such beauty. I itch to rip it from her and drape her in the finest silks. My fingers twitch, but I don't move. Easton brings the wine and hands her a glass. The meal will be ready in 5 minutes. Did you look in the wardrobe? I ask her. No. She turns around. I haven't unpacked my few belongings yet. A drawer will do. I don't have much. So doubt I will fill a wardrobe, but I have enough for the next couple of months. They said, the men at the house and the women who, trained us, they said you'd want to dress us, you know, our new owners. We had to look good, so they spent a lot of time on beauty regimens, eating well, and skincare. But they didn't give us clothes because they said the people who purchased us preferred to dress us up themselves. Trained you how? Jesus, my cock is so hard I might burst. I do want to dress her, teach her, guide her. The thought of it all makes my mouth water. I've never experienced such an intense attraction before. Oh, the basic things. How to eat, as in which cutlery to use and when. How to greet people formally if we're taken to functions. They even taught us how to curtsy in case we met royalty, as if someone is going to buy themselves a sex slave and then take them to meet the queen. Ludicrous. We had elocution lessons, too. Lessons on how to look after ourselves, nutrition, exercise, skincare, that kind of thing. One of the women who helped train us said that at least 5 of the girls they've auctioned off over the past few years have ended up marrying the men who bought them. I think that's insane. Why? I cock my head to one side and watch her. She's still looking out the window, but she glances back to me every now and again. Why would you want to marry a person who purchased you like a pig in a farmer's market? She shrugs her shoulders. Maybe the men the women married are wealthy and can offer them a good life. I'd rather make my own way than be owned by someone like that. Would she really? I'm about to ask her another question when she pulls at the strap of the dress she's wearing and adjusts it, as if it is annoying her. Come. I hold out my hand. She stares at it like it's a crocodile about to bite her. She takes a big sip of wine, as if she needs to fortify herself to touch me, and then places it carefully on the table, turns, and puts her hand in mine. It's so dainty against my big palm, and I get a strange rush of something unusual. Protectiveness, alongside an urge to comfort. I lock it down because this can't get personal. I don't do personal. After seeing Nikolai lose his mind, one of us must remain focused. I close my hand around hers and lead her out of the room and back up the stairs. When we reach the guest room she's been given, the one next to mine, at the end of the corridor, with Easton's at the other side of the stairs, I push the door open and step inside. Crossing to the floor-to-ceiling built-in wardrobe, I fling the doors open. This is your wardrobe, I tell her. These clothes are yours. I had them bought for you. She gasps and stares at the clothes as if they're custom-made haute couture, not mid-level chain store items. Wow! You got me these? I didn't think, because this is not real. I mean, you're not getting anything for doing this, so I didn't think I'd get any clothes. She turns to me with a film of tears covering her pretty eyes. They're amazing. They must have cost a lot, though. Still, I can pay you back out of my money when I get it. I'm going to pay May back, even if it takes me forever. You cost May 100,000 pounds. I doubt you'll be able to pay that back anytime soon. I am going to pay her back, every damn penny, no matter how long it takes me. There's a set to her jaw, and I admire her determination to do so, and for that reason, I keep quiet and don't tell her that I doubt she'll ever be able to pay that amount back and make a life for herself. She turns to me. When I leave here, I'll still be a virgin, and the auction has made me realize men will pay an awful lot of money for something so stupid. I mean, I can auction it again. I stare at her for a long beat. So, she's really a virgin. I thought a lot of that was bullshit to tempt the punters. It makes me want her more. Christ, to be her first, to claim such perfection as mine. Will she still be a virgin when she leaves here? I hope not. Firstly, I tell her truthfully, you most certainly cannot auction your virginity again, or the people running this auction will realize our arrangement is fake and you'll be in danger. I'll also be in the shit with them, and that's not something I'm prepared to bother with. Secondly, you weren't bid so highly on because you were a virgin. It's because of how you look. She snorts like a pony. It's both unattractive and weirdly endearing. Yeah, right. You should have seen the girls there. I'm ordinary, boring hair, mouse, my dad used to call me. Boring height, average figure, very average. She's so far from average, but now isn't the time to get into a deep conversation about the girl's lack of self-esteem. Get changed, I order, sick of that drab dress. What? For dinner, put something on from the wardrobe. There's a whole host of things for varying occasions. And the drawers also have casual wear, nightwear, lingerie, and there are shoes, bags, and other bits in the drawers and on the shelves. I saw the bags. She points to the lean-to shelf in the corner, which holds a few bags and boxes with costume jewelry. Thought it was your girlfriend's stuff. I don't have a girlfriend. Is that a small smile playing over her lips at those words? She walks over to the shelf and the Hermes and Dior boxes and bags and turns back to me. Her face is pale. I can't wear these. Why not? They cost a fortune. I might lose them or harm them. Doesn't matter. They are yours. Although you should take care of your things, the same way you should respect yourself. Her mouth twitches a little. What? I demand. You seem to have an awful lot of rules for living. Maybe I do. Perhaps you have none? Touché. She raises a mock glass at me and smiles. It's a genuine smile. And she has deep dimples each side of her mouth. Fuck, those dimples are so unexpected. Her face is all perfect lines and jaw-dropping symmetry. The golden ratio of Greek myth made flesh. But then there's those two deep, cute dimples and they change her face. Make it more endearing if that were possible. One of her teeth is also slightly crooked, her right canine, and again, it's endearing. As if she senses me staring at her teeth, she stops smiling. I'm going to get my teeth fixed when I start earning some money, she says, her cheeks flushing. What? Don't you dare. They're perfect. Your smile is cute. She wrinkles her nose. Cute? Ugh. That's what I was always called when I was little. Cute. You are cute. Cutie, Sweetie, and Mouse. My nicknames. Well, you're no mouse, but you are cute. Get changed. Put something on from the clothes I bought you. I add with a smile, I want to see you in them. She stares at me for a long beat, taking in the weird addendum. It's a bit controlling, but I'm controlling. Okay. Give me 5. I'll see you at the dinner table. I close the door behind me and head downstairs. I poke my head into the kitchen where Easton is busy. She'll be down in a moment.
Tomorrow, can you get Tabitha to call me? And if you have a beautician and hairdresser in your mental Rolodex, call them too? Our guest is going to have a pamper day. I've decided that I should have gone with the high-end stuff from the start. Leah has no sense of her own worth or of her beauty. I also don't like the fact that while she was being kept with the other girls, waiting for the auction, she was primped and preened according to those weirdo standards. If anyone is going to decide how her hair will look and what color her nails will be, it will be me. Happy with my decision, I head to the dining room, pick up my wine, and sip at it.
Chapter 5. Leah. I have no idea what to wear, but in the end, I put on a maxi dress. It's a slip style like the olive green one I'm wearing, but it has a slightly lower neck and fits closer to my body. It hugs my curves and skims my waist and hips, cutting slightly on the bias to drape around my ankles. It feels like heaven against my skin, and the caramel color suits me. Then I go to the boxes on the shelves, the ones with the exotic and expensive names, and with trembling hands, I take out a bracelet and slip it on. Maybe I ought to apply some makeup too. I grab my small toiletry bag and brush on mascara. I add a bit of bronzer, which I dust over my cheeks, nose, shoulders, and collarbone. Finally, I finish with a swipe of caramel lip gloss to match the dress. I look better, brighter. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, looking at myself this way and then that. I don't get what Sasha sees, or what the men who ran the auction saw. I don't understand what is so beautiful about me. I'm pretty, but I'm not extraordinary. I love old movie stars. Now those women were beautiful. Rita Hayworth, Marilyn Monroe, Ava Gardner. No one these days looks as good as those women did. The goddesses of the silver screen. They had style and elegance. I'd have liked to live in those times, I often think. One of my favorite novels is The Great Gatsby. I watched the movie, the original, many times with Mum because she loves Robert Redford. Perhaps with my teeth straightened and whitened, and a touch of lip filler, I might look a bit more elegant, grown up, sexual. I'd love to be a powerful woman in control and worshipped, not groped at behind the bike sheds like what happened at school. Worse came after I left school and was working, and the gang members would try to have their way with me. I was lucky to be related to my cousin because girls who weren't related to gang members had a bad time. Some of the girls would be, as the gang called it, sexed in. The guys were beaten in and the girls were sexed in. They had to have sex with as many of the gang members who wanted them in order to be accepted. The boys mostly left me alone if I threatened to tell my mom or auntie. But then I saw them kill someone, and everything changed. I knew from the look on my cousin's face that familial ties weren't going to save me any longer. I'd be killed, or sexed in and forced to join the gang. I shiver and push the memories away. I can't let them in, or I'll crack up. I'm safe now, and I must get through a couple of months with the arrogant, bossy man who helped save me, and then I'm free. With one last glance at my reflection, I head downstairs. I hope I pass muster and look acceptable. Nervously, I sit at the table opposite Sasha, who gives me an approving glance as Easton serves up the steaming lasagna. Great. Meat. I'm a vegetarian, but I don't want to appear to be rude. I grab loads of the salad and a big chunk of bread, slathering butter on it. I can fill up on those and nibble at the lasagna. I sip at my wine, letting it soothe my nerves. "More, miss?" Easton asks, appearing as if by magic at my side when my glass empties. "Please." He fills my glass. I toy with the lasagna, trying to pick out ribbons of the pasta and separate the ground beef from it. "Is there something wrong with your food?" Sasha asks. I raise my head to find him watching me. That look of impatient incredulousness he gets at times when he's observing me is writ large on his too pretty for a bad man face. No, it's fine." Then his brows pop up. "Oh, you're vegetarian. I just remembered." He frowns. "Why didn't you say something?" "Easton went to a lot of trouble to make this meal. It would be rude. He's paid to go to a lot of trouble. Easton! He shouts for the housekeeper and I cringe. Yes, sir. Take Leah's plate away. She doesn't eat meat. I forgot to tell you. Oh, miss, I am so sorry. I can prepare something else. A stir-fry. That will be quick. No, leave it. Honestly, it's fine. I can eat some of the pasta, and the salad is lovely. And, wow, this bread. He smiles happily at me. Thank you. Take the plate. Sasha stares at Easton. The man reaches for my plate, but I grab it. For some reason, this is important. No. I glare at Sasha, quaking inside, but determined not to have him make Easton cook another meal. I'm enjoying it, I say. Christ, he mutters. You can leave us, he tells Easton. But I make you clear your plate for that, he says to me as Easton beats a hasty retreat. I'd probably gag. His gaze focuses on my mouth, and his eyes darken a little. What did I say? In the future, there won't be any meat. Although, he says as he chews and swallows, being vegetarian is not a healthy diet. All that cheese and carbs. It is healthy, and think of the poor animals. He shrugs. Hunters and prey is the way of the world. Always has been and always will. Well, I don't see it that way. We can change the world if we want, one gesture at a time. Sure, you probably killed more animals to get that plate of salad than I did to eat this beef. Did dormice and voles and tiny rabbits with their guts everywhere as the machines cut the wheat down for your bread, and the salad vegetables that were sown into the earth. I blanch, imagining dormouse guts in the soil. God, is that true? I need to look it up. Christ, forget I said anything. You'll decide to live on air next. I glare at him. He's a horrible person. How could I have thought there was anything redeemable about him? He's not nice at all. Cold, arrogant, with a nasty view of the world. It's going to be hard spending the next couple of months with him. He's also strangely charismatic, utterly confident of his place in the world, and gorgeous. The most gorgeous man I've ever seen. I could look at him all day and never get bored. What a mixture. Drop-dead gorgeous looks and a shitty personality. I bet his looks and his money mean he gets away with murder and never expects to be held accountable. You were looking at me like you want to stab me with your fork. He smiles at me as if the idea is amusing. I don't want to do that, no. I don't want to hurt you, or the cows your beef comes from, or the dormice in the fields. Oh, no. Stupid tears prick at my eyes. Why do I want to cry? This is ridiculous. He watches me, and the amused expression changes as the tears fill my eyes. I dash my hand angrily over my face and focus on my plate. A moment later, warmth next to me has me ultra-aware of his presence right at my side. I'm sorry, he says softly. You must be tired and upset, scared. I'm not used to being soft. I'll try. You don't need to be soft, I sniff. Just be halfway decent and that would be enough. Ouch. Yeah, well, it's the truth. Okay, I shall try to be halfway decent. I turn to look at him sitting in the chair next to mine, his legs to the side so his knees are almost touching my thigh. A tear spills out of my eye and rolls down my cheek. He lifts his thumb and brushes it away. There's a mark on his palm, and I take hold of his hand as he pulls it away, not thinking about whether it's appropriate or not. I turn his hand over so I can see his palm better. The scar is between his ring and little finger, and about an inch in length. Not small at all. The skin is white around it, the middle a deeper color, and it's puckered. What happened? I brush my finger over it, and he watches, silent. His hands are big. So big and marked. They are etched in scars and mapped with calluses on the pads of his fingers and on the palm. They are not the soft hands of an office boy. Knife wound, he says. His voice is low, quiet. I look up at him. It looks quite bad. It was, I needed surgery, but it's fine now. Is it the only scar you have? No. I nod. I thought he was dangerous from the moment I saw him. This is good, though, I tell myself, because no matter how much of a bossy ass he is, I'm under his protection. I need to keep my smart remarks in check so that I don't alienate him. 2 months. I can bite my tongue for 2 months. I might be shy, even meek at times, but I always stand up for the underdog, hence me being passionate about not eating meat. Thank you, I tell him truthfully, for offering me your protection, for the clothes, for everything. He nods. It's nothing. Oh, but it is something. And he doesn't know how much of a thing it is because I dare not tell him. He's not only put himself on the line with the men who run the auction, but with the boys in the gang looking for me back home. What do you really do? I ask him. I know it's illegal, so you don't have to sugarcoat it. I'd like to know. He smiles at me and brushes a lock of hair from my face. His smile seems genuine this time. True. What I do is nearly all legal. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh? Shit. Maybe he can't protect me the way I had imagined. You're not as much of a bad guy as I thought, then. I tease, half probing. I want him to be good, I realize. If he's good, then these strange feelings he stirs in me aren't wrong. I want him to be good, but for my safety, I need him to be bad. It's a conundrum. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Some of the biggest crooks in this world are carrying out their crimes under the cloak of legality. My position in the business means I am mostly on the right side of that line. Legal doesn't mean moral or ethical. Are you ethical? I ask him. My tears dry as we talk. This moment between us strange, almost dreamlike. No, I am not. Don't you care about ethics? No. He shrugs. I don't. So, you're a psychopath. He laughs at that. I would hope not for your sake. But no, I don't have impulse control problems. There's a long beat, and then, eyes skimming all over my face, he adds somewhat ominously. Usually. I thought psychos had good impulse control and were calculating. Cold, emotionless. I thought my cousin might be a psychopath, but then I read about it all and decided not. Maybe more of a malignant narcissist, because he wasn't in control or cold. Quite the opposite. He burned too hot with a temper that my aunt always said would get him into trouble from him being a young boy. I'm neither a psychopath, so far as I am aware, nor a shrink, so I wouldn't really know. He thinks for a long moment. Now my younger brother. He shakes his head and laughs. You could say I'm the sensible one of the three of us. There are 3 of you? Good Lord. 3 men like Sasha in this world. 3 big, knife-scarred, charismatic, beautiful, scary men. Yes, although we're all different and we don't look particularly alike. What about you? Brothers, sisters? My heart does that flip-flop I get when I'm reminded of home and my family. Is my mom worried about me? I bet she's half losing her mind. But if I call her, my aunt will know. And then, most likely, my cousin. I've not dared to even try. No, only Mom and me. When Dad left, Mom moved us to a crappy seaside town. I hated it, and I left. Then the chance to enter the auction came up, and ta-da! Here I am. I use the phrase cheesy magicians use and do the arm thing. Sasha looks puzzled, and I feel like an idiot. Then I realize it's not my ill-timed to dying he's mulling over. You didn't want to be on the auction, though. May said so, and hence why she purchased you, to save you having to go through with it. I was under the impression you were forced to do it. I shake my head. Oh, crap. Is he gonna throw me out? No, not forced, but I did change my mind. The house they kept us in was so creepy. We had no freedom, not even to choose what we ate. Our diet was strict, we had an exercise routine, and then the last few weeks we had all these pampering treatments. He clears his throat. I had booked some in for you tomorrow. thought you might want to have something like that." "Oh, that's nice, but that's different, see? There we were given no choice. It was like, oh, it's Monday, that's manicure and pedicure day. Tuesday is facial day. Wednesday is waxing day." My cheeks heat as I realize what I've alluded to. His eyes on me flick down for a mere moment before they are back on my face. We were treated like farm animals being fattened up for the slaughter, and as time went on, I began to truly regret my choice. When the auction happened, I was genuinely terrified. May saw as much, and she bought me. If she hadn't, would you have gone through with it? The whole belonging to some man for 2 months? I nod and swallow hard. Yes. There'd be no choice in the matter. It would have been awful, but I'd have survived. I tried to find ways to escape from the house they kept us in, but it was heavily guarded. One moment, one offer when I was down on my luck, and then I was trapped. Seems an impulsive, one might say ill-thought-out choice for you to make. You're not the sort of woman who is cut out for this. There are women who would happily be someone's whore for a couple months for a big payoff, and yet you are not like that, I can tell. So why enter this auction in the first place? Sure, family can be difficult, and May said you told her there were issues, but this is a somewhat drastic response. I don't like the way he's digging too deep, so I deflect. It's not as if women are split into good girls and bad girls, you know. Whores, and then the good little girls who keep their legs closed. Ugh, patriarchy. Honestly, will it ever loosen its grip? He leans in close. Oh, trust me, I'm not one of those men. Then he smirks, and damn it, that expression should not be so sexy. In fact, my good little girls don't keep their legs closed. And it is simply a fact that some women are quite happy, blasé about selling themselves. I can't argue because my mind is stuck on the first thing he said. His good little girls? What? What good girls? Who? Where? Does he have a harem of them? Was it an expression? A joke? Something incendiary said to mortify me. Anyway, the same goes for men. He shrugs and continues. Plenty of young, handsome men in places like Italy were selling themselves to rich American women after the war. Really? I ask. I'm intrigued and thankful for a change in focus from his good girls, which has me feeling all sorts of unnecessary things. Yup, people sell themselves. A lot of people see sex as nothing much. Others have no choice. You clearly would have done it if you had to, but now, thanks to May, you don't. And you. Thanks to you. He watches me. Oh, I've merely provided room and board and some protection. It's May who paid for you. I know her, too. She didn't merely do it out of the kindness of her heart. May did it because she likes you. She is attracted to you. If you weren't so exquisite, I doubt she'd even have noticed your fear. So you see, Krasnazina, your face really has been your fortune. I don't ask what Krasnazina means. I don't trust my voice. He lifts a napkin from the table and wipes gently under my eye. When he puts it back down, I see the black smudge on it. Some of my makeup must have run. I should tell him. There's a beat inside me, incessant and growing, like some drum pounding away, screaming at me to tell him the truth. I witnessed a murder. I saw my cousin and his gang friends kill someone horrifically, and now they're after me. I don't say a word. If I do, and he throws me out, I'm as good as dead. No money, nowhere to go, no job. Yeah, I can't. Lying by omission is still lying. But is it wrong if it is to save my skin? The adrenaline I've been living with the past few days, with the build-up to the auction and the aftermath of it all, is starting to subside, and a bone-deep weariness is creeping into my flesh. I'm almost chilled by it. A yawn breaks free, and I slap my hand over my mouth, mortified at my rudeness. Sorry, I mumble. You are tired. You'll be crashing. You ought to have an early night. I nod. Will he not expect me to do the things I'm supposed to do? Then again, he can't. Can he? He didn't buy me. Miss May did. How do you know May so well? I ask him, curious. I used to play the same sort of games she still does, a long time ago now. Oh? My face heats once more. I find the idea of it all bizarre. Yes, I got bored though. Realized it isn't really for me. No offense, but I can't imagine it being for anyone. Who gets off on being whipped or whipping someone? It's weird in my opinion. It wasn't the whipping I enjoyed, although I am good with a crop if I say so myself. It's the control. So you like some meek and submissive little woman to do everything you say. I hate the judgment in my voice, but it's there. I don't get it. I don't get how Miss May can smack men until they're crying and not hate it. But at least she's into women in her personal life. I mean, for Miss May, it's a job, right? She does those things, but at the end of the day, she goes home to a woman. You think she's vanilla with her wife? He barks out a laugh. You should have seen her play with the female subs in the clubs. And what's with the judgmental attitude? If it's consensual, why does it matter? It doesn't. I'm not against it morally. Oh, that's good to know. The sarcasm drips from his words like wax melting from a candle. I'm so relieved you're not judging me morally. Ha ha. I suppose I don't understand it, that's all. Like, I don't get why you want a woman to do whatever you say. I think it would be boring. After all, you're quite a powerful person anyway. He considers me for a long beat. Firstly, I personally don't like a woman who simply does what I say. I like them feisty. A bit of a fight is always hotter than a deep sub. Secondly, as I said, I don't do it anymore. So now you're... what has it May called it? Oh yeah, vanilla? I wouldn't say that either. The scene, though, grew old. The way a lot of people in the scene wanted that for life. Deep in their relationships, you know. No judgment. It just wasn't for me. I once dated a girl whom I'd met in a club. And Katie, that was her real name, hardly existed in our relationship. She was always Angel, her bratty character. I got bored. He shrugs. I get bored easily, I suppose. A thrill seeker. Do you jump out of planes? I haven't, but I'd be up for it. Want to give it a try? I shudder. I take it you wouldn't. I'm the exact opposite, I say with a sigh. I'm probably a safety seeker. I don't like feeling unsafe or scared. I've had enough of that in my life. I realize I've said too much. His sharp eyes fixed on mine tells me he's noticed, but he doesn't push. For now. Well, you're safe here, Leah. He rises from the chair. I have some calls to make. Finish your wine and let Easton know if you want anything. An herbal tea, hot chocolate, whatever you like and get an early night. Do not leave this house. Tomorrow morning the protection detail will be here, and we can ensure you always have someone with you if you wish to venture out. I won't be leaving. This is my safe place. Out there is nothing for me now. No money, no home, no job. Family that will kill me if they find me. Here is the safest place for me. Standing to, I close the gap between myself and Sasha and instinctively wrap my arms around him and give him a brief hug. It's supposed to be quick and friendly as I mutter a thank you into his shoulder. I've never felt as secure as I do when his big, warm, strong arms wrap around me, holding me in return. I can hear his heartbeat under my left ear when it's pressed against his chest. He smells even more delicious up close, and I can feel how big he is. His sweater is loose, but the man has muscles on muscles, and I relish the hardness of his body as he holds me. I could stay here all night. In fact, I bet I could sleep like this. Pulling away, not wanting to make things weird, I smile at him. Thanks. Again. You really need to stop thanking me every chance you get. He brushes my hair back from my face and smiles. Good night, Leah. Good night. I head up the stairs, heart hammering, and the adrenaline crash of moments ago replaced with a new surge of hormones. Something awfully close to desire for this morally gray, harsh man. Still, despite him showing me his nasty, cold side, I want him, and I can't deny it. A crush on the man hiding me for the next 2 months is not what I need.
Chapter 6. Sasha. I watch her climb the stairs. That hug. She's so tiny, fragile, innocent. I wasn't lying when I said I get bored easily, but she fascinates me. Every nuance of her expressions and change in tone of voice interests me. I could watch her all day long. She's so beautiful. She's also young, naive, and easily hurt. I can't believe telling her about all the dead mammals that get trapped in farm machinery made her cry. Jesus, if she finds out I sell weapons, what will she do? Wail and shriek? Leah needs to toughen up. It's a hard world out there, and she's walking about it without any emotional guards. It's like she has no skin, and everything, every whisper of wind, every drop of rain is agony. Except for her, it is emotionally. She's too open. You can see everything she's thinking and feeling in her eyes. Unless she wants to end up broken and battered by the world, Leah needs to harden her outer shell. Or, I think to myself as I sip my wine and head to the study, I can become her shell. I want her. But she's more fragile than I realized. I can't take her and discard her in a few weeks when I get bored. So, the question is, does she interest me enough to still pursue her, knowing, if I do, she'll become mine? My responsibility. Her overly soft shell will be mine to protect and keep from harm, including harm by myself. Is that something I want? The door to the study creaks slightly as I open it. I step inside and head to the walnut desk. This is a room I made sure was decorated how I wanted it. Simple. Expensive but comfortable. Books line the shelves, and I read some of the spines. Stories about Arctic survival, the golden age of exploration, wars, strategy, finance, and economics. There's not much on these shelves about love, emotions, feelings. There are more generic reads in the second living room. These are my interests. Am I a psychopath? I consider it for a long moment. I don't seem to have the same feelings that Nikolai and Maxim have. Maxim's are too much, of course, and he needs to learn to tamp that shit down. His anger issues are legendary these days. From fragile, skinny kid to big, angry adult. Nick, he's in the middle. Calm enough to make level-headed decisions and run his empire, but emotional enough to lose his shit now and again. Me? I don't lose my shit. Not unless it's calculated. A move to scare the enemy, make someone submit, or get the upper hand. I do feel things, but it's muted. Since I was a young man, a boy really, in America, learning that the world thought of me as nothing but trash, I've changed. Hardened. The shell Leah needs to grow, I put in place a long time ago. Now I'm not sure if I let it grow too thick, too strong, and it has become impenetrable. I've drifted through the past decade or so as if I'm in a fog or a dream, acquiring, plotting, planning. I've become a huge success. Now, the women who shunned me at college and during my first few years in investment banking let me fuck them on their dining room tables behind their husbands' backs. I can have almost anything I want, anyone I want, and yet I want nothing to do with love. Not really. All I think about is work, consolidating, building, always growing, until I saw a young girl's frightened, lost face on my phone. Since seeing Leah, I felt things, troubling things, a desire to break her apart and see what makes her tick, to own her somehow. I want her, need to fuck her, but it goes deeper than that. I want to own her, really own her. I want to possess her in every way I can. I don't even understand the urge, so I don't bother trying. It's troubling, though. An itch I want to scratch, but not if doing so destroys the very thing I want. How can I be her protector if I'm the thing that breaks her? Sick of myself, I pour a large glass of vodka and sip it neat. My cell buzzes on my desk, and I answer it. Volkov. It's Pepper. I straighten immediately on alert. Pepper is one of the best private investigators I've come across, bar none. She's also discreet and capable of not leaving a trace. I should know. I've had her look into my own brother before. Since he's such a cagey bastard, I must use my own methods to find out what's going on some of the time. Pepper lives and works here in the UK, and I've given her what information I have on my little guest. Name, or at least the name I've been given, a photograph, and what history May gave me. Yes. Your new friend isn't who her papers say she is. Then who is she? I don't know. All I do know is that her papers are fake. This isn't shocking news. I get the feeling she's running from something or someone. But what? At first, I simply thought the auction organizers, but now I'm convinced it is something deeper. Can you keep digging? I asked Pepper. Of course. Thing is, the papers are very good, and her background is all cleaned up, so it had to be an expensive job. The people running the auction were probably the ones to give her fake papers. No way can Leah have afforded to pay for them herself, surely. Pepper clears her throat. Be careful. You don't know who or what this girl is. Don't forget a female informant was sent into your brother's club. What if this time they've sent one into your house? Cold rage fills me as I think of the possibility. Could it be true? Nick said Sienna wasn't there for him, but for Peter, a drug dealer who does business in our London club. But what if she was there for Nick? Then she got made, and now she's no use to anyone, so they are trying again. It doesn't fit too well timeline-wise, though, with Leah. And how could they have put in place a girl who they knew May would pick? The only way it makes sense is for May to be in on it, and just no. I have trust issues, though, and I can't discount the idea simply because I find it unpleasant. I'll be careful, I tell Pepper. The only thing of interest Leah might find is in this room, and it will be locked from now on. It also has cameras in it and an alarm if I decide it's necessary. There's something so off about the whole story. She decides to go into this auction and then gets scared and she needs protection? Pepper gives a harsh laugh. I don't buy it. I've never seen her picture. She's fucking gorgeous. Could be a honey trap. May would have to be in on it, though. Maybe she is. You're not that close anymore. May would know doing such a thing would be suicide. I wouldn't let it go. She'd be marking herself for an unfortunate end, no matter how many fond memories I have of her. It doesn't add up, either, with her giving me the information she is to help our business. Even if it's not something like that, you still need to be careful. It's hinky is all I'm saying. I'll keep digging, though. After our conversation, sleep seems like a long shot, so I decide to stay up and work. Around 4 a.m, the alarm on the front door beeps, someone entering the code. It's most likely Logan, but just in case, I slide the bottom drawer of the desk open and take out the Glock. Keeping my footfall silent, I open the door of the study a crack and relax when I hear Logan's familiar Texas accent. Putting the gun away and shutting the drawer, locking it afterward, I leave my study and lock the door using the code on the keypad. When I enter the kitchen, there is Logan, with 2 other men, all with that weary look long-haul travel gives. Oh, hey, he says. Didn't wake you, did we? No, I was working. He's brought Sam and Joe with him. Good. They're both discreet and level-headed guys. At this time? Logan glances at his watch. What is it you Americans say? It's been a day? They chuckle, and I offer them drinks. They all decline, saying they're tired. Joe and Sam, you're both in the cellar, I'm afraid, but it's been converted. It's now 2 rooms with a small corridor connecting them and a bathroom in between. Whoever has the first room by the stairs will have to put up with the person in the second room walking through each morning and night, but you won't have to go through one another's rooms for the bathroom, as it is in the middle. There's a gym down there, too, in the section that was originally used as a garage. Logan, you have a room at the end of the corridor on the first floor, and there's a family bathroom on that floor, too. Thank fuck that whoever bought this house before me added a ton of bathrooms. Most British houses have surprisingly few. It's not uncommon to have a 4-bedroom house with only 1 bathroom. Something that's pretty normal in Slovakia, too, but would be seen as weird by most of my American friends. Okay, I call the back bedroom, Sam says with a shit-eating grin.
Fucker, Joe murmurs. They both head back to the hallway where they take their shoes off, hoist their bags over their shoulders, and then silently descend the stairs. Their combat skills come in handy when navigating around a home and not wanting to wake anyone up.
So, what gives?
Logan asks once we're alone. It's some weird shit, I warn him.
I can take it.
He gives me a dark laugh. There's a girl staying here. She will need protection if she goes out.
Okay.
She, was given to me.
Given to you?
His brows raise. Told you it was weird. I know this woman calls herself Miss May. She's a dominatrix.
Okay.
The word is drawn out. She went to an auction to buy some torture implements, I imagine, only it turned out they weren't only auctioning off things, but people too. Women, to be precise. His face has darkened. He doesn't say anything, but it's the first time I've seen him look this way. Interesting. He does have moral limits. The girl who was given to me was bought by Miss May to save her from being sold to one of the creeps there. It's all consensual. These women offer themselves to men for a set period and a lot of money. Only May thought this one girl, Leah, seemed terrified. She managed to speak to her, and it turns out Leah was getting buyer's remorse. But of course, she couldn't simply get out of it, so May purchased her. I suck in a breath and blow it out, realizing as I speak that this does sound screwy, as Pepper says. What if May is trying to find out shit about me and my brothers? Long story short, the men organizing the auction didn't believe May would buy the girl for herself, so she said that Leah was a gift for me, which they did accept. So now the girl is here for 2 months for safekeeping, only she needs protection because until I know who is behind the auction, I can't be assured she's safe. Also, there's something off about her.
Off how?
He asks. His demeanor is more relaxed now that I've explained things fully. Her identification is fake, which isn't that much of a surprise, but she seems scared. Beyond what I'd expect. I'm going to talk to her, but until I get to the bottom of all this, she needs protection. She also needs to be watched. Do you understand? He nods. I can't be certain May isn't somehow setting me up. Look at my brother, an informant right under his nose. Until I know for sure what gives with Leah, you're her shadow. One of your men is always with her unless I am. She doesn't leave this house without one of us with her. Understood?
Yes, boss,
he says easily. Good. Now go get some shut-eye. Be up at 10 tomorrow as I have a meeting at noon.
Got you.
He does the same as Sam and Joe, towing off his sneakers and carrying his large bag silently, but he heads up the stairs. I check the kitchen, an old habit ingrained from my mother, who checks the gas stove in our home in Slovakia at least 10 times before she trudges up the stairs, and I head up to bed. The way this house is configured, Leah and I almost have a separate wing. It's not that grand, the place isn't a mansion, but when you reach the top of the stairs, you turn left for our 2 rooms and a small box room where I store stuff. You turn right for Easton's room and 2 more bedrooms along with a family bathroom. At the end of that portion of the corridor, there are stairs up to the attic. It is boarded with beautiful bamboo flooring, but hasn't got much else in it. I considered transforming that into a massive study and library. Below the ground floor, there is the basement level. There's a self-contained 2-bedroom area with a bathroom and a small kitchenette. To the side of that, there is a small space which is a gym, along with a locker room where I keep my highly illegal weapons. Nikolai has a lot of the police here in his pocket, but not all of them. He also has a fair few government ministers on his payroll, and enough information on certain members of the establishment for us to get anything we want, if push comes to shove. Logan can't carry his own gun here. Personal protection isn't allowed to be armed in the UK unless guarding royalty or the PM. So if I arm Logan, there is a risk of him getting caught and either being deported or facing prison time. I'm sure Nick's connections in this country will be able to smooth it over, but it will be a pain in the ass. It's a question of assessing the threat against Leah and whether it requires Logan and his men to risk being armed. I'll talk to him about it in the morning. I pause in the hallway outside Leah's door, feeling like a creeper, but with the sudden urge to check on her. I push the door open a tad. She has the blind open and the curtains drawn back, and the light from the moon is streaming in, highlighting her shape in the bed. She's curled on her side, eyes closed, breathing regular. I think she's asleep. Once again, that fierce feeling of protectiveness roars to life within me. New, disturbing, powerful. This was meant to be a favor to May, but it is turning into something more. Trouble is, I'm not sure what.
Chapter 7. Leah. I don't wake up until past 9 in the morning. My head is hurting and my body aches. I hope I'm not getting sick, but it's most likely from being so stressed. I slept deeply, but with frequent nightmares, which woke me repeatedly. It takes me almost an hour to get ready because I wash my hair and take my time styling it. I opened the drawers this morning and found all sorts of things. Hairdryer, curler, a straightener. Surely Sasha didn't buy all of this too. In the bathroom, there's body lotions, hairstyling sprays, perfumes, skincare, all of it expensive and with rich textures and exquisite scents. I feel like Cinderella, only I get to stay at the ball way beyond midnight. When I am ready, I give myself one final glance. I'm wearing a light sweater because the day is gray, and it looks windy outside. I've paired it with some fitted jeans with a flare at the end, and pull on some ankle boots and one of the designer belts Sasha bought me. I look wealthy, sophisticated. If my cousin saw me now, he'd probably believe I was merely a young woman who looked like the Julie he knew from Warham. Should I have used my middle name? If he saw me and then heard someone call me Leah, wouldn't that be too much of a coincidence? But then he'd never believe that the Julie he knew would be living in London and wearing a belt that costs £1,000. You're safe, I tell myself. I used to do manifestations focused on my dream of owning a dance studio one day. So now I manifest myself safety. You're safe. You're safe. Your world is whole and you're safe. I take a deep breath and head out of the bedroom door and down the stairs, my stomach already in knots at the thought of facing Sasha Volkov. Mixed in with my nightmares the previous evening were also startling erotic dreams, including one where a faceless man took me over a dresser while Sasha watched, sitting on a throne, eating grapes and laughing as I was debased in front of him. It was weird, and not something my awake mind would find hot. But I awoke from it with my thighs pressed together and my sex wet. Hopefully, I won't give away my thoughts when I look at him this morning. Imagine if he were a mind reader. God, that would be mortifying. I hit the landing and turn into the kitchen, stopping in shock when I see it is filled with big men. Massive men. What the hell? Glancing to my left, I see Easton in the dining room arranging some flowers in a vase on the table. I tiptoe into that room instead. Hi, Easton. What's going on in the kitchen? He turns to me, and for a moment, his collected professional demeanor drops. It's like a testosterone convention, isn't it? He doesn't sound at all upset by the fact, and it makes me smile. Clearing his throat, he snaps his professional persona in place. I believe Mr. Volkov has some security now. Those men are all security? I believe so, but you better take that up with Mr. Volkov. I'm going to make a coffee, I tell him, turning toward the kitchen. I'll do that for you, miss. He starts to move my way, but I hold my hand up. It's okay, Easton, finish the flowers. I can boil the kettle. I smile to take any sting out of my words, as they aren't meant that way. I'm just not used to having every little thing done for me. It feels weird. I don't like it. I want to be able to make a coffee or a slice of toast for myself, when I wish to. Straightening my spine and hoping I look confident, I walk into the kitchen. Good morning, I say to Sasha. He turns to me, his eyes as green as the grass in the bright slash of sunlight that has managed to burst through the clouds. They're so unusual, the way they change color dramatically depending on the light, and it seems his mood. "Mornin', Leah." His heavy accent always makes my name sound exotic. He lingers on the L, and it's strangely seductive. "These men are here as security for you. You are not to leave the house without one of them at your side." He points to the smallest of the three men, small being relative because he's still built like an ox. "This is Logan." Then he points at a friendly-faced bear of a man, Joe. And finally he indicates the last man, dark-haired, dour-faced, and big. He looks scary. "This is Sam." The three men all give me a nod of greeting and watch as I walk to the kettle. I can feel their male gazes on me as I go about filling it, and it makes me feel self-conscious. "What are you doing?" Sasha asks. "Making a coffee. Would anyone like one? Or a cup of tea?" "We have Easton for that," he says. I turn to him and for a moment forget the audience I have. I'd quite like to be able to make the odd cup of coffee for myself. I don't feel comfortable asking Easton to do every little thing for me. He already offered, but I told him I wanted to make my own drink. So, is that okay? He shrugs, one-shouldered and nonchalant. "If that is your wish, then make your own coffee." God, he manages to make what I say sound stupid with his reply. The exact way he said it is so belittling. He's infuriating at times. "Would you like one?" I ask him. He shakes his head. "A cup of tea?" He pulls a face. "Can't stand the stuff. I don't understand you British and your obsession with tea." "You can't beat a cup of tea sometimes, but I prefer coffee." "Use the coffee maker," he says. I place the kettle back on the stand and look at the huge, silver, complicated bit of machinery he's pointed at. It's okay. I'll just make a cup of instant." "We don't have any." "Oh. Crap. I don't know how to use the machine." He narrows his eyes. I wait for him to shout to Easton, but then he clearly makes a different decision. "I will show you how." Sasha stalks across the kitchen as if I'm a rabbit and he's a fox. He takes my hand, causing a shock where his skin touches mine, and leads me to the machine. "First, you take this part here." He picks up a round metal basket with a long rubber handle, and you fill it from the grinder by placing it in here, but you must push it in correctly. This is the portafilter, and it is where the coffee goes. I can see where he is showing me to put the portafilter, but when I try to slot it in, nothing happens. His warmth is behind me, and he's standing so close I can feel his chest touching my back. "Like this," he says, breath tickling my ear. He takes hold of my wrist and guides my hand, pushing until the portafilter clicks into place. The machine whirs, and moments later, coffee grinds fill the small metal holder. "Good. Now that is done, you need to filter it. We take the portafilter out of there and place it in here. This is called the group head, and it is where the magic happens." He points to a round slot underneath the top of the machine. It has to fit perfectly, or it won't work. Is it me, or is there a double meaning to his words? Surely not. It's just that accent of his making everything sound sinful. I try 3 times to get the damn thing to slot in correctly, but it won't do it. Once more, he takes hold of my wrist and guides me. He moves the portafilter until it finally slots into place, clicking and staying firmly put. "Now you are ready. You take a cup." He reaches past me, his big body now bracketing me against the counter as he opens the door of a cupboard above me. "Then you place the cup under the filter, okay?" I nod and swallow. This has turned into a strangely erotic exercise, and I am all too aware of the 3 sets of male gazes watching this weird little interlude play out. My nipples pebble in my jumper, and I wished I had a bra. They didn't give us one in the house of pampering and control freakery, and when I looked, there wasn't one amongst all the fripperies and finery that Sasha got for me. The strappy silk camisole I'm wearing will do nothing to hide my arousal. Thankfully, I'm facing the countertop, so the men in the room aren't getting an eyeful of my pointy display. Do you want any flavors in it? Hazelnut? Caramel? The way he says caramel sounds like he's asking, do you want an orgasm with that? Surely I'm imagining the sexual overtones. Making coffee can't be seductive, can it? I shake my head. Syrup sounds heavenly, but I need this torture to end quickly. Okay, then. His voice is low and soft. We place the cup underneath like so, and then you press the button here. He presses the button, and once more the machine whirs to action, vibrating slightly as rich, dark coffee splutters from underneath the strainer. It fills the cup with 2 shots, no less. Great. As if I'm not jittery enough. All you need now is to heat the milk. We do that using the hot water tap here. Cold milk is fine. I prefer it that way. He stares at me as I turn around. I realize as soon as I'm facing him that turning was a bad idea. I'm now literally brushing his chest with my hard, aching nipples. Swallowing, I fight the need to run from the room. He looks at me as if I'm utterly stupid. You can't fill it with cold. It will be lukewarm and horrible, unless you want it iced. I can get Easton to make you an iced coffee. Is he fucking with me? The men are still watching us, and I can feel myself start to perspire. I just want a normal cup of coffee. What kind of house doesn't have instant coffee? You know, boil kettle, put spoonful of coffee in the mug, pour hot water over, add a splash of milk or creamer. Done. We have a proper machine here, but it means you need to heat the milk. You see, the way you do it, you fill your mug to the top with hot water from the kettle. But this machine only puts a small amount of hot water in the bottom. It has made you an espresso. So, to have a tall coffee drink, you need to heat the milk or it will be cold. You can have a latte, a cappuccino, a macchiato. It does it all. I just want a plain coffee. His mouth is not smiling, but I can see the humor in his eyes. He is fucking with me. The bastard. How about? Logan says as if he's helping. She puts hot water from the kettle into the cup, on top of the coffee that's in there, and then adds milk. Would that work? I suppose so. It won't be as nice, though, all watered down. Why would anyone do that when they have this machine that can froth the milk for them? Because some of us just like our coffee plain and nasty. I give him a narrowed glare. I almost add, like my men, but bite my tongue. I push past Sasha and do as Logan suggested. I fill the cup with water from the kettle, and then I add a splash of milk, which thankfully is sitting on the side, because I can't cope with playing guess which door the fridge is hiding behind. I sip and almost spit it out. Fuck my life. I didn't boil the kettle. Now I am sipping a vile, lukewarm drink that is weak and rancid. Sasha's face is no longer serious, and he's dying to laugh. I can tell with the way his mouth keeps twitching. Is it nice? He asks. Delicious. I take another sip and smack my lips together as if it is heavenly. Excuse me, gentlemen. I walk out of the room, face burning, and head straight into the dining room. I expect to hear a burst of laughter, but I don't. I flop down on a dining chair and blow out a long breath, rubbing my eyes. Easton is finishing with the flowers. They look stunning. Are you okay? He asks. I just wanted to make a simple cup of coffee, and he had to go and use it as a way to make me look dumb because I don't know how to use his fancy coffee machine. He fluffs the head of a rose like he's plumping a pillow, and then comes to sit by me. I get it. You want to make your own drinks and do things to make you feel at home, no? Yes, that's it. Okay, so write me a list of everything you'd like. I don't care what it is. Instant coffee, microwave popcorn, tea bags, Haribo's. He laughs gently, but it's not mocking at all. Whatever you want to feel right at home, let me know, and I will go get it for you. There is one thing, I say timidly. Yes? I had a little explore, and the attic is empty. Yes, Mr. Volkov isn't using it for anything right now. Could you arrange for me to have something to play music up there, so I can dance? He beams. Absolutely, I can do that. Easton, I'll try to learn to be better at doing all this fancy stuff. I'm sorry that I'm probably a lot lower class than your usual cast. He makes a soft tutting sound against his teeth. Oh, trust me. I once worked for a lord, an actual lord, and he only ate pizza for his evening meal, washed down with flat Coke. I had to open bottles of the stuff to let the fizz out. You're a lovely young lady. I genuinely mean that. You're considerate of others, I can tell, and that is all the class one needs in this world, and believe me. His face darkens. Money can't buy that kind of class. I smile at his warm words. That's lovely of you to say. It's the truth. I am a very quick and accurate judge of character. All you need to do is stop worrying about what everyone thinks. I know. My dad always used to say that. He was right. Easton pats my shoulder and then exits the room, leaving me to my thoughts. I wish I could stop worrying about what Sasha thinks. I have this bizarre urge to impress him. Weird. It's not something I normally have around people. Other than my dad, who I tried to please all the time to make him stay. I thought if he loved me enough, he wouldn't run off with his fancy women, as Mum called them. I tried so hard to make him love me, and in the end, he ran off without a backward glance. Oh my God. Is that what this weird reaction to Sasha is? The mix of attraction, wanting to be admired by him, to please him, but also getting snippy with him when I feel he's not being kind. Is it daddy issues? Ugh. Sasha looks nothing like my father, though, and he's not that old. Plus, his personality is totally different, too. My dad was small, only 5'7", which isn't very tall for a man. He was jolly, with light blonde hair and crinkly, sparkly blue eyes. His eyes and smile, plus his chatty, easygoing personality, meant he was never short of female admiration. My mom used to say he could charm the birds out of the trees. I remember one day when my gran darkly muttered in reply, and then charm them right out of their knickers. I'd snort, and Mom had shot me an annoyed look, saying, "Don't laugh at your father," as if he wasn't the joke of the town, making her one too. Then he'd left for good, and we ran out of money, so Mom moved in with her sister, Aunt June, and I had to live with my cousin Jeb. Problem was, Jeb was in a gang, and they took over the house much of the time. The living room stank of weed constantly. Aunt June seemed incapable of making Jeb remotely behave himself, and she gave in to him time and again. Mom let her because what else would we do? She'd say we couldn't let ourselves be homeless. The nights Mom and Aunt Jen were both on night shift were hell for me. They both worked at the local hospital, June as a nurse and Mom as an orderly. A job June got her to help. The shifts were varied, and Mom tried hard not to take a night shift at the same time as June, after I told her I didn't feel safe. But sometimes she had little choice. Those nights were awful. I'd hide in my room, with the bass pounding below in the living room, and every now and again bursts of raucous laughter filtering through the floorboards, praying that none of them came looking for me. Perhaps I ought to tell Sasha what I witnessed. The thing is, though, I do truly believe I'm safe now that I'm here. And it's not as if some local gangbangers from a shithole like Moorham could present any threat to someone like Sasha. They'd be terrified, I imagine, if they came up against anyone with real power. No, it's best I say nothing. Sasha will only look down on me if he knows my family are weed-dealing scum who killed a young man. I shudder as the images assault me, and I rub my eyes as if I can make them go away. You must be hungry. At the sound of those heavy consonants, I glance up to see Sasha leaning in the doorway. God forbid I just want a slice of toast. You'll probably tell me you have an artisanal bread maker I must learn to use first, or lecture me about dead dormice again. No, I have bread. If you want some toast, I can make you some. I even have a toaster if you want to do it yourself, so you don't have to use the fancy stove. He gives me a small smile, and I might be naive, but it looks an awful lot like a peace offering. I am hungry, and I do fancy some toast. Do you want me to make you some? Butter, jam, marmalade, honey. Do you have peanut butter? I do. Smooth is okay. I only like smooth, I say with a grin. Give me 5 minutes. You're not going to demand Easton does it? He smiles at me. I can make you toast, Leah. Where are those other men? Your protection detail, you mean? They've gone out to sort some things. When they come back, they'll be here for you if you need to go anywhere, and I am either not here or cannot go with you, for work reasons. I don't feel comfortable with them, I say truthfully. I think they look at me like I'm an idiot. No one looks at you that way, he replies. Oh, come on. You were all having a good laugh at me with the coffee maker. He grows serious. Leah, I promise you I wasn't being malicious. Teasing a little, maybe. I shall try to remember not to if it upsets you. Great. Now I feel like someone who can't take a joke. Touchy, oversensitive. No, it's me. I sigh. I feel all at sea. You're bound to. This is a huge change for you. It is going to take time. But you're safe here. I made May a promise, and I keep my promises. If the men piss you off, tell them. They work for me, which means they work for you. I laugh. Oh yeah, I can tell those massive bastards off. He pierces me with his gaze, alert and serious suddenly. You absolutely can. You are here as my guest, and to all intents and purposes, so far as the world knows, you are here as mine. Moving into the room, his big, broad frame, intimidating as he nears me. Do you know what my family emblem is? I shake my head. It's a king, from a chess set. That means if you're mine, then you are by definition a queen. Start acting like one, and you might find people treat you differently. Even you? I ask. His head cocks to one side as he considers me. I like you just the way you are, but other people will show you respect if you demand it. It isn't given in this world. You have to take it. Easy for you to say, I mumble. I bet you are worshipped from the minute you were born. You have that air about you. He barks at a laugh, startling me. Leah, when I went to America, I was treated like shit by the society of people I found myself mixing with. It shocked me. I never expected that level of animosity and class hierarchy over there. Here in the UK, sure. Everyone knows that England is a class-ridden society, but I was shocked to find America can be too. Those people looked down on me, and I had to make them treat me with respect. It will not be given to you freely, so demand it. I want to tell him that if I really were his, then maybe I'd find it easier to be a queen, as he says. I'm not, though. This is fake, and I'd never be able to hold the interest of a man like him. Then something hits me. I'm doing it again. I'm looking at things one way, but what Sasha has been saying is to look at them another. If I act like a damn queen, maybe he'll want me for real. Do I want him to want me? I have a crush on the man, that's for sure. He makes me all hot and bothered and silly whenever he's around. I could look at him for hours. I even find his hands erotic for pity's sake. There's a difference, though, between admiring my protector from afar and letting that attraction morph into something I act on. The thought both scares me and tempts me. Could I handle a man like Sasha Volkov in my bed?
Chapter 8. Sasha. She was right to call me out on my bullshit in the kitchen. Leah has my motives all wrong, however. I wasn't trying to demean her or belittle her, but I did let a basic demonstration of how to make coffee turn into something far more erotic than it had any right to be. That I do not regret. From now on, I'm going to do every damn thing I can to make that girl so desperate for me she makes a move. What I do regret is doing it in front of my men. That was a dick move. I need to buy her a bra. She was standing there in my kitchen with her nipples saying hello to all and sundry, and I don't want Logan and his crew getting an eyeful every time they're shadowing her. Plus, she needs the support. I don't know her size, though, and don't want to ask. Easton, I call out. He appears in the doorway of my study where I'm doing some work, as if by magic. Christ, he's good.
Yes, sir.
Can you get Tabitha here today?
Of course. Also, sir, Leah asked me if I could get her something to play music for her in the attic, so she can dance. I trust she doesn't have an iPhone or anything with her.
He doesn't word it as a question, so I don't answer. Of course, she doesn't have a phone, or anything she can contact the outside world with. Part of the deal she made with her auctioneers.
I thought something like those repurposed iPods one can get and a dock. That way she can download whatever music she wants.
Oh, he's good. The man knows she clearly cannot be allowed any devices which could be used to contact the outside world, and so he's offering this as an alternative, but in the most discreet way. I smile at him. That sounds perfect. Thank you. He scuttles off, and I return to my number crunching. 2 hours later, there's a rap at the open door. I glance up.
Sir, Tabitha is here.
I stand, pushing my chair back, and walk over to the elegantly dressed woman. She's rather beautiful and extremely stylish. I wonder if my brother got his hands on her before he became obsessed with his redhead. Thanks for coming at such short notice.
No problem. How can I help?
I need you to order some clothes for a woman who is staying with me for a while. I got her the basics the other day, but she needs better things. She will also need underwear. I didn't get her a bra as I don't know her size.
Of course.
Do you know where Leah is? I ask Easton.
She found the second living room, he says with a smile. She's been curled up on the window seat reading for the past hour.
That room is my favorite in this house. It faces the back garden and is off a long corridor away from the main living spaces, making it quiet. I spent some time in the plethora of antique stores and bookshops in the area buying books and a few ornaments for that room. Other than my study and bedroom, it's the only part of the house I've lavished any attention on. I lead Tabitha to the room, pushing open the door. I don't expect to find Leah in the position I do. She's on the floor, laid out, a pillow under her head, and her top riding up her body to expose her taut midriff. Her arms are straight out above her, holding the book over her head as she reads.
Oh, hey.
She drops the book to one side, rolls over onto her front, and pushes herself up to a kneeling position. Holy crap. She looks so good like that, kneeling. My instinct is to walk over to her and take her chin, tilting her head so she's looking at me just as I run my other hand over her hair and tell her what a good girl she is, kneeling so perfectly for me. Then I'd ask her if she wants my cock as a reward. Christ, this needs to stop right now. I clear my throat and turn to Tabitha, my voice more brisk than usual. This is the young lady who needs your help. I hand her a card from my wallet. Charge everything to that. Don't worry about costs. Make sure she has a bra. Then I turn and walk away, hearing Leah groan. Oh my God, how mortifying, she says. Normally I'd smile, but I'm far too disturbed by the X-rated show running through my mind, despite me trying to turn it off.
Anything else, sir? Easton asks.
No, thank you. I'm going to take a shower. Didn't have one this morning. A fucking cold shower is what I need. This obsession with Leah is not good. I wanted to play a game, tease this out, torture her a little and make her beg. The only person being tortured is me. I'm not sure I can do this. 3 days later, and my conviction is growing. I don't think I can do this. Leah is a constant itch under my skin, and the thought I could be the one in control here is laughable. I've never wanted a woman the way I do her. It's almost primal. We might as well be two panthers who come across one another in the jungle, a male and a female who only want one thing, to mate. It's that simple. I'm not alone in this weird lust-filled dream state. She's suffering it too. I can tell with the way I catch her watching me whenever she thinks I'm not aware of her. The way she leans into me if I'm close by, as if her body is attracted to mine magnetically. The way she flushes if I tease her gently,
Most of all, the way if I touch her at all, the tiny hairs on the backs of her forearms stand on end, and she shivers. If she wasn't wearing what I presume is a slightly padded bra, then her nipples would be on display again too, I'd bet. I want to see the bra she has, the underwear Tabitha purchased for her. They have their final appointment today. The previous appointment went on longer than I expected. Tabitha was here for over 2 hours. When she gave me her invoice, it had a cost for styling tutorial, which I presume was her showing Leah how to utilize her new wardrobe. When the girl came downstairs today, she had on an outfit which looked incredible on her slender frame. Loose, silky trousers in a light caramel with a matching silk vest-style top, and a tie belt at her waist in black leather. A black leather bracelet with chunky gold hardware on one wrist and layered gold chains around her neck. On her feet were flat sandals made of puffy, luxe-looking leather. Her hair was swept up, and a pair of large earrings caught the light when she turned her head this way and that, as she fixed herself a coffee, able to use the machine now. Leah didn't look like herself. She looked like a polished society lady. Except her curves should have been illegal, and her eyes still held the cheeky sparkle I find myself more and more drawn to. When the machine refused to cooperate, she still swore at it under her breath in a distinctly non-ladylike way, and I blew out a breath of relief. I want Leah to have the best, but I don't want her to become someone else. I like her just the way she is. I excused myself and went to work out, unable to be in the same room as her and not rip her clothes off. She works off her excess energy dancing in the attic. I wonder what moves she has. Even though I've spent 40 minutes on the treadmill after a punishing weights routine, I still have far too much sexual energy thrumming through me. When I hit my bedroom, I strip as if my clothes have personally offended me. I can't get the image that is now burned in my brain to move on. All I see is Leah on her knees in the reading room, as she now calls it. Only in my mind, she's dressed in that baby doll nightdress I purchased, her mouth painted pink and her eyes soft as she looks up at me. I'd be dressed, and I would take hold of her fragile chin and tip her head just so, getting the angle right before I took myself out. I'd run the tip over her lips, smearing her gloss with my pre-cum. Fuck. I'm naked now, and as in my fantasy, the head of my cock is slick with desire. I turn the shower on and step under the cool spray. After the initial shock, it does nothing to get rid of my raging hard-on. I turn the water to a more tolerable temperature and give in to the inevitable. Closing my eyes, I wrap my fist around my aching cock and let the fantasy play out. The way I'd tease her at first and then order her to lick it like a lollipop, reassuring her how good she is at it. Something tells me that Leah will get off on praise. It's the way she looks to others for assurance, the way she cares so much what other people think. A match made in heaven, seeing as I love doling it out when my playthings are being oh so good for me. At first, she'd struggle to take me, but as she got into it, I'd grab her hair and use her mouth as she took it all, like the fucking good girl she is. Fuck! I grunt the word out as I splash the tiles with copious amounts of cum. I spurt 6 big loads onto the cool blue tiles before I'm spent. Jesus. At least that should take the edge off for a while. Getting dressed in some sweats and a t-shirt, I decide to number crunch for a few hours. Nothing like doing the accounts to dampen the libido. As I walk by Leah's room, I hear Tabitha's voice. Glancing at my watch, I realize it's time for the final appointment. "Try this one on," Tabitha says. The door is slightly ajar, and it makes me growl in anger because any of the men here could walk by and see Leah half naked. I'm about to close the door, but I realize no one can actually see in. It's only slightly open, a crack really, unless you pushed it a little. Don't be a creep. Close the door and walk on by, Sasha. I think the cup size is right, and it should fit you around the back, too. You have fantastic boobs. I'd pay good money for them."
There's some rustling, and then a pleased exclamation from Leah.
"Perfect," Tabitha says. "Look at that cleavage."
Okay, straight to hell it is. I push the door slightly, praying it doesn't creak. In front of the mirror is Leah, wearing nothing but panties and a bra. I've already seen her in similar clothing in the picture May showed me, but it's nothing like this, seeing her in the flesh. The bra is one of those push-up types, and her tits look massive. Her cleavage is creamy and ripe, and I want to bend her over while I fuck her from behind and play with her tits. Fuck. No. Not doing this. The girl will be mine. I'm determined of that now, but I'm not going to spy on her like some freak. I'll get my chance to admire her any way I want, with her full knowledge, because she and I, it's happening. After grabbing my second coffee of the day, I settle into my office chair and start to methodically work through the figures. I receive a text halfway through my task from our mother stating Maxim is flying out to London in 2 weeks. And since she's heard I'm here, how about I try to smooth things over between Max and Nick? Me? God, I'm not close to Maxim either. Nick and I were closer, but recently even that's been strained. For fuck's sake, I'm the eldest, and I always get put in the middle between those two. It's a joke. I ignore her text and focus on the numbers, trying to push all the shit crowding in on me to one side until I'm finished with work. After another 2 hours, 3 more texts from our mother, and an irritating phone call. I need to do something. The something I need to do is currently out of bounds. I made a promise to May, and I intend to keep it, which means I need to get Leah as thirsty for me as I am for her. Fuck my life. My phone buzzes again. About to pick it up, ring Mother, and tell her to stop bothering me. I pause when I see the message is from Maxim. Heard you're in London. I'm heading that way soon. Are you staying a while? He doesn't irritate me in the same way he does Nikolai. Nick sees Maxim as a total fuck-up, whereas I see him as someone messed up by our toxic family who just needs someone to give a shit. Not that he's some needy little boy. He was at one point. Now Maxim is probably the most dangerous of the 3 of us. He's hardened, but still hurting deep down, and it comes out as anger, explosive anger sometimes. I can see why Nick is wary of him coming over here. The guy won't schmooze people the way Nick and I can, but he's great muscle. I'm sure we can find a role for him. In some ways, it's worked out well Leah landing on my lap like this, because I can be here for Maxim to try to smooth things out between him and Nick. I'll be here most of the time for the next couple of months. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again, and then his message pops up. Okay, be good to catch up. See you soon. Deep down, underneath his huge frame and hard face, Maxim still has a soft heart, I truly believe. I think our mother sees it too, and that's why she looks after him the most. Nick snorted when I said that once. He sees Mother as being harsh on all of us, but she has given Maxim more chances than either Nick or I would get. If we had pulled half the crap he has, we'd have been ostracized from the family by now. It also suits my purpose to have Maxim here, being a pain in Nick's side as it helps me make a move on Nick. I can try to force him to let me have more control at the exact moment he's at his weakest. His head is going to be full of Sienna in the coming weeks and months, and on top of that, he's going to be dealing with Maxim. It's the perfect time for me to execute my plans. I stretch and crick my neck from side to side. God, it's hot today. I hate the fact that Britain is such a humid country, and yet air conditioning is a foreign concept here. No one has it. Yeah, it might be only needed for a few weeks out of the year, but those weeks can be hell. The high humidity in London makes it feel more like Florida than northern France or Germany. I need to get some air con fitted if I'm going to be staying here more often moving forward.
My phone pings again, and I glance at it, expecting another message from Maxim, but it's from Debbie, a casual on-again, off-again friend with benefits. The message is a picture of her in a bikini by the pool, followed by text. On vacay in Monaco. Are you in Europe? I heard you weren't in Chicago. If you are, why don't you come join me? The next picture that comes through is her naked, legs spread and her shaved, wet pussy glistening in the sun. Fuck me. I lick my lips. I could. It would be nothing to grab a flight right now, head over there for a couple of nights, and work out all this pent-up sexual energy I have zinging around my body. Except, I don't want to. The only pussy I want right now is attached to a woman who at this very moment is trying on bras in the room above me. Debbie is hot. She's also married and jaded. I get another picture, and it's from the same angle, only this time, holy shit. I blink and stare at the photo. Her pussy lips are stretched around the neck of the champagne bottle, which is firmly pushed inside her. Christ. I press my hand against my hard, aching cock. Jesus. I need another fucking shower. Needing to wash the sweat off along with the sexual need, I barge into my room, my head full of images muddled together. The champagne bottle in Debbie's cunt, Leah on her knees, her lips wrapped around my cock. Leah on her knees while I watch Debbie play with the bottle. I almost laugh at that. I don't think Leah is the sharing type. She'd be all hurt and wounded by something like that, and I can understand. I'd kill any man who I saw laying his hands on her, so it goes both ways. My head hurts, and I think it's the stress of all the crap coalescing in my life at once. A mountain of crap threatening to topple over and cover me. Fucking family. Nikolai is the biggest issue, and how he's going to react to me pushing my way into the power position alongside him. Maxim is also a problem. The shit show his arrival is undoubtedly going to be. The meeting with Stamatis Kantos is also on my mind, a meeting which I am most certainly going to be a part of. Most of all, though, it is Leah I keep coming back to. I need to find out what I can about that girl because she's fucking with my head. Undressing rapidly, I throw my clothes on the floor, storm into the bathroom, and for the second time in hours, stand under the cold shower with another raging erection. I wash myself brusquely, willing my cock to behave, because I can't spend my time taking my dick in hand 10 times a day like I did as a horny teenager. I have stuff to do. I shut off the water with a growl. Sasha, can I have the password for the internet so I can download some more music? Leah's voice reaches me as I realize I haven't closed my bedroom door or the door into the bathroom. I'm so fucking distracted that I walked in here the way I do normally and just got on with it, forgetting that there are a lot of other people in this house now. About to shout that I'm in the shower and I'll talk to her in a moment, the words die on my lips as she walks into the bathroom and stops dead. Her gaze flicks up and down, then up and down. She stares at my cock, and it twitches under her scrutiny. Her eyes flash back to mine, and there is so much there I want to freeze the moment so I can decipher it all. But she turns and runs out of the room. I step out of the bathroom, wanting to stop her. I hear a pained cry and something breaking, for fuck's sake. This girl. Wrapping the towel around myself, I stalk into my bedroom.
Chapter 9. Leah. My leg hurts, but that's not what matters right now. I saw him naked. I saw Sasha Volkov naked. Naked and very erect. Jesus, but it's big, massive. I've seen a few, of course, in my time. We aren't allowed to touch the customers in the club or let them touch us, but they often took that to mean they could touch themselves, and you'd turn around to find them with their dick in their hand. Of course, they'd get escorted roughly off the premises as soon as we called for the guards. My friend at work, Candy, not her real name, used to let them. She said it turned her on beyond belief to watch them working their dicks, all hot over her. But it turned my stomach. Who wants to watch a sweaty old man pulling his pud? Not me. Sasha, though? Oh, God. He is magnificent. Glorious. His body. I only looked for 3 seconds, but it was enough to show me he was like a Greek god come to life. Golden, strong, perfectly proportioned. The man is divine. I don't think he's human. I think this man is a god walking amongst us, pretending to be a mere mortal. His cock was long and thick. It was wet at the end from more than just the water, all shiny and slick, and I had the insane urge to walk into the shower stall and get on my knees and taste. Hence me running out of there and smashing my leg on the bedside table. I managed to sit up and get my bearings. Shit, I've knocked a lamp over. I push onto my knees and try to right it, but it's smashed. Leave it, a harsh voice barks, and I fall back on my ass. Oh, crap. I am so sorry, I say. I mean, for the lamp, and of course for walking in on you. I didn't mean to. I'm so stupid. I assumed because the door was open. I didn't look. At you, I mean, naked. He bends down, his upper body in my view now. I notice the cross at his throat and wonder if he's religious or it's simply something he wears. There's a crisp white towel wrapped around his waist. Yeah, you did. His voice is low but not angry. Not the way I expected from the barked command a moment ago. Have you hurt yourself? He asks. My leg, but it's okay, just a bang. I've broken your lamp, I'm so sorry. Forget the lamp, let me look at your leg. I'm wearing leggings to dance in, not any of the items I'd been playing dress-up with at Tabitha's command. I wanted to download some music and needed the Wi-Fi code to do so. Hence me running into Sasha's room like an idiot. It's fine. I touch it where it hurts, but ouch. I wince. Take your leggings off, he orders as he pushes the door closed. What? Your leggings. Take them off. I want to look at your leg. Oh, shit. I do as he says, fingers trembling as I push them down. Give me a moment, he says. He disappears into the bathroom and comes out a minute later wearing sweatpants and nothing else. I'm sitting on the edge of his bed, leggings off, and the gash in my leg seeping blood. Great. I glance up at him and look away again. I can't look at him for too long. It's like watching the sun. It will blind you. His chest still has droplets of water on it sliding down his big muscular pecs. His lashes are wet, and his hair is damp and brushed back from his forehead. He looks so good, I want to eat him up. Let's take a look. His voice is gentle, as if he's talking to a deer who might spook at any moment. It looks like you cut yourself, he says. It's nothing, really. I need to get back to my room and clean myself, rather than having him inspect me like this when only wearing my panties. Don't move, he orders. Sasha goes back into his bathroom and returns holding a small first aid kit. Unzipping the kit, he takes out some cotton swabs and antibacterial spray. This might sting a little, he says. He sprays the liquid onto the cut. It does sting, but not as much as I expected. There isn't a lot of blood, and the cut is long rather than deep, like a graze. It runs down my shin, though, on top of the bone, so it's a sensitive place. Using the medical gauze, Sasha gently dabs at the cut. Then he leans forward and blows on my skin. It shouldn't be remotely erotic because he's taking care of me and making sure I don't get an infection. But somehow the gentle way the air brushes over my skin sensitizes everything. It needs to be dry before I apply a Band-Aid, he explains. After a few moments of dabbing at the wound and blowing on it, he takes a large roll of tape out of the box and cuts about 4 inches in length from it. Peeling the back of the Band-Aid, he carefully applies it to my wound. It's been so long since anyone's taken care of me that his actions make me want to cry. I swallow hard and force a smile to my face. Thank you, I say. It's nothing. he replies. It is something, though. The last couple of years have been hard, and mostly filled with me trying to please other people rather than anyone looking after me. I have so many regrets, too. If only instead of studying dance, I had gotten myself a job. If I'd been in gainful employment when Mom decided to move in with Aunt June, and things turned to crap, I could have moved out and got my own place. As it was, I was economically reliant on my mom because I didn't have any income of my own. Once I started exotic dancing, then I had more cash, but I didn't work enough shifts to allow me to move out easily, and to do that would have meant leaving my classes. Sasha leans forward and presses the plaster down at the edges, and then he rests his hand on my shin as he looks up at me through still damp lashes. My breath catches in my throat, and it's as if the very air between us stills, waiting. There's that attraction between us. It's always there, but it's growing, like a living, breathing thing in this moment. I think it's been there from the very first moment I laid eyes on him, but it's getting stronger daily. The man is magnetic and deeply sexy. He makes me want to do bad things. I expect him to move his hand and turn away, but he doesn't. Instead, he slides his fingers slowly up my leg until he reaches my knee. There, he pauses, not moving any further up my leg. My breathing is rapid. Our gazes haven't moved and are still locked on one another. I lick my lips, a subconscious signal to this man of how much I want him. I shouldn't. This is the worst idea of all the very bad ideas I've had recently. This is my safe place. This man is my protector, and he made a promise to let me stay for the next 2 months. If I start something here that goes wrong, it's going to screw that up. His gaze moves from mine and slides down my body. I feel everywhere it caresses as if he's touching me. My legs are ever so slightly apart because that's how I arranged myself so he could get the wound easily, and he's hunkered down on the floor between them. His gaze rests right at my core, and his eyes darken. His pupils expand, and a breath catches in his throat. Oh my God, he's looking at me right there. I glance down too, and then I see it. On the front of my cream silk panties is a large, obvious damp patch. Oh, Lord. This is the most mortifying moment of my entire life. I'm so sorry, I gasp, not sure what to say or do in this moment. This is so embarrassing. I ought to go. Again, Sasha, I am so sorry. I start to push up from the bed, but he grabs my wrist with his free hand, holding me in place. Why are you sorry? It's so horribly mortifying. He lifts his gaze back to mine, and in his eyes there's something almost feral. When I first saw him, I thought he was a wealthy, charming man with a lot of power, who also had an air of civility about him covering the simmering violence underneath his skin. The air of civility is gone now. It's been stripped away the way one might peel a banana, and you can see all of Sasha's dark, raw insides churning in his eyes, which in this light look almost emerald. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, he says. I take it as a compliment. You saw me earlier, he says. That was so hard. Do you know it's all for you? I nod, and the ache between my legs grows almost unbearable. The thought of his hard, thick cock has my clit pulsing. This is torture. He's so close to me right now, he could reach out and touch me right where I need it the most. The damp patch on my panties just keeps on growing. Even the shame I feel at that weirdly turns me on. It all comes together to make me unbearably needy. I could cry. I'm so desperate for him to ease this ache in me. Sasha leans in. My breath holds. I think he's going to kiss me there, but he doesn't. What he does shocks me. He inhales deeply, his nose millimeters away from my panties. You can clearly see the outline of my pussy lips now. I'm so turned on. He smells me like an animal, and then he growls. Actually growls, like some sort of bear. Look at you, he says, all swollen, wet, and aching. Do you need relief? He asks. I nod as tears prick at my eyes because this is the most intense moment of my entire life. I made a promise, he says. I promised May that I wouldn't touch you first. You can touch me if you want, I tell him. I won't say anything. I can't tell you how much I want to get my hands on you, he says. But this is all very fast, and you're a virgin. He brushes a hand through his hair and curses. Fuck. I think we should slow this down. Disappointment floods me, and I could weep. I thought I might be able to get the relief I needed. Then he smiles, and it's not warm and friendly, but dark and diabolical. Take your panties off, he orders. Confusion floods me. I hesitate for a moment. I thought you said that we shouldn't. This is too soon. I want this to happen, whatever this may be, but it's making my head spin, the way he's going back and forth on his decisions. I said that it is too soon for me to touch you. That's not what's going to happen here. It isn't? You are so beautiful, do you know that? He asks me. And you want to please me, don't you? I do want to please him. From the moment I saw him, I wanted to please him for some reason. Oh, there are times he drives me crazy, and I get angry at him. Ultimately, though, I want this man's approval. I don't know why it matters to me so much, but it does. I nod my answer to his question. Then take your panties off, he demands once more. With trembling fingers, I pull my panties down, stripping them off my ankles and throwing them to one side, feeling absolutely debauched. I'm sitting on the bed, my legs spread, and this man between them, but I'm still wearing clothes on the upper part of my body. It's weirdly obscene, much worse than it would be if I were fully dressed. Use your fingers and spread your lips for me, he says. My breath is coming in small, panted gasps now as I do what he says. With my index and a middle finger, I part my lips, revealing my slick core. I'm shaved down there completely because they made us do that before we left for our new owners. It makes everything so sensitive. Fuck, he growls. Look at that pretty little clit all needy for me. This is almost unbearable. It's the most turned on I've ever been. He's staring at me as if he wants to devour me, but I'm just holding myself open, like some wanton, unashamed creature who has nothing but lust and want and need. Show me how you play with it, he demands. I've never done it like this, I admit. I mean, in this position. I've never touched myself sitting down. I always do this on the bed. Then get on the bed, he orders. I shift position, pushing myself up onto the bed, getting comfortable the way I would at home. My head is on the soft pillow, my legs straight out in front of me. He moves to the foot of the bed so he's facing me and my core once more. Touch yourself, he commands me. I do as he says, and with my middle finger, I stroke my clit the way I would if I was alone. Except this is nothing like being alone. Normally, at home, when I do this in my bedroom, it's furtive and hurried. And, in fact, the past few months living with Aunt June, I've not felt like doing this at all. The very few times I did, this was something I did at night under the covers, and not splayed out on a huge king-sized bed in the bedroom of a man I'm certain is a criminal. I've never played with myself while a big bad man watches me, as if at any moment he's going to pounce, every single muscle in his body coiled. I glance down to where his sweatpants lie low on his waist, and I can see the long, hard ridge of his cock pressing against the material. As we watch one another, I stroke myself faster. Spread your legs more, he says. I do immediately, letting my thighs fall open more, and bringing my knees up so that my legs are bent at the knees and open at the thighs, giving him a much clearer view of what I'm doing. I want to suck that pussy into my mouth like it's a peach, he says. I can feel my orgasm building, and I want to see him too. Please, I gasp. What do you want, beautiful? He asks. I want to see you too, I admit. He pushes the sweats down from his waist and comes to the foot of the bed where he grabs hold of the wooden bed frame with one fist, while the other takes hold of his cock. He starts to work himself as he watches me. This is so depraved and wrong. I'm going straight to hell. There's going to be no passing go for me, just straight down to the fiery depths. Staring at him as he works himself, loving the firm grip he takes and the way the muscles in his arm bulge every time he strokes forward, I move my fingers faster. That's it, he purrs. Show me how you do it. Let me see how you make yourself feel good. Show me how you play with your pretty little pussy. At his words, the orgasm strikes me out of the blue, and it is so intense and powerful, it's like being hit by a freight train. My free hand grabs the bedspread as I cry out loudly. I push my middle finger inside, needing something to anchor the powerful contractions ripping through me. Jesus fuck, he shouts as he starts to come. He's staring right at my pussy as he comes all over the bottom of the bed in big, thick spurts. When I finally come down from the high and the last of the aftershocks leave me, I pull my finger free and reality crashes back in. I don't know where to look. Sasha is still panting heavily. He lifts his gaze from between my legs, and for a long beat, our eyes lock, something heavy passing between us. I don't know if it's regret or something even darker. I'm about to say something to break the strange atmosphere that has developed when a loud knock slams against the door. Give me one moment, Sasha snaps. I grab my panties in a panic and pull them on, quickly followed by my leggings. I don't know whether to go for the door, which means whoever is knocking will see me, or hide in the bathroom. I stare at Sasha for a long beat. I could be a deer trapped in the headlights. Who is it? He asks. Logan. Meet me in the study in a few minutes, Sasha orders. Sure, no problem. The sound of heavy footsteps receding has me letting out a long breath. Giving one last glance at Sasha as he pulls his sweatpants back up onto his waist, I race for the door, grabbing the handle as I make my escape. As I hit the landing, his voice follows me. This is not finished yet, beautiful. Not by a long shot.
Chapter 10. Sasha. I promised May I wouldn't touch her, and I have kept that promise. I promised myself I'd take this slow and make her beg, and she asked me to show her. Then, after she came, reality crashed in. She ran out of my room as if the place was on fire. She's probably going to retreat a little now. That was so intense. It scared me a bit, and I play that way a lot. She's a virgin. I doubt she's done much beyond kissing and heavy petting, and we went straight into heavy voyeurism. I was right about the praise, though. Every time I told her she was a good girl, her eyes dilated, her nipples got harder, and her cheeks flushed. There's a cornucopia of depraved images running through my mind. I want to do bad things with this girl, very bad things. I want to fuck her from behind as I pull on those amazing nipples until she screams. I want to fuck her pussy and her ass. I want to fuck her mouth while I hold her hair in my fist. Is she into a gentle spanking at all, I wonder? I hope she doesn't mind a small amount because I most certainly want to slap her ass, tits, and her pussy too. Nothing major, no whips or crops, but a few gentle slaps for sure. The weird thing is, if she turned around to me tomorrow and said she wanted me but it had to be vanilla, I'd be okay with that. I hope she wants more, but if not, I'd accept her limits and not go looking for someone more my speed, the way I would with most other women. I'd take Leah any way she gave herself to me, and I do believe that would be enough. She's mine. I said I'd protect her, and I will. I'll also take her, claim her, mold her, and guide her. I'm going to buy her a gift. No matter how good she looks in those clothes I bought her, she isn't stamped as mine. I want her the way Nick has Sienna. The woman is covered in his ownership. I'm surprised she hasn't stamped his name on her forehead. I want the same. Not the ink. I won't mark her perfect, pristine skin. She will wear the Volkov insignia, though. around her neck, the way I imagined. I'm going to get a piece made, I decide. Once she wears it, she tells the world she's mine. I go clean myself up, again, and then dress in jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers. Spritzing on some aftershave, I fasten one of my watches around my wrist. My phone, which is on the sideboard, buzzes and beeps. I glance at the incoming message and see it's another filthy photograph from Debbie. I type a reply. You look amazing. Enjoy the south of France, but I'm sorry. I won't be able to join you. In fact, I won't be joining you again any time. Don't send me any more pictures. There is someone else. Have a good life, Debbie. Look after yourself. I send the message and expect either nothing back or something bland. We aren't serious, and the woman has a husband she claims to love. So when the next message from her comes through, it surprises me. What the fuck? You don't just scrape me off like that, Sasha. Fuck you. Have a good life? Jesus. Get over yourself, you fucking prick. You are a piece of shit gangster who thinks he can talk to me that way? You couldn't be polite or kind about it, could you? Fucking low-class scumbag. What the hell? I ought to ignore the crazy bitch, but I'm pissed now. She's triggered the memories I have of being talked about the same way by stuck-up society bitches in the past. Is everyone from New York money such a fucking douche? We were nothing, baby. You are married, remember? Send me one more message, and I will come to the south of France, but it won't be to fuck you. You won't like what it is for at all. I'll also tell your husband about us. This is not an idle threat. I don't want to see you or hear from you again. Get a grip and show some dignity. I hit send and wait for a few minutes, expecting another rant, but the dumb bitch has some sense of self-preservation because she doesn't. As I delete the photo she sent me, the message icon pops up. Damn her. Then I see it is from May. How is she doing? I send a quick, bland reply. Fine, she's good. Safe? Cheeky bitch, as if she'd be anything else. Yes. Untouched? Fuck my life. Everyone in it is driving me crazy. Yes. A pause ensues, and I think we're done, but no, I'm not that lucky today. There's a bit of an issue. I type the words out, my fingers stabbing the keyboard. What damn issue? After a delay, she writes, The men who run the auction have a party. I had no idea about this part of it. It's after the girls have been at the new homes for 10 days. You must go and bring the girl. Fuck no, is my succinct reply. Her dots appear, disappear, then the message pops up. Yes, you have to. I'm going too. Got my invite today with one for you tucked inside. It's fucked up, but we don't go, we put Leah at risk. They might want to take her back. I laugh at that. No one is taking her back. Please, I fear these guys. They sent the invite to me and my wife. I'm begging you, Sasha. If not for Leah, then for me. I'm not under your protection. I'm not protected by anyone. It won't hurt to go for one night. Leah will, of course, have to act as if she's yours, but it's not a lot to ask of the girl for saving her from really being sold. I was about to reiterate my fuck no answer, but her words make me pause. Not the crap about May being at risk herself. She should have thought about that before she became a white knight for Leah. The bit about Leah having to act as if she is truly mine, though, it makes my dick stir. I haven't played in a while, but I'd enjoy it with her. I get a sick thrill from the idea of parading her as my little pet by my side. She'll also have to wear appropriate attire, which means I get to dress her in something outrageously sexy. If I can get my trinket for her made in time, she'll appear at the party in my collar. Fuck it. Why not? Okay, send me the details. The pounding of bass above me has me looking up at the ceiling. What is she doing up there? The woman dances the way other people breathe, all the damn time. God, I bet it's some weird-ass interpretive modern dance. Had to sit through a modern ballet for a charity in New York last year and nearly walked out. It was that boring. Deciding to look, I climb the stairs, keeping my footfall soft. I round the corner of the stairs and face the attic before me. What the fuck? Leah is dancing, but it's not weird or modern jazz or ballet or any of that shit. What she's doing is the kind of dancing I recognize from the infrequent trips as a younger man to strip joints. She bends down to the floor and writhes on the wood, rolling onto her back and arching, then back onto her stomach, as she slides her lower body off the floor, arching her ass into the air and thrusting her tits up. Getting up, she twirls around as if for a moment she is a ballet dancer and hits the deck again, fluid and impressive. The girl moves like she's made of liquid, molten and sensuous. Unless Leah really likes dancing like a stripper for fun, and there are classes like that, then she's been more secretive about her background than I imagined. It also makes me doubt her claim to be a virgin. A stripper virgin? It doesn't seem likely. Oh, Leah, just what are you hiding?
Chapter 11. Leah. There's something tickling my neck. Maybe it's one of the butterflies flying around me in the beautiful sun-dappled woods. The butterflies join and make a rope around my throat, and I try to brush them off. They won't go. Other butterflies join, strengthening the rope. Are they going to choke me? My eyes snap open, my heart racing as I awaken from the strange dream. I had fallen asleep with a bedside light on, and it's for that reason I can see everything so clearly. Sasha is bending over me, his hands at my throat. I open my mouth to let out a scream. Oh, God, no. I left one threat to walk into another. He said he'd protect me, so why is he about to hurt me? One hand leaves my throat and a heavy palm slaps over my mouth, silencing me. Shush, Leah, I'm not gonna hurt you. What the hell are you doing? I ask him as soon as he removes his hand, my heart still going far too fast. He stands back and removes his hand from my throat, and something slides away from it as he does so. I stare in confusion at the tape measure in his hand. Why are you measuring my neck? I squeak, by now completely and utterly perturbed. It's a surprise, he says. A surprise? You're measuring my throat in the middle of the night, Sasha. It could be for a noose for all I know. He laughs at that, deep and rich, as if we're having a genial chat and he hasn't just done the freakiest thing in the world. I wouldn't need to measure you for a noose, little one. They are adjustable. Seriously? That's what you're going with? Sasha, this is scaring me. He gently brushes one finger down my cheek. There's no need to be scared, and I would never hurt you. Trust me, you will love this. As I say, it's a surprise, and I don't want to ruin it. Now go back to sleep. I didn't mean to wake you. He bends over and places a soft kiss against my lips. Despite the strange interlude just now, my eyes flutter closed as the scent and taste of him hits me. This is the first time he's kissed me properly, and it's heady. He tastes of mint and he smells of that same luxurious scent. Fresh air, moss, leather, and a touch of cigar smoke. The kiss is brief, more just a brush of his lips over mine than a true kiss. He steps back and opens the door. You know, it strikes me that anyone could walk in here at any time. I push myself up onto my elbow as I regard him. Maybe I should have a lock. You may have a lock if you want, he says amiably. I'll have a goddamn key, though. With those words, he leaves me. For the rest of the night, sleep eludes me. The next few days are strange. I dance every day and avoid Sasha. He's too... everything. Too hot, demanding, scary, big. The works. I can't deal with him. Then after 3 days of letting me get away with it, he comes to find me. There's a party we must attend. He leans against the door of the reading room as I sit on the window seat absorbed in Wuthering Heights. A party. My heart flutters. He's taking me to a party as his guest. You won't like it. Hell, I don't like it, but we must do it in order to protect May. As soon as he says those words, my heart sinks. Tell me it's not to do with those men who run the auctions. It is. No, I can't. He sighs and his eyes harden. Yes, you can. As May said, it's a small fucking price to pay for being saved. For not having to fuck some stubby-dicked old bastard every night. We saved you. We want you to go to this party. So you will go. I grit my teeth. You know, there are ways of asking for things that don't make you sound like such a dick. I am a dick. Deal with it. Oh, and by the way. Yes? Nice dancing you do up there. A little bit sexual, I would say. But you're very good at it. I thought you might be a stripper, but then I laughed at myself. Because a virgin stripper? No way. That does it. I place my book down and push off the window seat. Act as if, I tell myself. Act as if you're his equal and he has no right to speak to you this way. For your information, I say and poke his chest. He glances down at where my finger jabs him, mouth quirked. I was a stripper. Yes, I was. And I am also a virgin. Most strippers I know most definitely dole out extras. He snaps. His face darkens to thunder. I didn't. The club was strict. I like dancing. I'm properly trained, but there are hardly jobs for proper dancers in Wareham. So I took that job. I never gave any extras, as you put it. His jaw works. You never let anyone get their hands on you for a little extra money. No, I did not. What's it to you anyway? He gives a slight shake of his head at that, as if I've asked him something he can't answer. Hypocrite. You've most likely had your hands on a fair few women. Do you get me interrogating you? It's different, he says. Why? Because I'm a woman and you're a man? Sasha, I hate to break it to you, but the Victorian era is over. Women screw too now. Not you. He scowls at me. What does that even mean? The only man fucking touching you will be me. If I recall, the whole point of this is that you were not to touch me. More's the pity. Or at least that is how May made it sound. He comes closer, and I instinctively step back until my calves hit the window seat behind me, and there's nowhere else to go. Right up in my space like this, I need to crane my neck to look up at him. I renegotiated, he says simply. My heart thumps. Whether in fear or excitement, I'm not sure. Oh, well, what are my new terms? How I manage to keep my voice even is beyond me. They are simple. I don't touch you first, as I said, but you touch me, and this goes deeper. You touch me, and you are mine. My mind flashes back to what we did the other day in the bedroom. The most erotic experience of my life. But we didn't touch one another. So, if I don't touch you, then nothing happens. He nods. Then a gorgeous grin spreads across his face. You will, though. How do you know? Because you want me. He leans in so close his lips are almost touching my ear when he bends to whisper. You dream about me. What? My cheeks flash hot and red. I do not. Yeah, you do. I heard you last night, moaning like a bitch in heat and calling my name. Without thinking, I lift my hand to slap his cocky face, but he catches my wrist. Anyone gets slapped around here and it's you, not me. You'd hit a woman. I have to say I'm quite shocked at that. Not in the way you're clearly thinking right now. I'd show you some manners, though. Put you over my knee, pull your panties down and spank your ass. Oh, God. The depraved film show, those words running through my head is just too much. Anyway, you can take your time coming to me. I like delayed gratification. It only makes it all the sweeter when I finally have you. Of course, at the party, I will have to touch you, and you'll have to take it. Oh, I suppose I have to act all in love with you? I sneer at him. He grips my chin gently between his finger and thumb. Leah, you don't have to act anyway. If you hate me and look at me like you want me dead, it will only make half the men in there more excited. So long as you don't say anything to give our arrangement away, you can act any which way you please. Be aware, however, if you are rude, you'll be punished. In front of other people. Yes, in front of other people. He steps back. I'll lift your dress and let them all see how fucking hot you are as I give you 10 good smacks on that perfect ass. You'd let other men see my ass. I am incredulous. They can look all they want. They touch you, even the hair on your head, and I'll cut their hands off. Then he leaves me swaying in shock at everything he said. I don't think him saying he'd cut their hands off was a euphemism. Dear God, what have I gotten myself into? The one good thing about being invited to a party is that you get to dress up. I've been excited to see Tabitha again, so I'm somewhat surprised when instead of Tabitha, May arrives at the house to help me pick a dress. "Why are you here?" I ask her when she enters the room. "That's not a very grateful way to treat the woman who saved you." She arches one perfect dark eyebrow. Oh, God, I did sound somewhat ungrateful, didn't I? "It's not that I'm ungrateful," I tell her. "It's just that I'm surprised is all. I was expecting Tabitha because apparently I must get a dress for this party. I must tell you I'm quite nervous." "That's why I'm here," she says, "to help you get your attire for the party." She brandishes a large bag in her hands. I don't recognize the name of the shop, but it sounds very exotic. The bag is one of those expensive paper ones you get at the high-end stores, and it's a dark matte gray with a deep red ribbon through it, tied in bows and looped into handles. "I'm sorry if I sounded ungrateful," I tell her truthfully. "I really appreciate everything you've done for me, and I promise I will pay you back." May gives me a brief flash of her smile. She seems much less friendly than she did before. "I don't expect you to pay me back monetarily, but I do expect you to do everything in your power at this party to make these men believe that you are Sasha's in the way they want." "I understand." I try to reassure her. "Do you, though?" she asks me. "I'm going to tell Sasha to be a bit hard on you. He needs to treat you the way I would treat someone I purchased. And let me tell you, it wouldn't be kind." My mouth falls open. "But you would never buy a person," I say. She smiles brighter. "Of course I wouldn't. That's not what I said. I merely stated that if I was the kind of person who would buy someone, then I wouldn't necessarily treat them very well. They will expect the same of Sasha. He's going to be a different person tomorrow night, Leah. You need to be prepared for that. You can act as if you don't like him. Your face can be unhappy. In fact, if you cry a little, that might go down well. But what you cannot, absolutely must not do, is make either him or me appear stupid in any way. There is no way that if you've really been purchased by him, you would act any other way than either scared or perhaps, depending on the kind of person you are, a little sullen and brattish. What you most certainly would not do is react openly angrily to anything he said or did." Lord, what might he say or do? I don't ask her because it doesn't really matter, does it? Whatever it might be, I simply must accept it. And for the hour or two we're at this dreaded party, I have to behave as if I really am Sasha's property. I'm somewhat dismayed with myself when the very thought makes me tingle between my legs. I genuinely do not want to be anyone's property. Not even the man who has my heart beating faster, the way Sasha does. However, there is a strange and dark part of me that quite likes the idea. A deep and hidden part, but no less real nonetheless. Okay, I think the first thing is to try to practice walking in heels because these are really high. May pulls a pair of 6-inch heels out of her bag. They are block heels, square, like the kind I imagine women wear in high-powered city jobs. The kind of heel that says, "Don't fuck with me," to anyone who might want to mess with her. It's extremely high, but it's also solid. A power move of a heel, if you ask me. I smile at May. "I'm used to wearing shoes as high as that and dancing in them," I tell her. May doesn't know that I was a stripper, but there's nothing stopping me from telling her now, not when Sasha already knows. She pauses in her examination of the shoes to give me her full attention. "I was a stripper," I tell her. For a long beat, she says nothing, but her expression grows darker as her features tighten. "I thought you were a virgin." Her hand grips the long heel of the shoe as if she's considering swinging the thing into my head and doing some damage. You told me that you were scared and terrified because you were a virgin. I sigh, not believing I'm having to have this conversation yet again. I thought that a woman would have more understanding of these things. Certainly a woman in May's position who works in the sex industry herself. Does she really think that every single woman who is a dancer in a club is betting a different guy every night? Plenty of the girls I worked with didn't even like men. The amount of lesbians in that industry surprised me. I am a virgin, I tell her. The place I worked at was strict, and even if they hadn't been, I wouldn't have done anything like that. I love dancing, okay? And there was nowhere that I could dance in the shithole seaside town Mom moved us to. I mean, I could have gone out clubbing 2 or 3 nights a week, but I had no money to do so. There were no dance studios and no classes, and certainly there were no jobs where I could work as a dancer, other than at this one club where everyone said they treated you well, and the girls weren't expected to do extras. Like I said, it was highly regulated. I never let anyone touch me, and I never touched anyone else. May doesn't say anything. She merely gives me a small shrug of her shoulders and walks toward me with the shoes. "Take your sneakers off and try these on," she says. I catch her eye, needing her to know the truth. "May, I am truly grateful to you. I will pay you back, and nothing I told you was a lie." I am lying to her, of course. To Sasha, too. It's a lie by omission, however. Nothing I've told either of them has been an untruth as such, but I simply haven't told them the whole truth. With May, it makes me feel bad. With Sasha, it does nothing of the sort. I don't think he's told me the whole truth either. Whatever that may be, the man is an enigma. She smiles at me again, but I can tell that she really is wondering whether she can trust anything I say now. I don't think it's merely that I was a stripper. I think the fact that this party is happening has spooked her, and she's possibly regretting her decision. Oh, Lord. What if she tells the organizers of the auction the truth? It's not without possibility that if she feels her own life and family are threatened, she might do so. With slightly shaking fingers, I undo the laces of the sneakers that I'm wearing and push them off my feet. I'm about to pull the heeled shoes on when May holds her hand up. "Actually, wait a moment. You might as well take your jeans and top off and try the dress on at the same time as the shoes. It makes sense." I do as she says. The door to my bedroom is firmly closed, and I don't even think Sasha is here at the house. He said he had a meeting with his brother. I slip out of my jeans and top. Standing in my underwear, I realize May is staring at me. Well, not me, but my bra. Have I spilled something on it? I glance down, puzzled as to why she's staring. "Did Sasha buy you that?" she asks slowly. Yes, he did. Self-consciously, I tug at the strap of my bra. He'd bought it the day after the weird neck measuring incident. I wanted to tell May about that when she first got here, but now she's being so aloof, I dare not say anything. Why? She jabs her long red nail at it as if it has offended her personally. That underwear costs more than some people's monthly mortgage payments. That can't be true, can it? Surely to God, nobody buys underwear that cost more than a mortgage payment. Handbags, perhaps, jewelry, even perhaps a dress for a very special evening out. But a bra and panties? I laugh because I think it's a joke. I'm not joking. That underwear? I know it. That matching set cost around 2,000 pounds. Seriously? I feel faint. Absolutely. You see this thread? She points to the delicately patterned thread sewn into the cups of the bra. I nod. That's real gold thread. I gawp at her, completely and utterly shocked. Why would Sasha buy me underwear worth so much money? Well, I'll be damned. She starts to laugh. You little minx. I'm completely lost and not sure what's going on or what she's talking about. What do you mean? Has he touched you in any way? She demands. No, I tell her. Then I add the truth because I don't want to lie to this woman who saved me. He did say to me the other day that he had renegotiated. He said something about he wouldn't touch me first, but if I touched him, that was different. But you haven't touched him. No, absolutely not. I can't tell her about the weird time I made myself come in front of him. "Do you like him?" she asks me. Her tone is suddenly much gentler. I feel my cheeks heat and hate the way my skin gives away what I'm feeling. "Don't bother answering that. You've already done so." She sighs and paces the room. "This is honestly a complication that I did not envisage." She shakes her head. "Sasha touching you, maybe. But this?" "What complication is that?" I ask her. "Sasha Volkov falling for a woman under his protection is not something I thought would happen." Falling for me? I know he wants me in his bed. That's a whole different thing. He hasn't fallen for me at all, I say, remembering the way he speaks to me a lot of the time. "Yes, okay, this is obviously very expensive underwear, and I had no idea. But he's clearly a very wealthy man. Those sorts of men buy their mistresses all kinds of glamorous things. It doesn't mean anything. You should hear the way he sometimes speaks to me. He's a dick. Sasha's a dick, full stop. He has two modes, dick and slightly less of a dick." I burst out laughing at that. She laughs too, but then sobers. "That particular underwear means something." She goes to the door. "Easton, can you bring us ladies a glass of wine? I think we might need it." 2 minutes later, Easton turns up at the door and hands me a glass of wine. I'm only wearing the underwear, and I want to hide. But somehow he manages to hand me the glass without looking at me. "Phew, he didn't look." I laugh. "Babe, you could be naked, legs spread, and he'd have no interest whatsoever." May takes a hefty swig of her wine. "I'm going to tell you something now because I think you're in over your head here, and you should know. The reason I know all about that underwear, truthfully, is because a long time ago when Sasha did have a mistress that he used as a distraction, he wanted to buy some underwear for her." She pauses and glances at my wine glass. "Drink," she orders when she notices I haven't had any. I do as she says and tip the glass up. "Well, I had been looking, and I saw this and pointed it out to him. It was a silly joke between us. I remember him saying, 'What about something like this?' He looked at the price, flinched, and left it unpurchased. He said no way would he be buying something like that. And I remember this conversation well because I said to him, 'Why, you can afford it.' He replied, 'Yes, I can, but that sort of underwear is not something you buy a woman who isn't going to be in your life for very long.'" Her words sink in, the meaning to them settling like both a threat and a promise. In fact, his final words were, "When I buy underwear with real gold thread, you'll know that that's the real thing." My heart is beating so fast it hurts. I stare down at the bra, and a slow smile spreads across my face despite my fear. He bought me underwear fit for a queen. Does this mean he doesn't see me as his annoying prisoner anymore? Or more like his plaything? An irritation one moment and a mild amusement the next, with some kinky times thrown in. Am I really something more important, the way that May is implying? Then reality hits me. He doesn't view me that way. He can't. He hasn't said anything. That was a long time ago, I imagine. I recall him telling me that they used to be friends, but that was back in New York. Perhaps Sasha has upped his underwear game and buys his girlfriends or mistresses much better quality stuff now. It was. Still, I think the fact that you're wearing that underwear says rather a lot. I can't help the smile that plays about my lips as a heady feeling rushes through me. I can see that you're happy with this fact. May takes hold of my hand, and when I look at her, the warmth has returned to her gaze. "Listen to me." I do. I give her my full attention. Sasha is complicated. People talk about Nikolai, and I don't know him that well, but I always thought he was a lot less complex than Sasha. Sasha has dark corners to his psyche. Guard your heart. Don't get swept up in all of this. She waves her arms around the luxurious bedroom. All his beauty, too. The man is outrageously pretty, but sometimes his insides doesn't match the outsides. He might not be the muscle who gives the beatdowns, the way Maxim is in that family. He might not have the reputation that Nikolai does. But if you ask me, when it comes to which one of those three brothers is the hardest, I will tell you it's Sasha every single time. I promise that I will be careful. She watches me for a long beat, then pulls her hand away. Okay, let's get this dress tried on. She pulls the dress out of the bag, and I gasp as I look at it. I was expecting something beautiful and expensive. This looks like something that a prostitute would wear. No, scratch that. It looks like something a prostitute would wear from a film made in the 1980s. It's red and looks like it might be made out of rubber. That's not the worst thing about it, though. All down the sides are cut-out pieces. The dress is going to show all the flesh down both sides of my body from armpit to ankle. I was expecting something a bit classier. I give a nervous laugh. You're not there as his girlfriend. You're most certainly not there as a woman whom he might be falling for, however true that may be. You are there as a thing that he purchased, a possession, something that he can dress however he wants. This sort of dress is what you need to wear. She gives an odd little smile. I've gone for something which suits the vibe and will be expected by the men, but not too revealing, you know. On second thought, now I have this information, maybe we should mess with Sasha. There's a dress in my bag of tricks that I wasn't going to get out because it's very revealing, but maybe we can give it a go. In the meantime, try this one on. It's a struggle for me to get the dress down my body, and I need her help. At one point, she takes something out of her handbag and sprinkles it over my body, and I realize that it's baby powder. Once that's on, the dress slides down over my skin much more easily. Then she hands me the shoes to fasten. I do so. When I'm done, I walk over to the mirror to peek. Ugh. It's the most hideous thing I've ever seen. It's so tight, you can see every single bump and ridge of my body. I won't be able to eat a thing on the day we go to this party. Or I'm going to have my belly sticking out in this horrible contraption. My nipples poke through the material in an obscene way, and you can clearly see the flesh of my mound. Dismayed at the idea of going out anywhere wearing this, I turn to the side. Oh God, it's so horrible. It gives a whole new meaning to the phrase side boob. It's horrible to you. Trust me. To those men, it will be catnip. You look utterly corruptible. But it doesn't actually show anything Sasha wouldn't want on display. In this dress, I feel like a sad and worn-out pastiche of what is meant to be sexy. A sex shop mannequin in some tawdry part of town where only the loneliest frequent. Still, it could be worse. She's right. You can't see my flesh, thankfully. The side panels show a bit, but none of it is X-rated. I'm not sure if it's right for you with your hair color. She looks at me with her head to one side, considering. But everything they had was either white, black, or red. Okay, let's try the black one, which was only an afterthought. It's something I purchased for myself and never wore, so I just shoved it in here. It's a lot more revealing, but I feel like winding Sasha up. Do you? Do I? The answer to that is elusive, as I'm not sure if he's the kind of man anyone should attempt to wind up in any way at all. The same struggle we had to get the dress on reoccurs as we take the dress off. Once she has it pulled over my head, May reaches into her bag of tricks and takes out the black dress. This one I like much more initially just because it isn't plasticky. It's made from the same thing you get those stockings in. I try to remember the name of it. Fishnet, I think they call it. I presume there's a slip to go under it or something? I say. I bought a push-up bra and a pair of Brazilian-style panties to go under the other dress I have in here, and they'll work just as well with this one. I'm not sure what Brazilian panties are, but when she takes out the bag and I pull them on, I realize they cover more than a thong, but not all that much more. They're cut extremely high on the hip and show a lot of my ass cheek. This bra is different to the one Sasha bought me. It is extremely low-cut and pushes my breasts up like an offering. The lace stops just above my nipple, and you can see the tiniest hint of pink where my areola begins. I don't need help getting in this dress like I did the red rubber one, and I easily pull the stretchy fabric over my head, wiggling as I get it into place. The dress goes right down to my ankles, and the arms are long, too. It fits so tightly I feel like a sausage in its skin. Of course, you can see right through the fishnet pattern to the bra and panties underneath. I head over to the mirror once more and look at myself in the glass. Okay, I don't exactly like it, but it's a million times better than the horror of the red thing. It also moves with me, rather than encasing me in a rubber prison. The material is soft and pliable, so I can breathe easily and move around with ease, too. I turn and look at the back. You can see half my ass cheeks in this dress. Do you think Sasha will be okay with me wearing something so revealing? I ask her. He'll be fine with it, she says with a strange little smile. More than fine. She watches me for a moment with speculation in her shrewd gaze. Do you like him? I mean, really like him? I nod and look at the floor, embarrassed by my stupid emotions for a man who is mercurial, uncommunicative, and bossy. Take my advice. If you like him, you could use the party to, how can I put this, tease him until he can't take anymore. I'm surprised by her saying this. I thought you were against anything happening with us. That's the impression I got. If I thought that Sasha was going to treat you like a fuck toy and then discard you, then yes, absolutely. However, seeing your reaction now, talking to Sasha briefly before I came in here, and seeing the underwear, I think there's something entirely different going on here. She gives a little laugh. Hey, maybe you won't owe me anything after all. I'd pay good money to see Sasha Volkov finally fall for someone. What a head fuck that will be for a control freak like him. Could he be falling for me? I've been avoiding him, in limbo, wanting him, aching for him, but scared of letting myself fall and losing my heart while he coldly uses me. If May is correct, that's not what's happening here. I glance at the expensive bra draped over the back of the chair. He bought me a bra worth more than some people's cars. Does it really mean something? Or is it merely a man with too much money on his hands buying pretty things for his trinket? If I don't take the chance, though, I'll never know. If I keep avoiding him and leave this house in a few weeks' time without ever knowing if there could be something more, I'll regret it my whole life. Time to be brave. Time to make that first move he says must be mine. I turn around, facing the front again, and stare at myself in the dress. Easton told me to act as if, and I thought that meant I had to act like a queen. Maybe in many situations I do. However, in others, I ought to act like the stripper I used to be. I might not have had sex. However, if there's one thing I do understand, it's how to tease a man. Tomorrow night, I will put on the show of my life for Sasha.
Chapter 12. Sasha. It's the night of the party, and I can't help but grin to myself as I dress in a tux. I'm looking forward to having some fun with Leah. Tonight, she's going to get a shock. Christ, this tie. I hate these fucking stupid things, but it's the dress code. Tuxedos for the men and racy for the women. May chose some outfits for Leah, and they spent some time yesterday with Leah trying them on. I haven't seen her in them, but May knows her shit when it comes to this sort of thing. She'll have picked something trashy enough to let the men there know I see Leah as nothing more than a bought and paid-for companion, but nothing too revealing. Neither May nor myself want all those men's eyes on Leah, no matter what I'd said to Leah about spanking her ass in front of those men. I might spank her ass, to be fair, but I wouldn't pull her dress up and let them see her goods. I need this distraction. Yesterday, I went to see my asshole of a brother, and he was even more of an asshole than usual. Fucking arrogant cunt. My hands clench into fists. His first words to me when he returned from his honeymoon were that he didn't have time for me. Who does he think he is? Even when I told him about the information I had to share yesterday, he was uninterested and dismissive. Later, when I explained to him about the intel I had, he seemed more interested, but not exactly happy. Then I realized why when I saw him with his precious little redhead. Marital discord already. I smirk. Good. The longer that goes on, the more distracted he is. In fact, let me strike while he's down. Placing a call to him, I drum the fingers of my free hand on the desk. Yes, he snaps. God, I really want to ram my fist into his face at the minute. I'm setting the meet with Stamatis up. I'll do it, he positively growls. Fine, do it then. I'm coming, and I think Maxim should too. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why not invite Uncle Dmitriev while you're at it? I might, if you don't stop being such a massive dick. Maxim has a right. He needs to know how things are run. I sigh. How's the wife? I ask. Not talking to me? How was your plaything? Tempting me. Huh, seems we are both in a bind. He laughs. I'm not. She's going to be mine, and I'll very much enjoy owning her. Brother, he says with a long sigh. You start out thinking that, but you soon realize she's the one who owns you. It's a rare moment of honesty from him, so I don't give him a cocky comeback. Instead, I sigh too. Yeah, I could see that happening, to be honest. He laughs. Huh, women. Who would have thought we'd both fall at the same time? So what's she like, this toy of yours? I grin. Beautiful. Maybe more beautiful than your Sienna. Not possible. I believe it is. Believe what the fuck you like. I don't care. And we're back to normal. So, Stamatis, we set up a meet for next month and we take Maxim with. It's not a request. There's a long beat of silence. Fine. I smile. It's a battle won in this strange war between brothers we always seem to be fighting. By the way, I would love to know who you have coaching you through your chess games. You've never beaten me so many times. He laughs softly. Oh, that's not me, brother. That's my wife beating your ass. She's been making all the moves recently. He hangs up, and I stare at the phone. Well, I'll be damned. I go back to dressing myself and fiddling with the damn tuxedo bow tie. Finally, I get the damn tie fastened and straight. This tux has been in my wardrobe for years, ever since I wore it to some function or another. It's not black, but deep navy. I take my slim Hermes wallet and slip it into the right inside pocket. The left one is where I place my phone. I'll give my keys to Logan to hold. The man is coming with, wearing a tux too. He's also going to be armed. We went for the better to break the law than risk being at a disadvantage choice in this scenario. The other two will be outside the kitchen in the car, waiting in the rear parking lot. If Logan gets patted down and must give his gun up, I will have 2 armed men available to get us in minutes. The venue has already been checked out. The kitchen is 2 seconds from the dining room where the party is taking place. There's a long hallway with a gents' and ladies' restroom either side of it, and at the end of the hallway, a balcony and stairs leading to a lawned area. The place has more rooms and function suites, but they are all closed this evening except for one at the end of the hallway, which is a smaller room. These shady fuckers have rented out the entire place, but are only using a couple of the rooms. It means no one else will be there to witness the women being paraded around like dogs on leads, and the men who run the auction can always keep their eyes on all their guests. Brett Davids. That's the name of the man at the top of this. He runs these auctions, which are consensual, but he also is involved in some dodgier stuff, and has both Bratva and Romanian organized crime links. He's a dodgy fucker, and my job is to let him know that Leah is under my protection now, and not only for a month or 2. I doubt Leah has met him, though. He uses a network of men around the country who approach pretty women to see if they are interested. According to what one told Pepper, around 95% of the women he approaches tell him to fuck off. Only a few bite. A fair few of those are already sex workers, and they are told to invent a backstory to sell to the men who buy them. All the women are given full sexual health screens and put on birth control. I ought to make her get checked by my own physician anyway, not only for her sexual health, but her health in general. I'm convinced she's running from something or someone. It's the only way a girl like her doing this makes sense. If she is, I want to make sure she's okay and hasn't been hurt. I'd bet half my fortune that Leah is the only genuine virgin to have ever stood on the stage Brett uses.
If she truly is a virgin, I think she probably is, but maybe she's simply a more accomplished liar than most. It would be a heavy joke indeed on both myself and May if Leah turns out to be a scheming sociopath playing us both. With those unhappy thoughts in my mind, I send Pepper a text message. I know you're doing your best, but can we hurry things along with the checks into Leah's background? I need to know where she's come from and what she's running from. I can ask her, but I want to know from a third party so I can be sure I have all the facts. I can't risk not knowing about some spy in my midst. Either way, though, she's still mine. If I know, however, I can mitigate against it. Dressed, hair smoothed back from my forehead, and wearing a spritz of Dior, I head out of the bedroom door and knock on Leah's. Come in, she says. I walk into her room, but there's no sign of her. Give me 2 secs, just finishing my makeup, she shouts from the bathroom. I perch on the end of her bed, looking at the books she's reading. It was Wuthering Heights a few days ago. Now she's on to A Tale of Two Cities. I can't stand Dickens myself. Unpopular opinion, but I find him boring. Where others love his rich descriptions of people, I find myself longing for a faster plot. Then again, my reading habits consist of biographies, political books, economic books, and if I'm going to read fiction, mostly horror. Stephen King is my jam, not dusty old novels about the best and worst of times. The door to the bathroom opens, and Leah steps out, faffing with her hair, fluffing it up. I simply stare as all the blood in my body heats. My first thought is that I'm going to kill May. My second thought is, after I fuck Leah, she's wearing a goddamn fishnet bodycon dress. May has helpfully paired it with a tiny push-up bra and barely there panties underneath. This is not my idea of an appropriate outfit. I can't stop staring at her. I've seen her body, I know it's amazing, but I've never seen it like this. Slender and delicate, with a waist so small you can wrap your hands around it, but curved hips and a full ass. And then those creamy breasts pushed up so high, you can see a hint of nipple playing hide and seek. Her face is astonishing too. Gold eyeshadow on her lids accentuates her stunning eyes. And she's wearing bronzer swept high on her cheekbones, and a rich red on her lips. Rage suffuses me. She has no right to look so tempting, so damn good. May is dead, and Leah is screwed because fuck my stupid rule of her coming to me first. I have to have her. There's no other possibility now. Livid, and unsure why, I get up from the bed, walk over to her, and tilt her chin up. I smear the red lipstick with my thumb so it smudges on one side. She pulls back from me, shock in her gaze. I took ages getting this makeup right, Sasha. What the hell? She tisks at me and grabs a tissue from the box on the nightstand. I still her wrist. Leave it. But it looks a mess. Fucking leave it. The words are a heavy growl, and she stares at me, her eyes widening and her breathing rapid. I don't understand. You don't need to. You're mine tonight, and you're going to that party with your lipstick smeared, like I fucking kissed you and didn't let you correct it. There. Let Miss fucking May see that. You're a bastard, do you know that? Leah gives me a heated stare. Sometimes I think I hate you so much I could punch you right in your smug mouth. Try it, I say darkly. I'd love to have an excuse. An excuse to what? Do all the things running through my mind right now. Her face pales. Grab your bag and let's go. I stalk out of the room. I ought to make her change, but now that I've seen her in that dress, I can't. Tonight is going to be torture for me. I want to see her like this, but I hate the thought of others doing so. Easton is waiting for us by the front door. Tonight, he's playing the part of chauffeur so I can have a drink. Sir. Miss. He does a double take at Leah, and the man's fucking gay. Or at least I assume he is. Maybe I'm wrong on that score with the way he's looking at her. Logan and the others arrive in the now crowded hallway. "Stare at her tits, and I'll shoot you all with your own guns," I snarl. Logan holds up his hands, brows raised high. "Not looking, boss. Jesus." "Logan, you ride with us. You two bring up the rear. Take a place in the parking lot behind the kitchen as discussed." Logan has an alarm he carries. One press of the button and those men will be inside in a heartbeat. We climb into the car. Easton drives, Logan takes shotgun, and I sit in the back with a sullen Leah. As Easton drives, the anger in me doesn't subside. It builds. I think of my brother. He didn't fuck about. He gave Sienna his mark, made her wear his ink. There's that bracelet, too. I'd always thought myself more civilized than Nikolai, the smarter one, the one who thinks things through. But underneath my veneer, there's that same volcanic Volkov blood burning within. There's no time to stop and have Leah inked. But there is the choker necklace. It is going to be another 2 days till I can pick it up. Fuck that. I want it tonight. "Turn right here and go to Lawson's Jewelers on Strand." Easton glances at me. "They won't be open, sir, will they?" "They will be in a minute." I place the call, and after a brief conversation, I hang up and sit back. My phone pings with a text. "We can have the choker ready for this evening, Mr. Volkov, but not the engraving." I reply, "Fine. Get a gold pendant and simply engrave a V on it for now. You can do that in minutes. You can call me when the disc with the full family crest is ready." "How long, sir?" is the reply. 30 minutes. I send the final text and exhale, able to breathe a little easier. That gold chain around her neck with a pendant marked with a V will tell the world she's mine. Christ, I need a drink. I open the small fridge in the back of the car and take out the vodka. I offer the bottle to Leah, but she shakes her head. I pour myself a glass and knock it back. Then I pour another, put the bottle back, and sip at this one. I've decided to claim the woman next to me. And instead of feeling worried about that fact or scared of the importance of the decision, I merely feel right. The thought of her wearing my necklace doesn't freak me out. It calms me. That reaction tells me I've done the right thing. Leah has come into my life like a petite whirlwind and unsettled everything, but I can't let her go. When we arrive at Lawson's, I grab her hand and guide her out of the car. "Wait for us," I order Easton. As Logan makes to follow us, I hold my hand up. "You wait here too. There's only myself, Leah, and the proprietor in there. If anyone else comes in, you'll see." I push open the heavy red door and guide Leah into the opulent interior of the Jewelers.
Chapter 13. Leah. I can't be in here dressed like this. The store is beautiful and opulent. The carpet is deep red and the walls are a soft shade of gray. Behind every glass counter, there are endless displays of sparkling diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and sapphires. I don't know much about jewelry, but I can tell looking at this stuff that I can't afford any of it. Pulling back, I hesitate. Sasha turns to me, a frown marring his ridiculously handsome face. This is so unfair. Look at him in his tux, like a hotter version of James Bond, whereas I am dressed in a fishnet dress, stripper shoes, a push-up bra, and tiny panties. I can't be in here looking like this. I protest in a hissed whisper. You can be anywhere you want, dressed however you please. Or rather, he adds with a smirk, dressed how I please. I look like I've stepped off a porn set. This is mortifying. Can't I wait in the car? No, I need to see if the choker fits. He tips my chin up. You can dress however the fuck you want because you're with a Volkov. And if one person says a wrong word to you, I'll make them wish they'd never opened their mouths. I swallow hard, wanting to cover the shameful outfit. When we reach the far end of the long counter, the middle-aged man behind it gives Sasha a dip of his head. Welcome, Mr. Volkov, sir. It has been a while since we last saw you in London. He turns his gaze to me, and I expect shock or derision. But instead, he gives me a warm smile. His gaze never leaves my face. "This must be the charming young lady we have the necklace waiting for." "Indeed she is." Sasha smiles at me as if to say, "Told you so." The man walks away, leaving us as he goes to the other end of the counter and rubs at the glass with a cloth. In the counter in front of me, there is nothing for sale costing less than £5,000. I'm dressed like a stripper, in a store selling jewelry worth more than a year's rent on the house I was living in. How did I end up in this position? I surreptitiously rub my thumb at the smudged lipstick, embarrassed by it in this expensive space. Fingers tip my chin, and Sasha takes the silk cloth placed in the top pocket of his penguin suit and wipes gently, correcting it for me. "If it bothers you, say so, my beauty." He's so handsome in that suit. He looks like a god playing amongst us mere mortals. The moment I first saw him in the suit, I was about to tell him how incredible he looked. But then he went all weird and freaky on me, and now I don't know what's going on. "I thought you said I had to leave it this way." I hiss at him, my head hurting with all that's happening. "I've changed my mind. If it upsets you, I don't want you to do it. Anyway, all I need is to show these fuckers at the party you are mine, and the choker will do nicely." "For show," I state. "As in part of the game?" "No, baby." He leans in close and brushes his lips along my jaw. "For real." For real? What is he saying? Is me correct? "At this party tonight, I'm gonna have to treat you a certain way." His voice is low, his hand on my arm grounding me. "Trust me, that isn't how I will treat you going forward. The party is a blip, okay? A make-believe moment in our lives. You might not like some of what happens in there. You'll do it, though, won't you? You'll be a good girl for me tonight, for me." The way he says those words should have my inner feminist screaming. But instead, she's melted in a puddle on the floor, so I can't fight back. "Yes," I say. "Say it properly, Leah, for me." "I'll be your good girl." My voice is shaking and my hands are clammy. Something tells me this moment is hugely important, but I don't understand why. "When we get home, you and I need to talk. I must know what's happening with you, who you're running from." "Who says?" "Leah, I'm not stupid. Don't treat me as if I am. We'll talk. Cards on the table. Later. First, we must get through this party." He takes my hand and leads me across the plush carpet toward where the man is. It's not exactly easy to walk on the thick floor covering in these stupidly high heels, but I manage to get to the counter without making a fool of myself. Sasha smiles at the man. "Is it ready?" "Yes, it's not exactly the sort of work one would want to do, but it is what you asked for. Come in next month, and I shall have the proper pendant with the family crest for you." "Very good. And this is 24 karat as we discussed." "It is, although that's soft for jewelry. We normally recommend 18 as it wears better." "I want 24 karat. You have done as I requested." Sasha almost sounds incredulous that someone wouldn't do as he asks. "Of course, I'm simply saying for your, requirements, perhaps 18 karat will be better. If you shower and sleep in 24, it's more likely to be marked." "Fine. Make a second one." "Excuse me." "A second one. Then she shall have the best for when we go out and the cheaper version for everyday wear." "Mr. Volkov, an 18-karat gold necklace of this weight is hardly cheap. The two will cost a lot of money." "That is fine." "Of course. It will take me some time to make. I have a lot of orders backed up." "Have it by next month. That gives you a few weeks to do the necklace and the 2 pendants with the full insignia." "Of course." The man dips his head. Jesus, does anyone ever say no to Sasha Volkov? The man lifts a large, deep navy box onto the counter, which has Lawson engraved on it in pale gold leaf. When he opens it with a snap, I gasp. Nestled on the red velvet is a heavy, shiny, stunning gold chain, interlinked like a rope and so thick. "I can alter it so it sits just right once the lady has tried it on," the man says. On the end of the chain, I see there's a gold pendant, and engraved on it is a deep V. At the back, there isn't the normal clasp fastening, but a larger one with a tiny, perfect padlock attached. That is a lock, as in, this thing will be locked into place. I can bet who will hold the key. I automatically step back. Sasha grabs my wrist, stopping my movements, and lifts the necklace from the box. I shake my head. Something is screaming at me that if I accept this around my neck, my life will never be the same again. "You promised you'd be my good girl," he says. "What does this mean?" I ask him, my voice trembling. "It means you're mine. Those men at the party won't dare touch you, or think of coming after you at any point in the future if you're wearing this. I should have thought of it sooner. My brother has a bracelet like this for his bride. She was in trouble, and the Volkov family name and insignias like a shield." My heart rate slows a little as relief floods me. So this is just for tonight. The relief is quickly followed by a heavy thump of disappointment I don't understand. Surely I'm not so far gone I want this man to claim me for real. Put me in a damn collar and locket? That would be madness. "I think you do," my inner voice whispers. "I think you want him to put that around your throat and tell you what to do, protect you, look after you, and do all the things for you no one else has. You want to stop having to think, to struggle, to keep yourself safe and just let him do it." I tell her to shut up. "This is part of the game, then, for tonight," I clarify. Then his words to the jeweler hit me. He asked for another necklace to be made and be ready in a few weeks' time. He smiles at me, and the dark edges of it tell me all I need to know. This is not a game. I might be slow to catch on, but when I do, oh my, a mix of feelings so powerful I can't easily separate them fill me. Exaltation, fear, incredulousness. He doesn't know me. Okay, I think to myself, be rational. This isn't even as much of a commitment as an engagement ring. He's a very wealthy man, and while you're with him, you'll wear his necklace as a talisman to keep you safe from others. That's all this is. I can deal with that. He wants me. I want him. No point lying about that. We can have a couple of months where we enjoy one another, and maybe, in time, it will grow into something. If not, we simply go our separate ways when my time is up, and I'll give him the necklace back. I almost laugh at the crazy turns my imagination was taking just now. As the necklace fastens around my neck, Sasha gives a low rumble in his chest, a deep sound of satisfaction. "It fits perfectly." He locks the tiny padlock, and with a grin of almost devilish satisfaction, he pockets the key. I stare at the necklace in the mirror. I love it. I can't lie. It's not a choker as such. It doesn't fit around the slender part of my throat, but it's more like a heavy chain necklace that fits tight and snug at the base of my neck before my collarbone starts. The gold pendant is where everyone can see it, with the V engraved in it. He pays the man a sum of money so eye-watering I think I might pass out, and then he says he'll be back in a few weeks. As he's about to leave, he stops and bends his head to examine a ring. It's similar in style to the necklace, and it has a band of diamonds around the thick rope like a smaller ring over the bigger ring, but placed in the opposite direction. "Ah, that's a beautiful piece. The diamond band spins around. It's a ring over a ring, a circle within a circle, if you will. We call this ring Constellation because the diamonds all move around the gold they're placed on." "What size is it?" "J, sir." I don't know what ring sizes mean. I only have a couple of silver rings, and I simply tried those on. "Let Leah try it," Sasha demands. The man takes the ring out of the display cabinet and casts an unsure glance at Sasha. Which hand, sir?" "The right," he snaps. "Her engagement ring will be a damn sight more impressive than that." Engagement ring? The man takes my right hand, slips it over my ring finger. Oh, wow. It's utterly stunning. So beautiful, I can't stop looking at it, twisting my hand this way and that as the ring catches the light. I'll take it. Sasha takes his card out again. That will be £5,000, sir. The jeweler rings up a number on the old-fashioned till and then swipes the credit card on a much more modern machine.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
£5,000. I almost pass out once more. When we get outside, I pull back a moment. Sasha? I begin. What? He sounds impatient, but this is important to me. I don't want to fuck this up tonight. How do I behave? You said you're good girl. Do you mean do whatever you say? His lips quirk. I mean be your true self, but do not go overboard. I know I like your type. What type? Bratty, sullen, likes to do what she's told but has to fight at first. I open and close my mouth, utterly lost for words. What I'm saying, Leah, is I don't expect you to go into that room tonight bowing and scraping to me as if I'm your lord and master. Those men will have investigated me. They will know I liked to tame the brats in my past life. So be bratty. I don't even know what that means. It means, Leah, my beautiful fucking girl, be yourself. Be myself. Just don't go too far and be too defiant. And whatever you do, absolutely don't say anything about May or the arrangement to anyone who asks. Most particularly, not any other women there. Don't think you can for one moment trust those girls from that house. I know you might think some of them were your friends, but they aren't trustworthy. You cannot tell anyone about what May did for you, or how you came to be with me. So far as they are all concerned, you're mine. My gorgeous, bratty little sub who likes to fight me, but ultimately likes me to win. My core clenches at his words because I think he's nailed me to a T, and that's scary as hell. I can't believe I went into a posh jewelry store looking like a streetwalker, I say with a giggle. He halts before the car and spins me to face him. Leah, you can be wearing nothing and you'd still look like a fucking queen. It's in the way you carry yourself, your poise. Maybe you got that from dancing, or perhaps it's innate. All I know is it's there. 20 minutes later, pull up outside a venue that looks like someone with no taste at all's idea of expensive. The building itself is beautiful, an old house. Scratch that. It's more of a mansion. The grounds in the house are astonishing. The stuff added to it for tonight's event is tacky. It's all gold, red, and fake opulence. There is a red carpet leading to the double doors, and gold ropes down either side. Gold statues of nymphs, which look to be made of plastic, are placed along the red carpet. Ugh. We step out of the car, and I brace myself. Logan gets out and joins us. He's wearing a tuxedo as well, and looks extremely handsome in it. If it wasn't for the fact that he's completely eclipsed by the astonishing beauty of Sasha, he's the kind of man who will get a lot of female attention. Sasha takes hold of my hand, his voice low as he says, "Pick a word you'll remember." "Corfu," I say. He arches his brow. I shrug. It's the only time I've ever been abroad, and I fell in love with the island. It's easy for me to remember. Why? What's it for? It's your safe word. You might need it. With those ominous words, we enter the house. Chapter 14. Leah. The low thud of the bass hits my chest as soon as we walk into the place. There's a long corridor, and off at a room where the party is clearing from. The scent of perfume and aftershave is almost overwhelming. There's cigar smoke in the air, too. A throng of people are moving slowly toward the room with all the noise coming from it. I'm happy to be amongst this crowd because it means no one can see what I'm wearing. Although, so far, I don't look particularly out of place. Most of the men are older, much older than Sasha. I would say the average age of the men here is around 50. Many of the women are around my age, and I recognize some of them. They are my friends from the house. I say friends, but it was really a very surface friendship that we made. Most of us didn't want to dig too deeply into our pasts when many of us were there on a lie. I know full well that most of those girls were not virgins or students, but in fact well-paid prostitutes. Now they simply have a gig that's a lot easier than flitting from hotel rooms night after night. They get to stay in one place for a few weeks, months, or even in one case a full year, and get paid handsomely for it. So yeah, I know these women, but they aren't my friends in any real sense. Sasha's worries I'll share far too much information are unfounded. I wouldn't tell them anything. There are other women amongst us, though, and I don't recognize them. I lean in close to Sasha, and with my voice low, I inform him. There are a lot of women who aren't from the auction or the house I was staying in. I imagine that there are men here who bring their playthings, even though they didn't get them at the auction. He gives an elegant shrug of his shoulders. I expect there's a lot of sugaring going on here. Sugaring? I ask. Yeah, you know, as in sugar daddies and sugar babies. I've heard of that because one of the girls at the dance club did it. However, the idea that sugar babies all have rich millionaires looking after them with private jets and luxurious holiday homes is a myth. She told me that most of the men were middle-aged and had good jobs with disposable income, but they were not exactly rich. Her sugar daddy paid her 1,000 pounds a month to be his companion once or twice a week. It really was nothing more than glorified prostitution. Not that I judge her for it. Most of my friends are busy shacking up with guys they meet on Tinder night after night and getting nothing from it. A lot of the time, they don't even get an orgasm. I fidget with my dress, hating the way it shows half my ass cheeks. A sharp slap to the back of my hand stops me. It looks absolutely perfect, so stop messing with it, Sasha growls. We reach another set of open double doors and enter the party proper. The music is even louder in here, and the place is full of writhing, dancing, sweaty, overly fragranced bodies. The strobe lights flashing on and off every now and again. The noise and the myriad of scents are all too much sensory overload for me. I simply want to be back at Sasha's beautiful, quiet house, curled up on the bed reading. I've always had an issue with too much sensory overload. I think it's one of the reasons I'm more of an introvert, because I find groups of people too much to handle. When I'm dancing, it's different, because I lose myself in the beat. All I hear and feel is the music. I only ever choose tracks for my own dances on stage that I know and love. I wobble on my heel and correct myself. I really don't think Sasha understands quite how clumsy I can be sometimes. Again, when I'm on the stage and dancing, it's different. I'm trained to do that. Also, the shoes that we wear are specifically made. They look like huge, sexy killer heels, but they have a built-in platform, which means that you're standing on something very solid at the end of the day. And obviously, the stage is completely flat, and there's never any spills or anything to make it slippery. I know the stage, the size of it, and where the corners are inside out. I practice every routine repeatedly during the day, when the club is empty, to ensure that I don't make mistakes. Once I'm on the pole, I feel free. It's like I'm flying when I spin around on that piece of metal, arms out and head down, letting the music wash over me. Yeah, I might be being watched by a load of grubby men, but I don't even think about that when I'm dancing on the stage. All I think about is how good it feels. When I must give out private dances, I just grit my teeth and get through it. It's extra money in the bank, and I never let them go any further than looking. I can see why Sasha was surprised by what I did for money. I don't really come across as a stripper, in the sense that I'm ungainly and have terrible coordination. When I'm not dancing, I have as much elegance as a newborn foal. I'm also shy and reserved, Again, not qualities one would expect in a stripper. One day, I tell myself firmly, I won't have to dance in seedy strip clubs because I'll have my own studio. I'll teach little girls how to do ballet, tap, and modern dance. Then at night, when I've finished teaching for the day, I'll put on all my favorite music and dance alone without a care in the world. I spot May standing at the bar and feel a sense of relief wash over me at another familiar face. So far, the women that I met in the house have been studiously avoiding one another's gazes. It's as if we don't want to acknowledge what we've done to get here, and so we're all keeping our eyes down. Or maybe, and I hope this isn't the case, some of these women might have been treated badly by the men they are staying with, despite the supposed guarantee that won't happen. When we reach May, she smiles at us, but it's much more reserved than the smile she used to give me when she first helped me out. Apparently, there's a quieter room at the end of the hallway where we can enjoy our drinks, but there might be some fuckery going down. Your call, she says. Sasha looks at me. What do you prefer, the rush of music and lights, or do you prefer to enjoy some heavy shit? Your call. Will you be with me? I ask him. I mean, at all times? You're not leaving my damn side. Well, that answers that. I'm not sure if I'm ready to see some heavy shit, whatever that means, but I need to get out of this horrible place with the banging, repetitive music and flashing strobes every 5 minutes. As long as we stay together, let's go into the quieter room, I say. It's probably for the best because the people who organized the auction are in there, and we can spend an hour or so letting them see you guys together and get the hell out of here. May takes her drink from the bar, which is something in a shot glass, and knocks it back. She touches the glass and the barman refills it. She knocks the second one back, and then he hands her a glass of wine, which she takes and sips. Wow, it seems I'm not the only one uncomfortable here. Sasha orders himself a vodka and then asks me what I would like. I will take a glass of white wine, please, I say. I don't drink a lot, and so a glass of wine is more than enough to help with the nerves and give me that warm feeling in my stomach that I enjoy so much. Sasha orders the wine as well, and Logan requests a light beer. Once we have our drinks, we walk with May to the doors at the far end of the house. We enter the room, and it is a very different vibe. The lighting is dark, and there's lots of velvet cushions and dark oil paintings on the wall that I would bet good money are not originals. Christ, it's like a pastiche of your place, Logan says, as in a really cheap pastiche of your place. This is nothing like your house, I say to Sasha, confused. He means the club my brother and I run in London. Club? I've never been to a club. In fact, I'm going there tomorrow to have a chat with my brother, which means you'll be left alone with Logan and the men. He puts his arm around me and squeezes my waist as he pulls me in tight to his body. I'll try to be as quick as I can. He whispers the words in my ear, his voice low. It's as if he knows the idea of him leaving me alone has me terrified. You'll need to meet my brother soon. He gives a low chuckle. He's going to be really fucking pissed when he sees you. I really don't get these references to his brother being pissed, but I'm sure I'll find out what it means. Mistress May, there you are, a portly man says as he walks toward us. I recognize him as the man who runs this whole operation. Not that I had anything to do with him. He didn't scout me, but he has scouts all over the country apparently, looking out for girls that he thinks will work well in the auctions. And the marvelous Leah, he says with a smile. You earned us a lovely chunk of money, my girl. Sasha's arm around me tightens further, almost making me wince. I can feel his possessiveness roaring to life, and I can't lie. I love it. She's my girl now, he says.
Chapter 15. Sasha. The fucker staring at Leah like he wants to eat her up is seconds away from finding himself strangled to death. His gaze is roaming all over her body, particularly her tits and her crotch. Bastard piece of shit. Then again, I let her out dressed this way, didn't I? He turns to me and gives me a slow smile. Brett Davids, I believe you are Sasha Volkov? Yes, I am. Thank you for running the auctions. Otherwise, I never would have had this delectable little morsel in my grasp. He examines her, his gaze quickly focusing on the collar. His eyes widen, and I smile at him. Yes, I've collared her. He looks to me, to Leah, and back to me. Her hand wrapped around the wine glass also has the heavy gold ring on it. He's a man who will know the cost of this necklace and that ring. So, she's staying with you after her term ends? His voice is controlled, but he's very interested in what happens to Leah, which confirms my suspicions that he might try to use her again. Most of the women here are the standard hot girls in their 20s. It's not difficult to look hot if you're 24, in good shape, with nice hair and a face full of makeup. Beauty is another level up, and Leah has it in spades. She's also genuinely different. Her poise screams confidence and regal bearing, but her gaze and her soft voice tell another story. She's nervous, unsure, submissive. Basically, Leah is veritable catnip for shady fuckers and men like me who love a truly naive young woman to play with. The difference being, I don't like to break my toys, and I most certainly don't want to hurt Leah. Others might. Some might pay a lot of money to do so. Yes, I tell him firmly. We haven't negotiated the parameters yet, but Leah is someone I want to spend more time with. There is a lot more fun to be had yet with my kukla. I use the Russian word for doll for two reasons. One, I want to test if he knows the language, to see how deep his bratva connections go. Two, I want to remind him not to fuck with us. We are a mix of a lot of crime backgrounds, and we took over the whole of Slovakia, so he would be stupid to fuck with me, no matter who he mixes with from the underworld of crime. What a beautiful kukla she is, too. He smiles at me, all oily pretense of friendliness. Of course, if you want a longer arrangement, there will be a cost. I narrow my eyes. May at the side of me coughs and chokes a little on her wine. Excuse me? I ask. If you want her for longer, you pay more. Makes sense, no? You bid for 2 months, or rather, your friend did. If Leah had put herself up for, say, 4 months, the bids would have been higher. But at the end of the 2 months, she's free to go, right? I ask. Yes. So if she stays with me of her own free will, you have no say in it. You're correct, but that's not what you're saying. You and her fall in love and get married, that's one thing. It's happened before. You decide you want to keep your fuck toy for a few more months, that's entirely another. My hand balls into a fist, and it takes all the restraint I have not to smack the smarmy smile from his face. Don't fuck with me, I warn, voice low and menacing. I'm not. The fact remains, if you want her to stay with you for longer, you must pay. Unless... Unless? Well, unless at the end of her term she's in love with you, you're getting married and having babies. We can't take money for that, although the men who have done this so far have given us a payment as goodwill. Motherfucker. I glance at Leah, and my heart sinks for her. If she gets set free by me, she's at risk of these fuckers coming for her again. Unless I keep her as more than my play partner. I make that final commitment. I marry her. The moment I put that collar on her, I felt it, didn't I? A rightness I've not known for a long time. I want her to be with me for longer. I'm not sure about marriage and all that shit. I'm not Nikolai. I don't jump into things on a whim. I want her with me, though. I want to explore her at my leisure, not to some sick fuck's timetable. If it's the only way to ensure her safety, it needs to be considered. May glances at me, and there's alarm in her gaze. It seems she's come to the same conclusion as me. Leah needs to become mine for real, in order to be safe. The evening is slow and not particularly kinky.
Plenty of the girls are wearing next to nothing, but none of them look the way Leah does. I glance at my watch, thinking about leaving, when a sea change occurs in the air around us. It is as if a ripple of excitement flows around the room. I glance at the door, and my heart speeds up, but not in a good way. There, at the door, is Tommaso Rossi. Holy fuck. He's the man who runs the whole of the northern Italian Mafia. People think the North doesn't have Mafia, that it's a southern Italian issue. They'd be wrong. Lombardy has been infiltrated by powerful offshoots of the Calabrian Mafia, and Tommaso Rossi runs that offshoot. He's only in his early 30s, and unlike most of the fat fuckers in this room, he's built like a tank, possibly as big as Maxim. At his side is a young woman in a collar. A real collar, not the modified around the collarbone deal I got Leah. This one is high on her neck, leather, with a gold lock at the front and a slim leather leash attached to it. Her heels are high and pointy, and her long black hair hangs over her shoulders in a shiny curtain. Her eyes are dark. In this light, I can't tell if dark blue or brown, but they're big and nervous as she glances around the room. "Is that one of the girls from the house?" I ask Leah. She shakes her head. The woman is exquisite, but not quite so much as my Leah. Tommaso takes his prize for a walk around the room, as if she's a fucking dog in the ring at Crufts, before setting on the edge of the sofa, where the woman kneels smoothly by his side. He pats her head absently and smiles at the guests in the room. "She's kneeling at his side," Leah says in shock. I bite back my smile. "Yes, and if May and I take a seat, you will do that too." "What?" "Remember your place, Kukla," I say, liking the pet name for her. "Why do you think the carpet is so soft in here, and there are scatter cushions on the floor around the sofa?" "Oh my God!" She huffs in outrage, as if being made to kneel for 20 minutes is an affront to her human rights. "Come, take a seat with me," Brett David says, appearing at my side like an unwelcome, creepy magician at a children's party. It's not a question, it's a statement. I do as he says, willing to let this play out for now. If he pushes the line too far, I'll make him wish he'd never been born, Bratva and Mafia connections or not. We head to the sofa, May following us reluctantly, and my kukla wobbling after me. I can't believe she was a stripper when she's so epically shit at walking in heels. May takes a seat to the left of Brett, and I sit at his right. Leah moves as if to sit next to me. I grab her wrist and pull her down toward the floor. She remembers at the last moment, and with a look at me under her lashes, as if she wants to kill me, she kneels on the floor. Her spine is so straight it looks like it might snap, and I bite back my laugh at the way she must be seething inside if her posture is any indication. Her shoulders are tight, and her breathing is not relaxed. "Looks like she needs a lot more training," Brett nods at her. I smirk, playing it up. "Oh, she doesn't need more training. She's just a brat, and I like it that way. Makes it all the sweeter when she finally does give in." "What do you have her do to get her to give in?" he asks. I look around the room and realize there are a few men in the space now without a woman at their side. They look rough and big, and the sort of men not adverse to criminal activity. This must be his little gang. He's watching me and Leah with far too much attention. I can hardly take him on in here, even with Logan in the main room and my other men in the car park. Not with the added complication of Tommaso here. No way he won't have his goons somewhere too. It could turn into a shootout, and that would put Leah in harm's way. The guy doesn't believe me, and I can read as much in his forced smile. I need to make this good. The fact the idea of what comes next makes my cock twitch isn't much of a deterrent. "Do you want to see?" I ask him.
Very much, he says. Leah, stand, I order. She glances at me, confused, but does as I say. I grab her wrist and pull her smartly over my lap. She lets out a cry of shock, and her hair falls over into Brett's lap. He smooths one hand over it, and I freeze. Without looking at him, I say clearly and firmly, I paid good money for this doll of mine. Touch her again, and I will fucking end you. I don't have to add any dramatic flair to my words because I mean them. His fat fingers in her hair make me violent. In my peripheral vision, I see him flinch at my words. It's a risk, threatening this man, but if I want Leah to be safe, then he has to believe I'm playing with her for real, and that I've lost my mind over her, which, let's be honest, isn't really stretching the truth. Okay, calm down. I won't touch her again. He lifts his hands higher, so they are tucked under his armpits, and I nod. We've discussed what happens when you're a bad girl, haven't we? I say to Leah. Christ, I hope she doesn't do something ridiculous, like safe wording out the first slap she gets because we most certainly haven't discussed this. When I gave her a safe word, I categorically meant for some filth she might see going on between others, not anything I was doing to her. I hadn't planned to spank her ass for the first time in front of an audience. Despite what I might tease her about or my dark, private thoughts, this wasn't on the cards. Now it is, and she might hate me for it. I bet she will get off on it, though, both the spanking and the audience. I'm going to enjoy it because I'm a sick fuck. In fact, just how much I'm looking forward to this ought to be a big red flag. In some ways, I'm grateful to Brett for being such a piece of crap and for not believing me. It gives me an excuse to do something that, if I'm being truthful, I'm grateful for a chance to do. Getting myself under control, I find that head space that I've not inhabited for a long time. The space I used to get into when I went to the clubs with May. It's one where I need to be focused and composed. My peripheral vision ultra-aware of the men around me. I smooth her dress up, but stop before I reveal her tiny panties. I might have to kill them after they've seen this. If they saw her ass, then violence would follow. She gives a gasp of dismay and wiggles. Shush now, kukla. I raise my palm and bring it down on her backside with tremendous control. It will sting, but not for long. Anyway, something tells me that, although Leah might like a light spanking, she won't be into impact play in any real sense. I doubt she'd enjoy the crop. That's fine by me. It's not something I was into particularly. I did it, but for me it was always the hard-won submission of the brats I played with that got me off. I do it again, smacking a slight bit harder. Ow! She shouts and tries to rub her bottom. Beautiful reaction. It's also entirely in keeping with what I've said she is, a bratty little horror. Fuck me. My dick is so hard I could do home improvement with it. I bet she can feel it. Hands down, or I will simply add more, I say conversationally. She huffs out an angry breath and squirms and wriggles as if she can get free. I give 10 quick smacks to her ass, firmly on the back of her cheeks, where it is most padded. There, you took that like my good girl. If only you'd behave in the first place, we wouldn't have to get to this, would we? I don't expect an answer as I run my hands over her ass. Fuck me and damn me to hell, but for a moment I have a flash of forcing her between my legs and making her take my cock out and suck it in front of everyone here. She'd hate me for life, though, and honestly, with Leah, I can't risk her biting it off. It only makes me like her more. Instead, I settle on a halfway house. Now you can get down, doll. Kneel between my legs this time. She does as I say, and her gaze locks on the obscene tent in my pants as she settles herself. Her tongue flicks out to lick her lips, almost subconsciously it seems. Christ, Does she want to lick it? I could have her sitting here right between my legs, slurping on me like a lollipop. Her gaze, when she looks up at me, waiting for instructions, is tormented. Rest your head on my thigh. I pat my thigh. There's a wearing gamut of emotions fighting to win out in her troubled gaze. Relief, something that looks awfully like disappointment. Humiliation. She puts her head on my thigh, and I stroke her hair. There you go, my good girl, I say soothingly. My beautiful, perfect good girl. When we get you home, I'll let you take care of me. Let her do it now. Fuck. I turn to Brett. No one gets to see her doing that. Any man who does, I'd have to pluck his fucking eyes out. Bravo, says a deep voice from across the sectional sofa. I look up to see Tommaso watching the scene. I wouldn't let anything as beautiful as your pet there be seen by other men either. I don't like that he's noticed her. You have your own beautiful pet, so I assume you understand, I say. She's not a pet, he growls. She's my cousin. May chokes on her drink for the second time that night. What the actual fuck? I'm bringing her here to meet the man she is going to marry, later, when this ends. The woman looks up at me, and her gaze is full of fear and sorrow. And who might that be? I ask, not really expecting an answer. Prince Syed Ali Khan. Holy crap. If I thought our family was fucked up, they have nothing on this piece of shit. He's giving his cousin away, dressed like that, to a man, 30 years older than her? I'm training her, he says lightly. Not sexually, that would be fucked up, but in the ways to act that he expects. Perhaps we can visit your club. Our club? Club V? Shock and disgust has clearly made me stupid. It's an odd non sequitur in his conversation, too. Our club isn't that kind of establishment. Of course. Why? I ask him. It's not that kind of club. I'd like a chance to discuss something with you and your brother, pertaining to a small issue I have. Our business is nothing that will encroach on his and vice versa. His family runs drugs, women, and on the side, shakedown businesses. He also has no hold on London, so far as I'm aware. Not sure that would be a good idea. Oh, come now, let's not be churlish, he says mildly. Then he locks his gaze on Leah. Such a pretty thing. Perhaps I can take a turn when you're done. The threat is there. It's not remotely implicit, the fucker. Unless you want to lose your balls, I suggest not. He shrugs. Fine, I will keep that in mind. Come on, Sasha. He says my name as if he knows all about me, which he probably does. A simple meeting is all I ask. 30 minutes. I pinch the bridge of my nose, getting to the point with this shit where I want to burn this place down and shoot everyone in it, except for Leah, May, and that poor woman with Tommaso. I'm meeting my brother tomorrow. I'll see what I can do. He smiles and leans over, handing me a thick card embossed with his details. Leah raises her head. I'm sorry, I need... Do you need the bathroom doll? I ask her. She nods. Okay, let's go. I help her up and smooth her dress and her hair, as if I spend my time rearranging her to my own liking. As I walk out of the room with her, far too aware of many sets of eyes on us, I overhear Brett say to May, You chose well for him. It seems he's somewhat enamored of his present. Chapter 16. Sasha. I lead Leah out of the room and walk down the hallway to where the restroom is. Pushing open the door, I gesture for her to step inside and follow her. She turns around to me. Oh no, you're not coming in here. I'm perfectly capable of going to the toilet on my own. I'm not going into the actual cubicle with you. I'll wait out here.
No, she exclaims. I want you to leave.
Not a chance, darling. I give a soft laugh. You're more than likely to run, and furthermore, there are men out there who have been looking at you all night as if they want to eat you alive. I walk right up to her and take her chin between my thumb and forefinger. I rub my thumb along her perfect jaw. You are so beautiful. I'm being sincere, and I think she can hear it in my words because her eyes widen and her pupils dilate.
That was a little bit intense in there, she says.
I watch her closely. Intense isn't quite the word I'd have thought she'd have gone with. Freaky, disgusting even. It was intense, though. She's not wrong. Did you like it? I ask her. She considers my question for a long moment, and then she gives a small but distinct nod of her head. Just like that, with such a small gesture, Leah hurls herself into new and unknown territory. I doubt she's even aware of what she's just done. By being brave, honest, and telling me that she liked it, she's opened the door to this going in all sorts of directions. It was inevitable that we'd eventually sleep together. However, having her over my knee like that, and the knowledge that she enjoyed it, has brought back desires I've not felt in a long time.
The spanking part of it wasn't as horrific as I imagined at all, she says. But what I really loved... She breaks off and nibbles at her lip, her cheeks tinged with a bright shade of pink.
Go on, I push. You can tell me the truth. I won't judge. It's not as if I can. I've done things that most people would consider depraved, and I don't judge other people or their sexuality. I want to know your truth, Leah.
I really liked it when you called me a good girl. She sighs and shakes her head as if in despair at herself. I mean, I don't know why, she says snippily, as if she's having this discussion internally with herself rather than with me. It's not as if I have daddy issues, or as far as I'm aware I don't. Possibly I do. He is a piece of crap who left us after all. That's the thing, though. I think he's a piece of crap. It's not as if I really want to be vying for his affection and attention anymore. I might have done that when I was younger to try not to let him leave, but it's not something I would do now. It's probably the patriarchy. I mean, hundreds of years of conditioning. It's hard to break away from that.
I try to disentangle the threads of everything she's just bulleted out in one go. It all boils down to one thing. She's ashamed of the way she feels about being praised. You know, Kukula, I've learned one thing in my time playing in the scene. You can't always guess what people will like. You can't always analyze it or dissect it. In fact, I don't think you should even try. It can take the magic out of it. We like what we like. So far as I'm concerned, as long as it's between consenting adults and there's a safe word involved that people may invoke any time they need the proceedings to stop, then everything is good. No one needs to feel ashamed, and nobody needs to do a deep dive Freudian investigation of why they feel the way they do.
I suppose I can see your point of view, she says. It's difficult when you're told that to be a good feminist you need to find your power and act like a queen, and then you turn into a puddle when you kneel at a man's feet and be his good girl.
Bringing her hands to her face, she nibbles on a cuticle, and I gently move it away.
I do understand what you're saying, though. I certainly can see that as long as the submissive has a safe word and is respected by all involved, then you can say it is down to the individuals involved.
It's not only subs who sometimes safe word out, you know. I think back to the time that May used her safe word to stop proceedings when she thought that the submissive who was into impact play was going to push far enough to be harmed.
Really?
Leah says. Yeah, really. Anyway, it's not as if we were going to be into that lifestyle, is it? I'm not asking because, frankly, I'm not that interested anymore, not in going to the clubs anyway. I don't want anyone watching Leah. The way I feel about her is completely different to the way I felt about the women I played with in the past. Those women were there for the same reason as me, fun. They didn't mean anything to me on a deeper level. Leah does.
I genuinely had to lock down every muscle in my body so that I didn't wrap my hands around Brett's throat and throttle him when he dared to stroke Leah's hair. I'm perfectly aware that isn't a normal reaction, or one I would have in most situations. I'm kind of glad to hear you say that. She gives a small smile. I'd maybe try things with you. Just us, you know? Not in a club, though, because for me that's just not something I'd be into. I mean, I know that we're not together. I'm saying that if we were... Her little brittle laugh is false and a cover-up for embarrassment. It's just, if we were, I'd quite like to do some things with you at home, in private. Just us. I suppose I hate the idea of people watching me.
That's interesting. So, the guys watching you tonight didn't turn you on or add to the experience? I'm not judging, Leah, honestly. But I'd have thought with you being a stripper, you quite enjoy being watched.
Sometimes I did, to be honest. If they were a hot, young guy, I might have a little fantasy of something happening.
She's speaking to me openly, and that's good, but her words fire that possessive inferno raging within me once more. Christ, I need to get a grip.
Maybe I had that streak in me a little bit. Really, though, the whole thing was about dancing for me. It's my joy in life. When I'm dancing, I'm not clumsy. When I'm dancing, I feel free. It's the only way I can describe it. I honestly feel as if I'm flying. When you get up on that pole and you're swinging around on it and the music's taken over, you have your arms out, it's freedom. Most of the girls are thinking about their shopping or what to make for supper that night. They aren't turned on. Me? I'm not turned on either, but I'm free and flying, and I love it.
Do you think you would get turned on dancing for me? I ask her, my voice gruff.
Yes,
she says. That settles it then. First thing tomorrow, I'm contacting someone to come and fix a pole in the attic. So, what you liked about this evening the most wasn't being watched, but what we actually did.
Yes.
Go to the toilet and be quick, I order, my voice gruff. I need to get this girl home. I stalk into the house and throw my keys down on the table by the door. Leah is right behind me, and Logan and his men bring up the rear. Is it okay if I grab a light beer? One of them asks Logan. So long as it's light, yes. He gives a long yawn and scratches his head. Christ, I'm shattered. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, checks it, and then glances at me. I think I'm gonna make myself a cup of herbal tea and then head off to bed. If you don't need me for anything more tonight, boss? Of course, relax. We're done for the evening. I know that they are there if there's an emergency. They don't drink anything more than a light beer while they're working, and are always ready to deal with a threat. One day a week, one of them gets a day off, which means on those days we are one man down. It needs to be done, though, because they need the downtime. Being constantly alert to threats is exhausting. Shrugging my jacket off, sick of the restriction of it, I fold it over one arm and head to the kitchen myself. I grab a bottle of white wine from the chiller and 2 glasses, holding them by the stem along with the bottleneck. Then I walk into the hallway, grab Leah's hand, and pull her up the stairs after me.
Where are we going?
She asks me. My bedroom, I tell her.
Oh,
is all she says. Easton calls up to us. Sir, he says, would you like me to do anything for you? Perhaps make a light snack before I retire? No, that's fine, thank you. We have everything we need here. He watches as I take Leah toward my room, but then I pause and change my mind. I turn around and stroll to the end of the corridor and lead her up the stairs to the attic. I throw my jacket on the floor and take a seat next to it. I pat my jacket, an invitation for Leah to sit next to me. She does so, settling on the jacket, and I smile at her as I open the wine and pour her a glass. I pour my own and take a sip. It's a Chardonnay, and one with a rich, buttery taste. Leah takes her own taste and gives a soft hum of approval in the back of her throat. I've noticed over the last few days that she's becoming a bit more adventurous in what she eats and drinks, At first, she would only drink sweet Alsace wines, but then she tried a Viognier, followed by an Italian white wine. I roll my shoulders as I let my head drop back a little, irritated by the stupid bow tie around my neck. I undo it with one hand quickly and leave it hanging. I'm aware of Leah's intense scrutiny as I also undo the first 2 buttons of my shirt, loosening the collar. "Are you religious?" she asks as she points to the cross nestled at the base of my throat. "I'm not practicing, if that's what you mean. I suppose I am, though. I believe in something bigger than us. I used to go to church as a boy, but that stopped when I went to America. Nikolai still goes. He goes on his own in the middle of the day when there's no one around, and he prays. I think Maxim does too." "I'd really like to meet your brothers," she says with a soft laugh. "I can't imagine 2 more like you. Wow, I bet you all turn heads if you go anywhere together." "I'm going to see Nick tomorrow to organize a meeting. I shall speak with him, and we can arrange a drink with him and his new bride. I want to show her off to him. I can't wait to see Nick's angry eyes when he realizes I have a prize of my very own, one that, in my opinion, eclipses his. Soon I'll be equal to him in the company, and with a much more beautiful woman at my side." "Show me how you dance." Leah shoots me a furtive glance from under her long, thick lashes. "You want me to dance for you, like I do in the club?" I shake my head. "No, not like you do in the club. I want you to dance for me like you do when you're alone." A flush creeps up her neck. "I don't know if I can do that, Sasha. That dancing is for me. Do you understand?" I lean in close and brush my lips over hers. Her mouth is soft, and she tastes of the wine. I slide my fingers into her hair and close my hand around the side of her throat as I deepen the kiss. It was meant to be a minor brush of lips against hers, but it coalesces into something more. She moans into my mouth, and it's like throwing gasoline on kindling. I sweep my tongue in, demanding entrance, and she gives it. Soon, our tongues are tangling, and our mouths are ferociously locked in a battle of need. I'm surprised at how aggressive her kiss in return is. It's as if the same fire that's in me is lit within her. When I eventually pull away, she's staring at me. Her chest is rising and falling rapidly. "You don't have to dance for me that way if you don't want to," I tell her. "I'd really love it, though. I want to see the real you. Do you understand?" "What if you don't like the real me?" she asks. "What if you think my dancing is stupid?" I tip her chin up gently. "I don't think I would ever believe that. What's your favorite song?" I ask her. "Oh God, that is what I mean. You're going to think I'm so ridiculous when I tell you what my favorite song is and what I like to dance to when I'm on my own." "No, I won't. Tell me." "My favorite song to dance to, if I'm being truthful, and I haven't played it since I've been here because I've been embarrassed, is Wake Me Up Before You Go by Wham." I stare at her for a moment, racking my brain to try to remember the song. It's something from the 80s, I think. And then I remember it from a television show I saw about the life of George Michael. I wasn't expecting that. "See? I'm not judging you," I tell her. "It's just that I'd heard you dancing to nothing other than that stuff with the never-ending bass." She smiles and takes a sip of her wine. "Yeah, that's the kind of thing I dance to at the club, and I do like it. My love for 90s dance tunes is real. I only choose songs I like in the club. But let's say my mom went out with my aunt and my cousin was out, and I have the house to myself, then I would put on the cheesy 70s and 80s pop and just go wild. I have terrible taste in music." She laughs. "Not that they were all out often, but when they were, it was bliss. The house was council-owned, so not very big, and it was a tight fit with all of us in it. You could see the ocean, though, and the view from their house cut out all the arcades and depressing shit. I'd sneak into my aunt's room and play all my fave tracks while I danced and watched the weather roll in over the ocean." She doesn't realize it, but she's just given me a nugget of information. She lived with her mother, her aunt, and her cousin, and now I know it was a council-owned house with a view of the ocean. Furthermore, one that cuts out the arcades. I should be able to narrow that down to a few streets, or rather, Pepper should. Then finding a place registered to a mother and son who had her sister and niece move in within the past year won't be difficult to narrow down if you ask around. I tell you what, she snaps me out of my thoughts. We can make a deal. I will dance for you, but to a song I used a lot in the club. How does that sound? I won't do my stripper dance. It will be authentically me, but a song I choose to dance to at work. I can't show you my jitterbug quite yet. Her shy smile is enchanting. I nod. That sounds fair. She goes to the refurbished iPod Easton purchased for her and messes around for a moment. The beat of something hypnotic and seductive starts to play. She begins to move, and I am captivated from the start. Her body is so elegant and her moves so beautiful that for a moment I forget about my desire for her and simply watch her for the beautiful dancer she is. Leah is talented, truly so. The dress is stretchy and moves with her, like a second skin, and it makes the dance all the more entrancing. As she moves, she gets more and more into the music. I can see it coming over her like a trance. It's as if her body becomes possessed by the song, and she's no longer existing on the same plane as I am. She's not doing any of the stuff she did before when I spied on her. She doesn't throw herself to the ground and rise suggestively, or any of those things. Instead, she simply moves around the room, spinning round and making beautiful shapes with her limbs. I'm content to watch her this way as I sip my wine and she gets lost in the joy of movement. Another song comes on, and she dances to that one too. When the third song starts up, she pauses and watches me for a moment, her face flushed and her eyes bright. The beat of this one is even more seductive than that of the first. The female vocalist is singing about loving to love someone, and I recognize it as a disco track from the 70s, but couldn't name the singer. I'm sitting with my legs drawn up either side of me, one hand rested casually on my thigh, and the other holding the wine glass, perched on the opposite knee as I take the odd sip. This is probably as relaxed as I ever get. However, there's a change in the air, and I straighten as I pick up on it. Leah is watching me, and there's something in her gaze that I've never seen before. It's a determined look, but determined for what, I don't know. She drops down onto all fours, as graceful as a panther, and crawls over to me, slow and purposeful, never once taking her gaze from mine. Even the breath in my lungs stills as I watch her. This is a different Leah. She's in control, powerful. The way she watches me as she crawls is almost predatory. Is this how she dances for men in the club? Does she make them feel as if they are the target of her desire? When she reaches me, I carefully place the wine glass down beside me and put my hands on her hips as she kneels, facing me. "Did you like my dancing?" she asks me. "I liked it very much," I reply. "Did I do good? Dancing for you the way you asked?" she says with a smile. Holy shit, she's playing. She's nervous. Her cheeks are pink, and her confidence is waning as her eyes flash uncertainty, and she bites her lip. "You did really good," I reassure her, my voice low and deep. "You like to do good for me, huh?" I reach out and brush a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and as I do, I say to her, "You like to be my good girl, don't you?" Her pupils are huge, and her breathing catches in a tiny hitch in her throat. She nods and swallows hard. "Do you like me to tell you what to do?" I ask. "Like the other day in the bedroom, when you showed me so beautifully how you make yourself feel good?" She nods. I get to my feet and stand in front of her.
the power differential between us now much starker. Gently, as if she might bolt at any moment, I place my hand on top of her head and stroke over her hair softly. Leah doesn't bolt, but she leans against me and rests her cheek against my trousers. Small sounds escape her, almost like a contented purr. "Do you want to please me some more?" I ask her. She looks up at me, and her gaze hits me right in the heart. Christ, she's so beautiful and so guileless like this. She nods. "Undo the zip on my pants and take me out," I order. I'm achingly hard now. This isn't just for me, though. This isn't some selfish moment where I take and don't give back. She'll get what she needs soon enough. Right now, though, she needs this. I sense from her responses that my praise for her stills all the mayhem and chaos in her mind and soothes her. With shaking fingers, she undoes the zip on the tuxedo pants and fumbles for a moment inside my boxer briefs. I suck in a rapid breath when her fingers find the sensitive skin of my needy cock. "Oh my," she says when she pulls me free. I can't help the burst of pride I feel at her words. Every guy wants a reaction like that to his dick, let's be honest. A drop of pre-cum oozes from the slit. "Look at what you've made me do," I say. "You need to clean that up." She nods, but she doesn't do anything. I realize she's waiting for exact instructions. Christ, she's perfect. "Lick it like you would a lollipop," I order. She does exactly as I tell her and snakes out her tongue, sweeping it up the underside of my length and then wrapping it around the head, lapping up the liquid I've just produced for her. Her actions simply have me pumping out more. At this rate, I'm going to come with hardly any stimulation at all. She keeps licking and slurping and cleaning me up for a while, and just as I'm about to tell her to suck the head into her mouth, she does it anyway. The warm, wet heat of her is amazing. I had a plan. It went something like, let Leah make me come this way and then put her on her back and lick her little clit until she came for me. I don't want that anymore. I need to be inside her. If I do this now and take her virginity, then she becomes mine in every way. My collar around her throat, my men protecting her, and my cum inside her. I might as well stamp myself on her. I don't have a choice. The need, thrumming so violently through my veins, is volcanic. It's a wonder I haven't thrown her to the floor and ripped her clothes off. She's clean and on birth control because that's what those fuckers do to the girls who put themselves up for the auction. I'm clean and haven't been with anyone since my last check. Contrary to what Leah might think about me, I'm not a man whore. I had one fuck buddy for the last year or so in Debbie, and now that is finished. I look at the woman I'm about to claim, and my blood roars. She's a virgin. Take it easy, is the mantra running through my head. I check myself and keep any aggression I'm feeling locked down. Good girl, I tell her. You do that wonderfully. I pull her up by the arms until she's standing too. Tipping her chin up, I drink in her beautiful face, paying close attention to everything moving across it. Leah's emotions are like the weather in the mountains, obvious. They flit across her face like the clouds and the sun playing hide and seek with one another over the hills. Leah, I say to her, my voice serious. I want you so badly, Kukula, but I need to know that you're ready for it. She bites her lip again, but she nods. I want you too, she tells me. I pull the cheap dress she's wearing up over her head, taking care not to snag it on the expensive collar. I love the contrast between the tawdriness of the dress and the insane weight and expense of the collar. She's now only in her bra, panties, and the shoes. Watching her, I undo the buttons on my shirt. You're so beautiful, she tells me as I shuck it off.
I think that's meant to be my line, I say with a soft laugh.
No, it's most definitely mine, she says. Honestly, Sasha, you're probably the most handsome man I've ever seen.
Well, that's rather fortuitous then, isn't it? Because you are definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I undo my pants fully, then take them off and throw them to one side, along with my shirt, until I'm just standing in my boxer briefs. I pull Leah into me and slide my hands into her hair as I take her in a deep kiss. Her body is warm, soft, and curvaceous next to mine. I need to feel her even closer, so I wrap my arms around her and pull her in tight. Her head is angled up toward mine, and she snakes her arms around my neck, her fingers playing in the hair at the base of my nape. We kiss greedily for a long time. Our mouths tangle and our tongues war with one another as we both take what we need. She makes these little whimpers every now and again that go straight to my cock, which is obscenely jutting out of my boxer briefs. I unhook the clasp of her bra at the back and take it off, sliding the straps down her arms and making her shiver in response. You have the most perfect breasts I've ever seen, I tell her. I'm not lying either, and that's counting the porn tits I've seen, which means I must have seen thousands and thousands of pairs. I've never seen any as delicious as hers. I gently run my fingers around the underside of the soft swell, and she shivers again, her nipples peeking into hard buds. I slide my hand down, past her stomach, and into her panties. My fingers part her folds, and I find her already slick and waiting for me. God, you're so wet, I say. That's what you do to me, she says breathlessly. I've never been with a woman before whose desire for me is so open. Leah doesn't play any games or pretend she's not as into me as I am into her. She's open and honest about how attracted she is, and I find it refreshing. I bend my head and suck one distended nipple into my mouth. She moans and surprises me when she tangles her fingers in my hair and pulls my head closer. God, yes, she says. I suck hard, adding a scrape of teeth, and the reaction I get is electric. She thrusts her tit deeper into my mouth, and moisture seeps from her core to coat my fingers in her sticky essence. Jesus, this girl loves having her nipples played with. I pull my fingers out of her panties, wanting to see just how sensitive she is to nipple play alone. I smear her juices around her other nipple as I continue to suck on the one in my mouth. With my fingers on her other nipple, I pinch and twist it. She starts to tremble under my ministrations, and her whining, soft whimpers are building up to a crescendo. I pull my mouth off her with a pop and use my fingers on both tits, watching with greedy eyes. I'm now pinching and pulling at both nipples, and her eyes are closed as her body sways. I squeeze her breasts together and flick my thumbs back and forth fast over the hard nubs. She gives a gasping cry and then presses her mound against my thigh as she literally humps my leg as she comes against me. Fuck me. I made her orgasm from the nipple stimulation alone. I'm amazed I don't come in my pants. It is that hot a sight. I've never had a woman come from nipple play alone before. She opens her eyes and gives me a lazy, happy smile. I'm so sorry. That just came over me. Don't you dare ever apologize for anything like that again, I say to her sternly. That was the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen. I need to be inside her, now. I push my boxer briefs down my legs and kick them to one side, taking my socks off too. I pull down her panties, kissing down her stomach as I do so until I'm kneeling on the floor. I breathe her in, my gaze roaming all over her slick, swollen pussy as I play with it. I need to taste her before I fuck her, so I flick my tongue out and swipe it right up her slit. Jesus, she tastes amazing. I suck her lips into my mouth, and she gasps,
rocking into me with her pelvis. I think Leah might just be the hottest little slut I've ever met, and I mean that in the best way. I flick her clit with my tongue a few times, then I pull her pussy lips apart with my fingers before spearing my tongue right inside her clenching core. I work my tongue in and out, using it to open her up for me. When she's shaking once more, the way she did just before she came, I finally pull my mouth away. There's no bed up here, I realize belatedly, and I'll be damned if I take her virginity on the hard wooden floor. I pick her up in my arms, she gives a squeak, making me laugh, and I carry her down the stairs. "Oh my God, what if somebody sees me?" she asks. "No one will look directly at your body, even if they do see us." It is the truth that I'm telling her. None of my men would dare. There is no one on the landing as we hit it, but even if there were, they would have looked away immediately. I march to the bedroom door, kick it open, and carry her inside my domain. I close it by kicking it in the opposite direction and carry her to the bed. I carefully place Leah on the mattress with reverence, as if she's the most fragile, breakable thing I've ever had in my possession. I think that maybe she is. I think she's fragile and breakable because there's something deep within her that needs praise, tenderness, and to be seen. There are times I like it rough, and there are times I like to play dirty, but right now, all I want is to take care of Leah and make her feel oh so good as I fuck her for the first time in her life. I crawl up over her and spread her legs, slightly lifting her left leg up so that she opens up for me beautifully. For a moment, I simply let myself stare greedily at her perfect cunt. It's so pretty, and I can't wait to play with it more. I bet it looks amazing when it's been slapped gently until it's all pink and flushed. That's for another time, though, not her first. "I'm bare, Kukla. Is that okay?" I ask. "I am clean, and so are you." "It's okay." She stares up at me as if I am a god. If you could bottle Leah's gaze right now and give it to men, you wouldn't need Viagra. I position myself so that my head is at her entrance, and I rub it around, covering myself in her juices. Her eyes roll back, and her hips tilt up to meet my movements. Taking myself firmly in hand, I slowly and gently push inside of her. This is a gift this beautiful woman is giving me, and I intend to honor that gift by being gentle and careful. If there's one skill set my time being on the scene taught me, it's control. I'm a master at delayed gratification, both for my subs and myself. As I sink into her warm, tight body, it's almost a religious experience. I must pause and catch my breath, because if I don't, I swear to God I'm going to shoot my load like some stupid teenager. "I'm okay," she says breathlessly, thinking that I've stopped for her. I smile. "I know, beautiful, but I need a minute myself." I give her the truth, not so insecure that I can't tell her how much she affects me. Once I'm fully seated inside her, I pause again, just to enjoy the sensation, and look down at her beautiful face as I trail a finger across her cheekbone. "Helen of Troy would look ordinary next to you," I tell her. She blinks at me, and a small smile plays over her beautiful mouth. "That's entirely not true, and you know it, but it's a lovely thing to say." "I'm not going to argue with you anymore," I tell her. "You're utterly beguiling in your beauty, and the fact that you can't see it only makes it even more potent." I kiss down her throat, placing a small bite where her neck joins her shoulder, then kiss along and down her breast. I flick my tongue over her nipple. She gives a small gasp, and her pussy contracts pleasingly around me. This woman needs clamps. I bet she'd come as soon as they were attached. God, I need to move. Slowly, I pull out and then sink back in. "Ooh," she says with a small moan. I do it again and again. "Oh, wow," she gives a soft laugh. Laughter isn't quite what I was aiming for, and I pause for a moment. That feels so different to what I thought it would. Different, good or bad? I ask. Good, definitely good. You're so deep inside me, it feels amazing. I pull out and push in more firmly this time. Oh my God. Either I'm a sex god, or Leah is an incredibly sensitive woman. Does it hurt? I ask her. No, it doesn't hurt, but then again, I used to play with my toy a lot, she says with a sheepish grin. I groan. The image I have in my mind is depraved. You're a lot bigger than that, she says. But I think I stretched myself enough that it doesn't hurt too badly. It feels good. The idea of her stretching herself out with her toy has me losing the last vestiges of control. I pull out and slam back in. Oh, she gasps. That did hurt a little bit. I rest where I am, balls deep in her, and instead of thrusting in and out, I make small thrusts with my hips and my fingers find her clit. I rub her tender nub as I continue hitching my hips, making small, deep thrusts. It isn't long before she starts to shake and her legs move restlessly. I'm looking for something, though, something inside, that spot some women have that sends them nuclear sexually. I change angles and then change it again. Then I pull out of her. What's wrong? She asks. Nothing, doll, I reassure. I push my fingers deep inside her and hook them as I press on the front wall of her pussy. I know I've hit gold when her entire body jerks as if she's been hit by an electric shock. Oh my God! What was that? That, I think, my little doll, is exactly what I've been looking for. I work her G-spot mercilessly, rubbing it and then pressing against it until it's engorged and spongy under my fingers. Leah is a writhing, boneless mess on the bed. I withdraw my fingers and sink inside of her. I fuck her harder now that I know exactly what I'm aiming for, and I get the response I want. Her legs wrap around me as her head thrashes from side to side. Please, she says. Oh God, please. Yes, more. Please, please, please. I love her begging like this. When it's not her first time and I'm not desperate to come, I'll stop and draw things out until she's crying for me to move. As it is, I can't stop if I wanted to. She comes with her legs tight around me, pulling me in as deep as she can get me, and one hand tangled in my hair as the other rakes down my skin hard enough to tear flesh. I don't give a fuck if she makes me bleed. I'll wear those marks with pride. She convulses around me, and the contraction of her pussy is so strong it sends me over the edge. Her cum gushes out of her, wetting me and the sheets underneath us. She cries out her release so loudly that I know men in this house will hear. I don't give a damn. Let them hear her cry and moan because none of them can have her. If any of them, even someone like Logan who I trust with my life, looks at her for too long or with too much interest, I'll cut their dick off. I spill into her with a deep grunt of my own as I claim my perfect prize. I come in intense waves that seem to go on forever, until with one last thrust, I give her my final drop. When I come down from the most powerful orgasm of my life, I tangle my fingers in the chain resting at the base of her throat. It's a good thing this suits you as well as it does, because after this, there's no way that you're taking it off. I'm never letting you go.
Chapter 17. Leah. I'm still floating on a cloud of bliss when Sasha wraps his hands around the thick gold chain at my throat and murmurs about how he's never letting me go. I smile to myself for a minute. Safe. I'm safe now. He'll protect me until our time is up, and then I will have the money and can go somewhere else, perhaps start that dance studio. Maybe Scotland. I've always wanted to visit there, and my cousin would never find me. Wait, never let me go? The haze clears as my eyes snap open and look into his. He's staring at me with such intensity it scares me. What do you mean? I ask him. You're mine. He states it as if it's a simple fact and one only to be decided by him. For the next few weeks, yes. He laughs. No kukla. For a lot longer than that. How long? As long as I want you here. And as long as I want to stay. He smiles and kisses me as he rolls off me, petting me and stroking my hair. If you say so. I struggle up onto my elbows. I do say so, Sasha. Okay. There's something off here, a miscalculation I've made. I go over it again. Act as if I am worthy of Sasha Volkov. I tried, so check. Get him to like me enough to keep me around and keep me safe. Check. It seems as though I've overshot in my attempts because now he's saying he wants to keep me long term. The thought sits heavily in my belly. Me, here, in this beautiful house, playing dress-up as his doll. It shouldn't be something I would even contemplate, but it has a very tempting element to it. I'm going to get you a pole fitted, he says. What? My mind can't keep up with him. You said it felt like flying. You felt free. So I'm going to get you a pole fitted. Tomorrow I must go see my brother. Then we will meet him properly together. You can come to the club. He frowns. Although not until it's ladies' night. What? Ladies' night? Is it a strip club? Oh, God. If he owns a strip club, will he put me to work there? We had ladies' nights at our club once a week where a male dance troupe came and did a few hours. The atmosphere was totally different. Jovial, louder, but in some ways no less predatory. I witnessed a lot of women aggressively coming on to the male dancers. It surprised me. He barks out a laugh. Christ, no. I flinch at his tone. Sorry. He gives a small shake of his head. I didn't mean that in a derogatory way towards you, or what you did for work. It's only my brother. He thinks he's a cut above. You'll see what I mean when you meet him. Full of himself. The club is meant to be all old-school glamour. To tempt the rich and famous to sup their drinks there and spill their secrets. It works, I suppose. He has files full of intel. Why is he telling me this? Has sex made him stupid? He's telling me things I could use against him. Things he shouldn't be saying to anyone other than his inner circle. Then I realize, no, idiot, you're the one who is stupid. He's telling you because he's already said he's not letting you go, and in his mind, that's a decision made. Oh, I'm tired. I give a loud yawn. I'll go to bed. I start to get up, but he pulls me back into him. You'll sleep here, with me. Sasha, are you telling me that sex once has made you decide you want me in your bed, sleeping with you, and in your life? It was good, more than good, but come on. The sex was incendiary, but no. I decided I wanted you in my bed and in my life when I took you over my knee at the party. And then you knelt at my feet and melted when I called you my good girl. He tips my chin up and kisses me softly on the mouth. You are, aren't you? My good girl. I nod because when he says that, my mind switches off, my legs turn to mush, and I lose all track of my thoughts. Sleep here. Be my good girl. Sleep with me and let me keep you safe and warm. His arms are warm around me. I'm tired. Just for tonight, I tell myself. It won't hurt for one night for me to sleep with him, in his bed. I drift as happy thoughts of having a pole to dance around flit through my mind. I awake with a jolt. The bed is empty. I blink and look around the room. No, not my room. Then it all comes flooding back. The sex. The incredible sex. The party. The spanking. The whole good girl thing, and then finally Sasha's words. You're mine. Holy shit. I reach up and finger the thick gold chain nestling at the base of my throat. He measured me for it while I slept. That's fucked up. It's even more fucked up that I like it in a way. I like his bossy ways, and through it all, the one thing he's done is take care of me. He doesn't threaten me, except with a spanking, maybe, and damn, if how much I got off on it at the party is any indication, I'll be doing things to earn them, not avoiding them. He senses what I want and need almost before I know it myself. He was gentle with me when we had sex. All the way through, I could feel his care for me in the way he made sure it was good for me. Most of my friends said their first time was horrible. He might have a somewhat unhinged side, but I feel oddly secure with Sasha Volkov. He's also a man who could protect anyone from life's knocks. Until he discards you, my inner realist snaps. Unless he married me. If he married me, he can't simply discard me, can he? He can divorce me, but I'd have rights. Do I want to marry him? Oh, Lord, I'm driving myself crazy. The aroma of fresh coffee tickles my nose, and I start when a loud rap comes at the door. Miss? It's Easton. Oh, great. Now the whole house will know I've slept with Sasha. Shit and double shit. What will they think of me? Come in? Easton walks in, tray balanced perfectly on one hand. I brought you coffee and a croissant with butter, jam, and honey. You can pick. I love croissants. I smile at him. Yes, Mr. Volkov said so. He did? He remembered that. It was a passing comment in a conversation we had about things we'd like to do. His were all crazy things like climbing Everest. Mine were simpler pleasures, and one was eating a croissant in Paris. I told him I loved them for breakfast, and having one in Paris would be awesome. He remembered. When Easton was gone, I slathered the croissant in butter and jam and take a bite. It is perfect. This isn't store-bought. I think Easton has made this. Wow. The coffee is equally delicious. This could be my life. I could live like an actual princess in the lap of luxury if I let Sasha keep me. I want the security, though. The safety. I can't stay and then be discarded because I know one thing. If I stay longer than my allotted time and continue sleeping with a man, I will fall in love with him. It means for me, this has become all or nothing. So what do I want? All or nothing? I need some fresh air, so I go hunt out Sasha after I've eaten and gotten myself dressed. But I can't find him. I do find Logan. I feel like I need to get out for a bit. Would you come for a walk with me? Sasha says I must always have protection. I don't mind that edict because it makes me feel safe from my cousin, if he ever managed to track me down. Of course. Give me 5. Logan gets up from where he's sprawled on the sofa, messing about on his phone. What do you want to do? Go shopping? For a drink? No, I say quickly. No, a walk would be nice around the local area. I want to stretch my legs and get out in the sun. Okay, I'll send a text to Sasha and we can go. I was going to change if you were going somewhere smart like Bond Street. Thought you might want to go shopping. I'm not really into shopping. Wow, marry me. He says it as a joke, but it brings back thoughts of Sasha and the fact he keeps stating I am his. Does he love me? He hasn't said so. He wants me to be his, but without love. My heart sinks, and any joy I was feeling gets blown away like the dust motes when Logan jumps up and heads out the door of the room. I follow him as he grabs a water from the kitchen and downs it. Then he sends a message on his phone and waits. 2 minutes later, it beeps, and he glances at it, then smiles. We're good to go. You got everything you need? What do I need? I'm not allowed a phone of my own or my bank cards while I'm here. Part of the auction contract. I nod at him. He puts the key code in the door pad, and I glance away as he does so. I'm not allowed that either. Or a key. When he's deactivated the alarm, locked the door, and reactivated it, Logan gestures for me to go ahead. Lead the way. I pause, feeling stupid. I don't really know the area. Do you want me to show you around a little? I know it vaguely. There's a nice park. Okay, that's great. He leads and I follow, just a few steps behind. As we turn left, then right, and then left again, The large white stucco houses give way to smaller houses, and then to apartment blocks. We arrive at a busy intersection, and Logan takes my elbow as he leads me across. And then we're on a shopping street. This is one of the main two shopping roads. There are lots of stores, cafes, and bars. There's a chocolate shop that my girlfriend says sells the best chocolate she's ever tasted. You have a girlfriend? I ask him. Yes, ma'am. Back home. I mean, home. America? Texas, to be precise. I don't get to see her often, but she's cool with it. She's a rancher. Well, the daughter of a rancher, but she can outride most cowboys I know. And she won't be content to simply marry and settle into domestic bliss. She wants to run that ranch. Wow, a cattle ranch. That must be awesome. It is. He nods. It's a hard life, though. Tough. Different breed of people, if you ask me. I've always wanted to go visit a ranch. I say truthfully. You know, like those guest ranches that do the holidays? I have tons of brochures of them. Or, I had. I threw a lot of things away when we moved. I realize I'm saying more than I mean to and shut up. Tell you what, next time Sasha takes a break, why don't you come out and visit with her? She has plenty of space. She'd love it. I give a soft laugh. That's a lovely thought, but my time will be up before Sasha takes a break, as you put it. I can't imagine the man takes many. Logan slows his stride and turns to look at me. He does not, but I don't think you'll be going anywhere, do you? I swallow. Permission to speak candidly. I nod and almost laugh at him asking my permission for anything. He's a lot higher up on the chain than I am in this weird household. You mean something to Sasha. I've seen the way he looks at you. I've worked for the man for a long time. I've seen him around a few women, and he's never looked at any of them the way he looks at you. He doesn't really know me, though, and maybe he has a crush. Logan barks out a laugh at that. Honey, he's a man in his 30s who has amassed great wealth and power. He's deliberate, highly intelligent, calculating, and I can honestly say there are a few people I respect more. I don't think he gets crushes anymore. What he does get, in this case, is infatuation. What's the difference? About the same as the difference between a paper cut and losing a limb, honey. That's the difference. What I'm trying to say is that if Sasha's feeling what I think he's feeling, and I could be wrong, of course, then it's deep. He stops walking totally and taps the chain at my throat. I don't think you do something like this without having intent. Now you must think, what intent does this chain locked around your neck and carrying his mark signify? He carries on walking, and it takes me a moment to get my brain into gear to move after him. This is all too much. I need a distraction. My mind will crack at this rate. I glance around me, wondering if I ought to head for a bar and get drunk, when I see the store. Okay, I know I said no shopping, but can I look in here quickly? He glances up at the door of the charity shop, and his brows come together. There's some fancy shops just along there. I like thrift shopping. You never know what you're going to find. Well then, in we go. He holds the door open for me, ever the gentleman, and I step inside. After about 3 minutes, I realize I am in an entirely different world to the one I grew up in. There are Prada shoes and Dior coats in a charity shop. I cannot believe it. This is insane. I turn to Logan. You could buy half the stuff in here and sell it for a profit online. This is crazy. He shrugs. Rich folks. Sasha is rich, isn't he? I mean, really rich. I absent-mindedly touch the necklace. Yes, he is. I always say you could give Sasha Volkov a penny, and at the end of the day, he'd have $100. He laughs. I nod and go back to looking at the shoes. Do you want to buy them? Logan asks me. I don't have any money on me or a card. I say truthfully. My bank card is in a safe at Sasha's, along with my phone and other things. Part of the contract he seems only too willing to comply with. I have a company card and orders to buy you anything you want. No, I don't want the shoes. Thank you. Maybe some of those chocolates, though? He smiles. Good choice. Come on. We go to the chocolate shop and I buy a selection and insist Logan does too. Then we grab a cool drink each and head to the park. It's gorgeous, and I feel so much better for going out. After an hour in the park, we head back to the house. Thank you for coming with me, Logan, and thank you even more for not making it seem like a job. He smiles at me. I had a nice time, Leah. You're good people, and I'm glad Sasha seems to have. I turn to see why he stopped talking, and he's staring at a woman standing on the pavement outside Sasha's house. Fuck, he mutters under his breath. He turns to me and touches the top of my arm. Whatever happens, don't say a word. He warns me, all amiability gone and cold, hard steel in his place. We walk toward the woman, and Logan greets her with a dip of his head. Debbie, what the hell are you doing here? Logan, well, hello. The woman has an American accent, but it sounds like the accents from the old movies I watch, crisp and clipped. She's very striking. Thin, slightly older than Sasha, I think, and wearing beautiful clothes. She glances at me, and her pretty mouth curls up in a decidedly unattractive sneer. Please do not tell me this child is the reason I have been dumped. Debbie, don't do this. Logan blows out a breath. It won't end well for you. Oh, what's he going to do? Have me murdered, rolled up in a carpet, and put in a dumpster? Get a grip, Logan. No, he won't do that, but do you want your husband to know where you are right now? You're a married woman. Let it go. It's over. I don't give a crap what my husband finds out. I'll leave him. You'll leave him with nothing. I almost jump out of my skin at Sasha's voice by my side. I was so focused on the woman in front of us, I didn't hear him arrive. Where has he been? Why isn't he in his car? He hasn't come out of the house. I turn to him, and he pushes a huge bunch of flowers at me. You were still out when I got home, so I went across the road and got you these. No one has bought me flowers before. They are stunning. For you, he says. You loved the ones Easton got you, and they need refreshing. How touching, the woman Debbie sneers. Debbie, fuck off, right now. Sasha doesn't even look at her. No, you don't get to do this, she says. You don't get to unilaterally end our relationship. He whips around and takes 4 steps into her space. She backs up so she's against the white wall outside the house. 1, that's not how relationships end, you crazy bitch. 1 person decides it's over. 2, we were never in a relationship. 3, if you don't walk away now, I will ruin you. I've already stated that I'm not scared of you telling my pathetic husband about us. He can divorce me, so what? I will ruin you by ruining him. You divorce him, and you're a wealthy woman, no? Sasha asks. Yes, exactly. She shakes her head as if Sasha is stupid. If you don't fuck off right this minute and never darken my doorstep again, I'll ruin you by ruining him. You won't get anything in a divorce because there won't be anything to share. You can't ruin him, she says with a laugh. Who do you think you are? The man who owns a controlling share in his company. His voice is ice, and I've never seen him this way. He's truly monstrous with his casual cruelty. Her face turns white. What? You heard. Why? How? Since when? Since you sent me that text the other day. Thought I might need an insurance against exactly this. Holy hell, Sasha is cold, ruthless, calculating. Is this how he will be with me when it is over? Now go away. He takes my hand and leads me into the house. As I walk past Debbie, I can feel her gaze on me, like a laser beam of hatred. I'm feeling sick and churned up after the nasty scene. When we get inside, I thank Logan again and retreat to my room with my flowers, making the excuse I want to arrange them. I'm just faffing about the lily when the door opens and Sasha walks in. I'm sorry you had to witness that, but you won't have to see her again. Did you really do that? To her husband's company? Yes. And you'd ruin him. And her. Yes, if she causes me any trouble. I watch him, my stomach sour. A woman you slept with, had something with. You'd ruin her for basically being upset. He narrows his eyes at me. I'd ruin her for not leaving me alone, threatening me, by extension, you. And me? What about you? What would you do to me when we're over? I'm no one. I have nothing. You could dispose of me with far less cruelty, I'm sure. But God, Sasha, that was cold. He stalks over to me and tips my chin up with his finger. I won't be disposing of you, so you don't have to worry about it. Why not? Because for some reason that defies all logic and sense, I have fallen in love with you. Thundering silence. I can't speak. My grandmother's words come back to me. Be careful what you wish for in life, because oftentimes when we get our wishes, they are traps. Am I trapped now? I thought I wanted his love, but this man is mercurial, powerful, and can be so very cruel. Do I love him, despite his seismic flaws? It's too large a question to contemplate, so I go with something easier. I question him. You love me? Yes. Wait, I say, his other words filtering through. What do you mean defies all logic and sense? What the hell, Sasha? Am I so beneath you? No, I didn't mean it that way. I meant I barely know you. You barely know me. This was supposed to be an arrangement to help May and get information. Then it became a game. Somewhere along the way, I fell in love. And fuck me if it doesn't make sense because you and me. Bad idea. Why? For a myriad of reasons, Kukla. Mainly that I'm far too fucking jaded for the likes of you. You love me? I love you. He takes my mouth in a kiss that is so heated my head spins. My blood burns at this kiss. It is possessive, but more. It is full of feeling and need. When he breaks the kiss off, he shakes his head and laughs. To think I believed my brother had lost it. I don't do love, Leah. I don't fall in love. I don't feel. Then you came along. I don't know if he really loves me or if it is obsession. But all I know is that it feels amazing to hear him say it. Oh, while you were out, they fitted your pole, he says, as if we haven't just been discussing something of great importance. Great, I'll take a turn on it later. I'm nervous and unsure how to act around this man who says he loves me. This is surreal. For me. I cock my head to one side. You will take a turn on it, yes. For me. I want you to dance for me, Leah. You've danced how you like to. And now I want you to dance like I'm paying for it. I swallow hard and my cheeks warm. Oh, Leah. He brushes his knuckle down the back of my flaming cheek. Did you think my love would be all hearts and flowers? No, my kukla. It is fierce, possessive, and demanding. Can you deal with it? Can I? That is the question. I want to deal with it, but the man is a force of nature. Chapter 18. Leah. Logan and his men are in the garden grilling, and Easton has the evening off. It means inside the house is quiet. I'm a nervous wreck after Sasha's announcement of love and unsure what to do. Should I say it back? Do I love him? I don't know if I do or not. I feel as if I do a lot of the time, but then he does something cruel or downright terrifying, and I question my sanity. Time for my dance, I think. Sasha is leaning against the door frame, arms folded across his chest as he watches me. I've been pretending to read this book for the past hour, but I can't take the words in. I don't have any stripper clothes here, I say truthfully. No, but you have the shoes from the party, the underwear, and a few sexy dresses. Improvise. It's an order, not a request. Does he think he owns me? At one point, does the game stop and this becomes reality? I don't understand this or where the boundaries lie. How do I know when I can say no to you? I ask him. He frowns at me. I don't understand. This game, the good girl stuff and telling me what to do. When can I say no? You can always say no, Kukla. Whether I listen or not is another matter. God above. I push at his chest with my index finger. Be serious. If I really don't want to do something, how do I convey that to you when you say that you like the challenge or the battle? How do I show you I mean it? His expression grows serious. Are you being for real right now? Sasha, you have said I am yours, as if I have no say in it. He stalks into the room, walking as always, as if he's a man on a mission, and the entire world is simply in his way. Do you want to leave? No, but that's not. Do you want me to leave you alone and never touch you again? No, of course not. Do you want to take your money and go when your time is up? If you want that, you can. My heart sinks. You'd let me go. Why do I sound so disappointed? Oh, Lord. I need more therapy than a lifetime can provide. I'm not your jailer, Kukla. If you want to go, the door's right there. I don't have the fucking code. I snap, losing my patience with him. You don't have the code now. You can't leave now. That puts us in danger. You want to go when your time is up, I'll hold it open for you. He smiles then, like the sun bursting out from a cloud. You won't want to, though. Oh, you're so sure of yourself. I am. You like me. He nudges me in the ribs and grins. The man is so mercurial. I've not seen this playful side before. Admit it, he says with another gentle poke. You like me, at least a little bit. I smile back at him. I like you an awful lot, Sasha. Yeah, I know you do. I like you an awful lot too, Leah. Now, what is your real surname? I freeze. He tisks against his teeth. You must learn to trust me, Kukla. I will tell you, I say. I will, just not today. I don't want knowing who I really am and who my family is to ruin things. I won't. I huff out a laugh. You don't know my family. I'll know soon enough anyway. I have a private investigator working on it. He gives a lazy shrug. You do not. I most certainly do. Listen, Leah, truth time. I want you. You want me. I want you in my life for a long time. I like you being in it, and we aren't even scratching the surface of what we could have here. However, anyone in my home, I need to know who they truly are. I can't put everything my family has worked for at risk. Secondly, if you truly want to leave, you can. Once your time is up. I'm not going to fasten you to the attic like some tragic heroine in a fairy tale. I don't think you want to leave, though. I don't, I admit. I just wanted to know it was an option. It's an option. I suggest you don't take it, though, because there's something I know about you. Oh, what's that? You're running from something. I don't know what yet because you still don't trust me enough to tell me the full truth. However, whatever it is, I can protect you from it. By the time your contract is up, I can guarantee you won't want to walk out that door. Guarantee. His lips twitch again. Yup. He's so arrogant, confident, and sure. It shouldn't be attractive, but it is. So at the end of the contract, if I want to leave, you'll undo my collar. His face tightens. There is a moment, a long one, where I think he's going to change his mind. If you truly wish it so, of course. I'm not sure I believe him, but pushing this isn't getting us anywhere. As for when we're playing or fucking, if you want everything to stop, simply say your safe word and it all ends. You remember your word, don't you? I do. He nods. Well, it still applies. You say that word and it all stops. I doubt you'll need to. I'm not sadistic or into pain or impact play in a big way. I think our tastes are nicely in line. However, it's there for you to use any time you need. I feel better knowing that. So, do I get my dance? He raises one brow in a punchy question mark. I nod and swallow down a lump in a suddenly very dry throat. Why am I nervous? I've done this thousands of times before. Lead the way, he says. I stop by my room and head in. You go on up, and I'll be there in a moment. He does as I say. I put on some sexy lingerie, a blouse, and a zip-fastened skirt. Easy to get off. Wearing things you have to pull over your head is not a good idea when stripping. I've seen girls fall over on the stage, struggling to get something off in high heels. I know which track I'm going to dance to. Then I climb the stairs, and as I take each step up, something happens to me. My nerves begin to morph into a feeling more akin to excitement. I get into the zone I inhabit when I'm dancing in the club, It's a place where I'm more confident, surer than in my everyday life. I hit the attic floor and stop. Clapping my hands together in happy glee, I stare at my gleaming new pole. Mine, not one that has been shared by lots of other clammy hands and sweaty bodies. Only me. It isn't the only new furniture up here. There's a huge blue velvet sofa opposite the pole. There's also, weirdly, a table in the far corner, one of those butcher block-style things people have in their kitchen, and in front of it a mirror. The iPod is on and ready, so I saunter over to it, totally avoiding eye contact with Sasha, and flick to the song I want. The opening beat of Sledgehammer starts up, slinky and unbelievably sexy. Bit by bit, I peel off layers of clothing, playing hide-and-seek with the sexy lingerie for a while until about midway through the song. It's all I'm left wearing. I strut to the pole because my altar doesn't cower, and grab it, hoisting myself into the air as I spin around perfectly, letting my legs fall apart and down until I'm doing the splits mid-air. I work that pole and enjoy every delicious minute of it. When the song ends and I slide to the ground, I turn and face Sasha. His expression is dark but unreadable. I'm expecting some sort of, "You ever dance like that again for other men and I'll rip all the poles out of every strip joint," He-Man statement. Instead, he crooks his finger at me and beckons me over. I go to him, swaying my hips. "You," he says, "are very fucking talented." I grin at him. "Why, thank you. I mean it. You're one of the best dancers I have ever seen, whether you're pole dancing or doing your own thing." I sit next to him for a moment, catching my breath. "I like the couch," I say. "Not sure about the kitchen work table over there. What's that for?" "Wanna see?" I glance at him. Do I? "I think you'll enjoy it." "Okay." He stands and leads me across the room, and he pushes me gently over it. From the sides, he pulls out long ropes with padded cuffs on the end. He snaps a cuff around each wrist, and I realize that I'm hauled up against the butcher's block. But it isn't cutting into me. I glance down and see there's padding on the side I'm leaning against. "I hate all that black pleather stuff people use in the clubs," he murmurs against my ears. "So I had this made for us." "When?" "This week. Pay them to do a rush job." He kisses my ear. "Do you trust me?" I nod, and my breathing increases exponentially as he opens a drawer to my right, and I see various implements. The ones he takes out are 2 camel-colored clamps on the end of a long gold chain. He kisses my neck and undoes my bra. His fingers brush all over my body, skimming my breasts, raking gently over my areola, but not touching my nipples. They're hard, though, waiting for his touch, aching for it. He made me come the other day by playing with my nipples, something that has happened to me before when I spent time alone playing with them. It happened to me the first time as a teenager, and I was shocked, unaware it could be achieved through nipple stimulation alone. Sasha walks around to the front of the kinky table he's had handmade for us and palms my breasts. He massages them and teases them, but never touching my nipples the whole time. When he finally slides one into his mouth, I gasp and arch my back, offering him more. He alternates between sucking them and pulling and twisting them with his fingers. I can feel an orgasm building in me again, but he stops suddenly. He sucks one nipple before applying the clamp to it, and then repeats the process with the other nipple. "We'll try them with a low resistance for your first time," he says. "Ouch!" I cry out when he tightens them. "Breathe. It will get better in a moment." I do as he says, and he's right. It does. Then he walks behind me and pulls my panties down smoothly. I kick them to one side when they pull on the floor. He opens his drawer of tricks and takes something out. It's small, like a lipstick. And when he reaches around the front of me and applies it to my clit, I realize it's a mini vibrator. The buzzing at my clit and the clamps on my nipples have me writhing and gasping in need. When he pushes inside me, I push back, wanting more of him, greedy for this now that my body has experienced the pleasure of it once before. The vibrator against my clit him inside me, and the clamps are all creating an overwhelming desire. My eyes are closed as I give in to the sensations. "Open your eyes, Kukla, and look at yourself," he says. I do and gasp. I can only see my upper half, but my nipples are distended in the clamps. When he pulls on the chains, my breasts jiggle obscenely, and I cry out. Holy hell, that is intense. He does it again and again, and I grip the table, my fingers digging into the wood. At one point, I try to reach around behind me and urge him to move harder, faster, but the cuffs restrict me. "What do you need, Kukla?" he asks. "More," I whisper. He slams into me harder, and I sob at how good it feels. Then he twists the clamps gently and pops them off. At first, a flash of intense pain blinds me, but it is followed by indescribable pleasure, which rushes through my nipples like a river sweeping down the mountains, taking all in its path. I come so hard I think I might pass out. Sasha comes right after me, filling me up as he pants in my ear. He undoes the cuffs, and I am a boneless mess. I can't really seem to make my legs work. It doesn't matter because he picks me up, covers me in a blanket he pulls from the back of the sofa, and carries me downstairs to his room. There's a glass of water and a bowl of fresh fruit on the nightstand. "Drink, Kukla," he orders. "Hydrate, eat if you want to, then we can take a shower." I do as he says and drink half the bottle. I don't eat anything because I'm not hungry. Then he leads me into the shower. He places me in front of him and gently hands-wash me, first my body and then my hair. I've never experienced anything like it. It's as if he's taking total and utter care of me, which I suppose in this moment he is. After, he pulls me to the bed and wraps me in his arms. As I drift, I think to myself that this could be my life. I just need to trust Sasha with my truth and my horrible family, and trust myself to fall for the right man and not make the same mistakes my mother did. It all comes down to trust.
Chapter 19. Sasha. Leah looks amazing with her hair flowing around her shoulders in a straight sheet of dark, ashy blonde, with those sandy highlights and bits of gold shot through. Her makeup is simple, and I love it. I used to prefer my women to look made up, glamorous, and expensive. Leah, I like looking natural, healthy, and casual. The whole thing is a head fuck. "Are you sure I look smart enough to go to your club?" She fiddles with the strap of the simple olive green linen slip dress she's wearing. She's paired it with low-heeled Gucci sandals in brown and a simple bag. I told her to wear something relaxed. The thing is, she will be almost underdressed, but that's what I'm paradoxically going for. In a room full of women dressed to the nines, she will stand out in her simple dress and her natural makeup, because her beauty is incandescent, and no one can shine a light on it. I expect my brother will have his Sienna all dressed up in Balmain or Versace and dripping in jewels. The only jewels Leah is wearing are the simple gold ring and the heavy choker. I have one other thing for her to wear this evening. She fiddles again with the strap. "Is it uncomfortable?" I ask her. "No, it's just, I looked the club up, okay? And everyone was dressed super smart." "Not everyone. Not the truly important people. And now you're with me, which means you are truly important too. Also, I want them to see your natural beauty. Am I dressed up?" I ask her. She looks at me in jeans, dark shirt, and loafers. "Well, I expect those jeans cost more than a week's wages at McDonald's, so—" "Your dress cost more than a week's wages in McDonald's, my doll." "It did?" "More than a month's, probably." "Good God. The things rich people waste their money on," she says, and then clamps her mouth shut as her cheeks flush. "I'm sorry. That was so rude." "It's fine. I like that you don't care about these things. I do have a gift for you, however, and I hope you like it." I take the red bag with the gold lettering on it from behind me and pass it to her.
She glances at me, unsure. Open it. With slightly shaking hands, she takes out the beautifully gift-wrapped box and pulls open the ribbons. The watch is gold and steel with diamonds around the face. Oh my, it's beautiful. I love it. I got you gold and steel so that when I buy you an engagement ring, you can have the choice of gold or platinum. I don't know which you prefer. She has a choking fit, which is impressive seeing as she's not eating or drinking anything. Sasha, we need to, I can't. Do you like the watch? I go with something simple. My kukula wants me as much as I want her. She simply doesn't know it yet. I'm not worried. I'm a man who gets what he wants, not that young boy any longer who is rejected by the mavens of New York society and their daughters. I love it. Then let me put it on for you. I fasten it around her wrist and admire its classic shape on her slender limb. Debbie doesn't look anything like me, she says out of nowhere. I mean, how she dresses. She's so glamorous. Don't you want me to try to be like that? Kukla, my patience is wearing thin. Are you pushing this because you want to dress more glamorous? If so, go upstairs and change. You're allowed to wear what you want. Oh, really? Because you told me to put this on. I love the dress, Sasha. I just worry that I am so different to the women you dated before. She looks down at the floor, and when she looks up, there's a veil of tears shimmering in her gaze. So different to what they will expect. Those tears make me want to hurt someone. They who, beautiful? Don't cry. I kissed the corner of her eye where one tear has escaped. Everyone. They'll all judge me. No one will judge you as anything other than astoundingly beautiful. She bites her lip, but nods. At least there seem to be no more tears. I can't stand her tears, and not for the usual reason. Normally, women's tears simply annoy me. However, with Leah, they upset me. Easton has pulled the car around and is waiting with Logan in tow as Leah and I leave the house. I hold her hand along the drive, and she smiles at me before turning to look out the window. What are you thinking about, my kukla? Freedom? Your future? Better she puts those kinds of fairy tales to bed because her future is with me. I can give her the life no one else can. We reach the club, and I walk into the main room where I'm surprised to see my brother sitting at the bar alone, sipping his drink and looking like shit. When we spoke the other day, he seemed fine. A little tired maybe, but good. Now he looks like someone kicked his puppy. Whiskey, please, I say to Miguel. I'm surprised to see you here.
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
Your face, and I'm wondering if you're safe. I'm wondering if it's fake, and my heart is racing. Afraid of what you hide, afraid of ways you lie, and afraid of what I find. Crying when I'm smiling.
You're so early, brother. I switch my attention to Nikolai. I thought we would have to come find you either working or with your beautiful bride. I hold my hand out for Leah and pull her toward me. This is Leah, the girl I told you about. Nikolai takes another sip of his drink, not even looking her way. I grind my teeth. God, he's such a rude prick.
I wanted this moment when he looked at her to be triumphant for me. But now it's here, I find I don't care. I don't care what he thinks because I know Leah is it for me. However, there's something off about him. He seems almost downtrodden. If that weren't so laughable an idea, I'd believe it was so. However, Nikolai never looks that way. Maybe he's simply tired from too much sex with his new wife. Leah, this is my brother Nick. In a moment, he might stop being a rude ass and say hello to you. Nikolai snaps his amber gaze up to mine, and it's as if he comes awake from a deep dream. He almost shakes himself and visibly gathers himself together. Okay, now I'm worried. I might want to rub his nose in things somewhat, but I wouldn't want anything to be seriously wrong. His gaze slides from me to Leah, and he takes her in. When he looks back at me, it is with a small smile. It's a genuine smile, and it makes me feel like somewhat of a shit for wanting to rub his nose in things. Nice to meet you, Leah, he says. And may I say, you look very beautiful tonight. Very classy. She beams and gives a strange little smile as she thanks him. Does she like him? I damn well hope not, or at least not as much as she likes and wants me. I thought she could perhaps meet Sienna, and the ladies could have a drink while we talk business. There's much to discuss, and you've been a difficult man to get a hold of. Our talk the other day was brief. Nick sighs and sips his drink. Then he downs the glass in one, places it back on the bar, and taps the top with 2 fingers. Miguel refills it as I watch, that uneasy feeling in my stomach settling into hard stone. That will be somewhat difficult, as she's not here, he says. Oh, how unfortunate. I really wanted to meet her, Leah says, trying to be nice and polite. I, however, am immediately aware that Nikolai means she's not here, as in she has left. What the hell happened? I ask him. She left, he says. A tiny gasp escapes Leah, and I realize she's understood what we're talking about now. Logan, who accompanied us, has hung back a little, giving us a respectful distance so we can speak. Are you okay? I ask Nick, summoning Logan over. He shrugs. I will be when she's back here. Even though I have men on her, I can't think about how vulnerable she is out there, or I'll go mad. Leah, do you mind going with Logan and letting him show you around the club? I ask her. She nods and lays a hand on my arm for a moment before going and taking hold of Logan's crooked arm and following him out the door. You guys were all right when we spoke the other day, weren't you? Apparently not. He gives a disgusted snort and drinks more. Nick, what the hell's going on? She demands too much, he snarls. I blink at him as I try to understand what he's telling me. Surely he was the one who wanted too much. He was the one who made her take our family crest as a tattoo, for God's sake. He made her wear his ring, and he made her his wife. I don't really understand what more she could have wanted than you've given her. I decide to play it safe and not point out the fact that he's the one who forced her to be with him in the first place. I gave that girl everything, he says, and yet because I can't give her 3 little words, she's left in a huff. Women. I sip my drink as I stare at my brother in disbelief. Are you telling me you haven't told that girl that you love her? Jesus, and I thought Maxim was the one with issues. Not in so many words, no. It's not something we're capable of feeling in the sense that she means it, Sasha. You know that. I know nothing of the sort. Hell, I love you, and you're a pain in my ass. He sips his drink and sucks an ice cube into his mouth as he crunches it aggressively between his teeth while he watches me. You once told me how you believed yourself the most messed up of us all. You said you didn't feel things. Yeah, and most of the time that's true. Mostly I don't feel things. Do you know that I've had 3 long-term relationships before I met Leah? I mean, Debbie, she was simply a fuck buddy. But still, she was in my life for a long time. Yet I feel nothing for her. Nothing. I wouldn't wish her any harm or do her any harm unless she threatened me in some way. Feelings, though, for her I have none. Same for the women before her. Same for most of my friends. You, Maxim, our mother, and our family I love. And I thought they were the only people I was capable of loving, until I met Leah. He's just taken another big swig of his whiskey, and he releases a volley of hacking coughs. Eyes watering, he coughs again, and then fixes me with his gaze, the same color as the drink in his glass. Are you telling me that you love her? He barks out a laugh. Oh, this is beautiful. What a pair we are. I bristle at his words. What do you mean? You maybe, possibly, have a point that perhaps by now I should have told Sienna I love her. After all, we are man and wife. However, you have known this girl for 2 minutes. She is most certainly not your wife. She's some girl living in your house, and what? You love her now? Don't be a fucking dick. You don't love her. You don't even know her. I know all I need to know. It's not lost on me that he's parroting back very similar words to me as I said to him about Sienna not so long ago. Oh yeah? Like what? He sets his jaw at me in that pugnacious way he has that makes me want to punch him. I know what music she likes. I know how she dances when there's nobody watching. I know what she likes to eat and why. I know that her heart is so big that when she thought about dormice being killed for her to eat vegetables, she cried. I know she's hiding something, and the reason she's hiding it is because she's terrified. I know she finds it's hard to trust people. I know that she has daddy issues, and that means that she has a bit of a praise kink, both of which suit me wonderfully, might I add. I know what she sounds like when she comes. I know what she feels like inside. I know I'm the first one to claim her. I shrug. So, you see, I do know her. Well, that was a bit more information than I needed, brother. Thank you. Seems like you have it bad. Didn't you notice what was around her neck? I ask him. He shakes his head and finishes the rest of his drink. Take it easy, Nick. You're in charge of this place still. He huffs out a laugh, taps 2 fingers on the top of the glass, signaling Miguel to refill for him. After taking a long sip of the new drink, and all the while looking at me as if daring me to tell him to stop, Nick smacks his lips together and speaks. I'm more capable of running this place whether I'm sober or drunk. Anyway, Miguel here is excellent, and the 3 V's are around somewhere. Damn it, Nick, I wanted to talk business with you tonight. We need to set up a meet with Stamatis. We also need to discuss exactly what it is we're going to do with the information I procured us once we get it from Miss May. What's this we you're talking about? He snickers like a child. Aren't you going to run back to America soon and play with your stocks and shares? I don't think they've been called stocks and shares since the olden days, but I might be wrong. Listen, I will be splitting my time between here and America in the coming years. I'm not going to divest of everything out there, but I want my rightful place here. I point at the wood of the bar, my finger tapping at the grain viciously to make my point. You need to let your brothers in so we can help you. Maxim is an asset, you're trying to tell me now? He slaps his thigh and laughs deeply. Oh, this is fucking priceless. He's sloppy, drunk, unobservant. He hasn't seen the collar Leah is wearing, and that's a big red flag that he's not paying attention to anything. I need to try to make him see sense. Now he has Sienna to think about. He needs to share the burden. He could be if we let him in. You two have always had this thing between you, and I don't get it. In fact, Nick, one might say that you're the issue in this family. You and me, we have an issue. You and Mother have an issue. And you and Maxim have an issue. Guess what the bottom line is? For once, he doesn't have a smart comeback, and he seems to think about what I'm saying. I always had to do everything. He looks down at the bar as if it holds all the answers in the rich grain of its wood. I had to be in charge. That's what was expected of me. Maxim got to screw around and be an idiot, and you got to run off to America, make loads of money, and live a glamorous life. I was the one building this from the ground up. Me. So why should I give it away now? Being abrasive with him is not going to work. I need him to see that this is for the best. That we can be more powerful. In fact, the 3 of us together could be unstoppable. Maxim is an issue, yes, I will admit that. I truly believe the man has lots of potential, and if we let him into the fold and give him his rightful place, he could achieve it. No one is talking about you giving it away, brother. We are family. I'm just saying let me help. Let me have a say. Let me have a share. Christ, I don't even want the exact same share of the profits as you. I'm happy for you to draw up a contract where we agree you still take the lion's share of profits. I don't need his money. I have more than enough coming in for myself. When it comes right down to it, I'm probably richer than him. Something I've never told him because I don't need to get into a pissing contest with a man because he's as stubborn as a mule, and it will only make him even more determined to keep everything to himself. Why the hell do you want in if you don't want the money? I want in because I want to help you build something. I want us to make this bigger and better. I want in because this is our legacy. Not just for us either, but for everybody else in the family. In some ways, Nick, it would be easier if I just walked away. This business, though, that we have in our hands, it has roots here, but also in the old country. It employs half of our family back there. It's important for us. It has history and tradition. He's watching me like a hawk watches its prey. Even 3 sheets to the wind on whiskey, nothing gets past this man when he refocuses. Jesus, you really mean that, don't you? It's not just a pretty speech. You really damn well mean it. Of course I mean it. To be honest, I believe the 3 of us would never have kids, but I still thought it mattered that we built something to be carried on by future generations, for the aunts, uncles, cousins, and everyone else who worked for us back home. Now, though, you've met Sienna, and I've met Leah. We're not planning on having any kids, he says. Well, obviously, first you'd have to get her back. He looks at me for a minute, and he's either going to punch me or laugh. When he laughs, it's deep and rich, and I join in too. Soon we're laughing so much that we are wiping our eyes. Do you think we've gone crazy? He asks me. Absolutely, I say. Listen, brother, you love her. You absolutely fucking do. No man buys a woman a ring, gets down on his knee, which I'm assuming you did, then on top of that gets her to wear his ink, and just to be sure she understands that she belongs to him, also buys her a massive 24-karat gold bracelet with his family crest on it. You love her. She needs to hear the words. You know, when you're not being all superior and holier than thou, you can be quite a good brother. He smirks. I grab the rough material of his suit jacket by the collar and pull his big bulk into me, cuffing him on the back of his head. He knocks my hand away, but there's no aggression in the move. I know if it came down to a fight, Nick would probably win. I'm a little bit taller than him, but he has some muscle on me. Not only that, but he spent years brawling on the streets when I was earning my degree. Not that I can't fight. I've done my share of brawling too, and I have blood on my hands as well. Nick, though, he was the one who had to do the lion's share of it. Of course, out of the 3 of us, it's ironic that our youngest brother is the one who could beat us both to a pulp. Maxim has size. The man is muscle on muscle. Not only that, but he's fast as well. Strength is all very well, but it means nothing if you don't have speed and good reactions. Maxim possesses it all. He's a triple threat when it comes right down to it. So, are you going to set up a meet with Stamatis and let me in on it? Yep. Nick nods. He wants us to meet him out there. He won't come here. It has to be on his territory. I think about that for a moment. How about a compromise? What do you mean? He's in Athens, right? Nick nods. But his son-in-law, Damon, he has a place and family on Corfu, no? And Corfu is where Constantine and Andreas are, yes? He nods to both these facts. Makes sense to me for us to arrange a meet there. He rubs his jaw, thinking. The other day, Leah told me how much she wants to go to Corfu. It's her favorite place, after she went with her parents before her family fell apart. I want to take her back. How about we offer to set the meet up on neutral territory, and we all go and have a holiday in Corfu? Go get that bride of yours. Tell her you love her, stop being an ass, and then we'll go on holiday. Hell, we could even take Maxim. Agreed on everything, except Maxim. He can stay here and help run the club. If he wants in, he can start from the ground up. I narrow my eyes at my brother. You're going to have him clearing tables, aren't you? He huffs out a soft laugh. He's far too clumsy for that. Nah, he can just watch things while we're gone. There is no way I want a loose cannon like him involved in negotiations with those people. Fair enough, I suppose. I can understand his worries. I still think he undersells Maxim and sees him as way more immature than he is, but it's not worth arguing about. I have more out of this conversation than I'd ever hoped for. I honestly thought we would have to go to war over this. Whether it's because Nikolai has finally seen the light and understands that family can achieve much more if they work together, or if it's because he's on the ropes, punch drunk from his wife leaving him, I don't know. Either way, it's worked out well for me. There's one other thing, I tell him. I had to go to a party with Leah run by the men who organized the auction. You won't believe who was there. Nick sips his drink and holds it in front of his face as he looks at me over the rim of the glass. Shock me. Sarcastic fuck. He is going to be shocked, though. Tommaso Rossi, and he wants to meet with us. Nick slams his drink down on the bar and straightens. It's as if he sobers instantly. Why the hell would a mafiosi from northern Italy want to meet with us? I have no idea, but I thought it judicious that we have the meeting. After all, he has a hell of a lot of firepower. I'll hear him out, but if it's anything to do with drugs or that people trafficking evil shit he's involved in, I want nothing to do with it. You and me both, brother. You won't believe what the hell he was doing. Nick raises his brows, and I tell him all about the poor girl that Tommaso Rossi had with him. When I'm finished, Nick's eyes are wide. That's genuinely fucked up, and that's coming from me. He blows out a long breath and pinches his nose. There are really messed up people in this world. Maybe you're right, and maybe families should stick together. We can be stronger as three than I am as one. I don't want those Italians coming at us, and I don't want to do business with them. We'll let him come and talk to us as a sign of respect, but I doubt he has anything to say that we want to hear. I nod and take out my phone. I put a reminder in tomorrow's calendar to contact him and set up a meet. If I make the meet with Rossi for some time in the next few weeks, and then you arrange to see Stamatis next month, it gives more than enough time for Maxim to get himself here and orient himself to running the business. Sounds good? He takes another sip of his drink. Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to sit in my club and get messy drunk. I'll think about what you said about Sienna, though. You might be right about that as well. I stand and pretend to stagger against the bar as I faint in a state of shock. He laughs. Yeah, don't push it. Go find your woman. She's very beautiful, by the way, and she seems like a nice girl. I genuinely mean that. You can tell that she's a nice person. Don't fuck it up. At one point, his parting shot would have had me bristling. I'd have been dying to say, "Who are you to tell me not to fuck it up when you've made such a mess of your relationship?" I don't feel like that now, though. It's as if, in this short conversation, we've reached a kind of new understanding. We will always rub each other the wrong way to a certain degree. Nick can be abrasive. It's just his personality. So long as we can get along well enough to work together when the need arises, I'll be happy. I pat him on the shoulder. After tonight, stop with the drinking and go fetch your woman. I stroll to the main entrance of the club and go look for Leah.
Chapter 20. Leah. By the time Logan has finished showing me around, I'm in awe of the beauty of the building. I'm struck by how strange it seems for two men who do the kind of work that Sasha and his brother do, to be running a club full of old-money dinosaurs from the British elite. And wow, Sasha's brother Nikolai was intense. I think he might have been a little bit drunk, too. He radiates the same intense, brooding energy. They are both very charismatic men. Personally, I think Sasha is a much more handsome man, but I might be biased. I look down the long corridor we've just turned onto and see the man in question stalking toward me. My stomach flips in the way it always does when I see him. I keep replaying the events of the previous night over in my head and thinking about how I can't wait to do that again. When Sasha reaches me, he grabs my hand, brings it to his lips, and gives me a kiss on the back of my hand. He laces our fingers together and walks down the corridor the way we came in. "Nikolai seemed to be messy tonight," Logan says. "Yeah, your wife leaving you will do that, I suppose." "Is he going to be okay?" I ask. "Perhaps we ought to ask him if he wants to come back to our house and have a meal with us or something." I'm being kind, but I hope Sasha doesn't agree to that. I'd like more time alone with him, rather than having to entertain his family. I wanted to meet Nikolai properly, and I really wanted to meet Sienna. But Sienna isn't here now, and Nikolai, well, he's a brooding, angry man who has drunk far too much whiskey. "He'll be fine," Sasha says. "And it would be his idea of hell coming to a meal with us. Trust me, we're not that kind of family." That makes me sad, but I can't say anything because we weren't that kind of family either. Mom and I used to eat our supper alone, a tray balanced on our knees, watching television, while Dad was out God knows where. Once Dad left, Mom and I carried on the routine of eating in the living room while we watched television. In fact, we would spend our whole evenings watching television. I'm surprised Mom managed to keep such a good figure on her. It must be genetic because my grandmother was the same. Mom doesn't exercise, though. She eats a dreadful diet, and she spends her whole evenings just watching TV for hours on end unless she's working a night shift. She watches all the shows, and she has her favorites, and they're all lined up on her TV planner for her to dip in and out of. She likes the soaps, but also reality TV, and all the police procedurals. It means that she's never stuck for anything to watch. I get a pang of affection for her, and in that moment, I miss her so much. I glance at Sasha walking by my side and wonder if I could tell him the truth about why I ran away. He said so much to me these last few days. Our whole relationship has changed. He says that he loves me, that he wants me to be with him. I should tell him the truth. But I'm terrified that if I do, and he is angry at me for misleading him, then he might throw me out. And where would I be then? If I don't get to the end of my allotted time, I don't get my money from the auction company. Once I get to the end of my time, if Sasha really means it about us giving this a go, I can do so, because I'll have some money of my own. Until then, though, I'm in far too vulnerable a position to risk telling him the truth, no matter how much it hurts me to keep it from him. When we exit the club, Easton is waiting in the car for us. I can't believe that Sasha has a team of people working for him, and these aren't the only ones. He has Tabitha at his beck and call, and apparently, from a discussion we had the other day, he also has a personal trainer in America, along with a chef who prepares his meals for the week. Sasha is so spoiled it's not even funny. Still, it seems he doesn't have the enjoyment in life I wish he did. He's so serious most of the time. He never seems to really have any fun. I glance at him again and think of something. "Do you have a game console?" I ask him. "What do you mean?" I blink at him in surprise. "You know, a game console, like, I don't know, Nintendo or a PlayStation." He stares at me as if I've grown a second head. "Kukla, I stopped playing games a long time ago." And therein is the problem, I think to myself. "We're gonna play games tonight," I say. "Is there somewhere we can go and buy a console?" This might be excessive of me, but the man is draping me in jewelry worth more than most people's cars, so me asking for a game console isn't that big of a deal. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to loosen Sasha Volkov up a little. He shrugs. "I have no idea." He glances at Logan, who copies this shrug with one of his own. "Easton," he says to our driver come personal butler, "do you know of anywhere?" Easton gives me a brief flash of a smile through the rearview mirror before focusing on the road. "There are indeed places we can go and get a game console, madame," he says. I smile to myself and snuggle in my seat. "Would you be an Xbox, PlayStation, or a Nintendo girl?" Easton asks me. "I like Nintendo," I say. I know it's a bit more childish, but that's why I like it. The games you can play are fun and involve everyone. I think that's what we ought to go for when we get to the store. Sasha, Easton, Logan, and I all end up going into the store. We are gawped at as soon as we enter. I suppose we do look a little strange. It's not often you see 3 such handsome, well-dressed men as these entering a catalog store late at night. A group of young girls are hanging around the jewelry counter, pointing at different rings, and they turn as we walk by. "Oh my God, did you see that guy?" one of them says to her friend. "Which one?" her friend replies. "The tallest." She's clearly referring to Sasha. "He's so fit. I don't think that girl's anywhere near hot enough for him." "She won't be with him, stupid. She's probably with one of the other 2. I can't believe how loudly they are talking as if I don't even exist. I try not to let it get to me, because they're only teenagers, and teenagers can be spiteful. But their words echo all of my deepest fears. "Where will this console you speak of be?" Sasha demands. I look around the huge store. I finally spy the corner where all the electronic equipment is. "This way," I say as I grab his hand. I lead him through the store until we get to the aisle of game consoles and other electrical goods. "Which one do you want, then?" he asks. I point to the Nintendo console and he picks it up for me, carries it to the counter and pays. As we leave, something catches his eye. He walks over to it and inspects it. It is a cafetiere, one of those things you can make a simple coffee with from the ground coffee Sasha prefers. He hands the game console to Logan to hold, grabs the cafetiere, and marches to the counter. He buys that as well and then joins us. "This is so you can make your coffee easily if I'm not around." He gives me a soft smile. Glancing to my side, a movement catching my eye, I spy the girls watching us. "Thank you." I give him a soft kiss on the mouth. Then I do something I normally never would. I flip them the bird behind my back and grin as we leave. Maybe a queen wouldn't flip off a group of teenage girls, but it felt like a power move to me. Sasha is carrying the cafetiere, and he might not understand it, but that gift means more than any of the expensive stuff he has bought me. He knows I struggle with that stupid machine. If you don't get it exactly right, you can mess it up, and I'm scared of breaking it. There are all sorts of things that Sasha does to make his coffee, fiddling with this, that, and the other, and I don't understand it. Now I can make my own quickly and easily. It's a gesture that says he wants me in his life for longer and is prepared to make changes to facilitate that. When we approach St. John's Wood, the 3 men are joking, and the mood in the car seems to have lightened considerably. We exit the vehicle, and by the time Sasha and I have taken our shoes off, made ourselves a drink, and entered the living room, Easton has already done his magic. There are snacks and more drinks laid out, and the game console is set up. He says his goodnight and leaves us alone. I sip at the beer, not fancying a wine this evening. Sasha followed my example and helped himself to one too. First, we play a tennis game, and Sasha is surprisingly bad at it. It means I win hands down, and he starts to get pouty. I decide that we should change things up. This time, I choose a dance game. I smile to myself as I set it up and turn it on. This is going to be so good. I go first, and when it's Sasha's turn, I hand the controller over to him. "Oh, no, I'm not doing this." I press my lips into a firm line and pop my hands on my hips as I stare him down. "You most certainly are," I tell him. I load up the next song, and the moves are ready for him to copy on the mat that came with the console. He shakes his head and sips his beer, but he gives in and takes up position on the mat. 5 minutes later, I'm rolling around on the sofa, crying with laughter. My stomach hurts so bad I can barely breathe. Sasha is the world's worst dancer. He can't do any of it right. His feet keep missing the squares and landing on different ones. When he tries to spin around, he tangles up in his legs and falls. He's the most terrible dancer I've ever witnessed. My mom always used to tell me to find a man who was a good dancer, because she said any man who can dance would be a good lover, and vice versa. Well, Sasha has blatantly proved this to be untrue. He's an excellent lover and a terrible dancer. I quite like that he can't dance well. It makes him more human. He's so damn in control and good at everything else. I start giggling again at one point when he spins and stumbles into the table. I try to stop, not wanting to offend him, but he's laughing too. Soon we're laughing so hard neither of us can dance. He's like a different person when he laughs like this. He looks about a decade younger and even more beautiful. Bored of the dance game, he turns it off. We move on to a fighting game, which he wins hands down. After a while, I get tired and I can't disguise a big yawn. "Bedtime for you," he says. I nod and we turn off the console. He makes me a cup of herbal tea at my request, and we head upstairs. I know what's coming. We are going to bed and sip our herbal tea while we watch Netflix and then go to sleep. I think Sasha has other things planned. I'm anxious suddenly. "Do you mind if I have a bath and drink my tea while I soak?" I ask him. "Not at all. Let me have a quick shower, then it's yours." I wait on the bed in his room, in his space, as if this is where I belong now. The shower turns on, and Sasha is quick, true to his word. He comes out with a towel wrapped around his waist, and his hair is damp. He is so handsome, I can only stare in wonder that this man picked me. "Bathroom's free," he says as he messes around in the top drawer of the chest underneath the window. I take one last lingering look at his broad back and then scoot into the haven of the bathroom. I look at the stuff he has on his shelves and see one of his fragrances is something Mediterranean with orange and neroli. There's a bath oil and shower gel to go with it. I grab some and shout through the door, asking if I can use it. He laughs. "Feel free. All that stuff is bought in by Easton. I've not used half of it. I have things in my room also bought in by Easton, but I fancy trying this. What does he use normally?" I poke my head out the door, and my heart stops. Sasha is laid out on the bed on his front. His hair is mussed, drying in waves, and he's wearing only the towel, still loosely wrapped around his lower half. He's reading a book, and he's wearing glasses. This shouldn't be the hottest thing I've ever seen, but it is. The man has a face that is made for glasses. They somehow make him look sexier than he is without. I think it's because he's so damn beautiful that the glasses kind of provide a punctuation mark to that beauty. And when he glances at me, they enhance his eyes. "Is everything okay?" he asks. I swallow and find my voice. "I was just going to ask, what do you use when you're here and you don't have Easton?" He gives a shrug with his mouth, which makes him look even hotter. "I did pack a bag before I left America. I have the basics. All the fancy stuff. That's Easton. Use what you want." "Okay, thanks." I slink into the bathroom, closing the door behind me and running the bath. Sasha wears reading glasses. Sasha looks hotter in his reading glasses than any man has a right to. Sasha is a bad dancer. Sasha can laugh at himself being a bad dancer. Instead of these signs of humanity and the God I have built him up to be bringing him down to earth for me, they only make me want him more. After the bath, I rinse off and rub on some scented body lotion before wrapping my towel around myself and joining Sasha on the bed. "Come here," he says straight away, taking his glasses off and putting them to one side. I melt into him, unable to resist, my nerves soothed by his touch and his warmth. He kisses me all over, his lips raining down affection as he tastes my skin. At some point, I lose the towel, and he discards his, and we're in one another's arms, skin on skin. His fingers brush over me, sensitizing, teasing, and electrifying. When he slides inside of me, it's gentle, and he kisses my mouth deep but soft as he moves slowly within me. It's languid, sensual, and more intense than any of the other times. This has feeling behind it. He moves in me in a rhythm that presses against that spot inside me, until I'm crying out his name and clutching him to me as we come together, our bodies pressed tight to one another. Tears fill my eyes and I blink them back as it hits me like a freight train. Sasha Volkov just made love to me. Chapter 21. Leah. The next few weeks pass in a delirious blur. I can almost imagine this is my life. We do normal things, as well as having lots of sexy times. Sasha takes me to his favorite deli where I eat a pastrami on rye sandwich and fall in love with a new foodie delight. We go for long walks. We talk. I find myself falling hard and fast and start to believe this could be something real, something life-changing. I've always heard that pride comes before a fall, but they never tell you that hope can too. On the 7th day of the 4th week, Sasha tells me that tomorrow we will be going back to Club V. He has a business meeting with Nikolai and that horrid man, Tommaso Rossi, from the auction party. I must have looked afraid because Sasha said I don't need to be there for the meeting and I can wait with Logan in one of the back rooms, and then we will all go out for dinner. Logan's girlfriend is visiting London for a long weekend, shopping with some friends, and she will join us. Also, Sasha's brother Maxim will be there. The next evening arrives far too fast. Nervously, I dress myself. Tonight, I choose my own clothes and don't let Sasha tell me what to wear. I pick a silk shirt dress with a chain pattern on it. I think it's very expensive, but I pick it because of how it feels against my skin and how it skims my curves without overly exaggerating them. I pull my hair up and apply a tiny bit of makeup. I shove on some low square heels that I can walk in and grab one of the smaller bags I have amongst my little collection Sasha bought for me. I add my watch, and as I look at myself in the mirror, my fingers automatically brush against the collar. We had sex again last night, and Sasha held on to the chain, his fist wrapped around it tight at the base of my neck as we came. His possessiveness lights a fire in me, and I feel the same way. It grows in me hourly. When I look at him, there's a drumbeat saying, "Mine, mine, mine." Ready, I descend the stairs to find the usual crew. Logan, Easton, Sam, and of course Sasha. His gaze locks on me, drinking me in as he sweeps it up and down my body. "You look beautiful," he tells me. I smile at him. "You don't look so bad yourself." He grins. "To the club, sir?" Easton asks. "Yes, please." Sasha holds the door open for me and then takes my hand and guides me down the steps. We talk a little in the car, but I'm distracted. I've decided I must tell Sasha the truth, no matter the cost. Feelings are building in me, and I know he has them for me too. I can't keep lying to him. It's not right. After we get home tonight, I will tell him everything. I'll confess that my family are mostly criminals and trash, that my cousin is in a gang, and my aunt seems either not to care or is incapable of putting her foot down. I'll tell him what I witnessed and that I don't believe I'm safe. Then it's up to him whether he still wants me. I think he will, though. I can't see him not doing so. It's not as if I've done anything wrong myself, except to withhold the truth. And I had a good reason. Nerves are biting at my stomach, nipping at my insides like tiny sharks, all sharp teeth and dread. God, if this goes wrong, he will leave me. We pull up outside the club and I follow the men inside on autopilot. This time, when I see Nikolai, he seems in a much brighter mood. Happy, in fact. And there's a stunning woman with long red hair by his side. There's also a man I haven't seen before with them. He's tall, not quite as tall as Sasha or Nikolai, but bigger built. He's wearing a Henley shirt, and his arms are massive. He's much darker than Nikolai or Sasha, but I guess straight away that this must be Maxim. His hair is shiny and black, and his eyes are deep brown. His skin is tan, and he looks like he could be Southern Italian or Spanish. He is one striking man, and when he glances at Sasha, his mouth twitches into a smile. "Maxim," Sasha exclaims, confirming my suspicions. He goes to his brother and pulls him into a hug, slapping his back. Maxim hugs him back, and I smile as I watch the two brothers reunite. Nikolai looks on from his bar stool, and a dark look passes over his face as Sasha and Maxim converse in what I assume is Slovakian. Nikolai gives a shake of his head and turns away to sip his drink. Sasha pulls Maxim by the arm and brings him over to me. "Come here, meet Leah," he says. "Lovely to meet you," Maxim says. His voice is a deep rumble, and his accent is much stronger than either Sasha's or Nikolai's. Close to him like this, his eyes hold a flicker of the same amber lighting them that Nikolai's burn with. However, you don't see it in Maxim's as easily, unless the light hits them a certain way. He's not as strikingly handsome as either Sasha or Nikolai, in my opinion, but he looks kind when he smiles, and he has the sort of body most women would drool over. I glance at his hands when gestures at something and swallow hard. The backs of both of his knuckles are cut and cracked. I know exactly what that means because my cousin's knuckles were the same way. Maxim obviously gets into plenty of fights. "Would you like to come and sit in the conservatory with me?" Sienna asks, breaking into my thoughts. I look at her, then glance at Sasha. He gives me a subtle nod. "It's probably best you ladies aren't here when Rossi arrives." Sasha holds my hand and gives it a quick squeeze. "I really did not like the way he was looking at you. I don't trust that snake as far as I can throw him. And yet you invited him into my space." Nikolai taps the top of his glass with 2 fingers as he watches Sasha. "Our space, brother. But I didn't invite him, if you recall," he asked. The murmur of voices behind us skitters across my skin as I turn around. Oh no, we're too late. Standing out the door is Tommaso Rossi and the woman he says is his cousin. In the time since I saw her last, she's lost weight. Her cheekbones are almost too sharp, the sort you see on some models that makes you wonder if she's naturally thin or simply not eating. Nikolai stands, straightens his shoulders, and pulls his suit jacket down by the lapels as he angles his head to one side and regards Tommaso coldly. I know that Sasha said this man is dangerous, an Italian criminal, but the way Nikolai is looking at him, I'd be surprised if Tommaso is not feeling at least a bit nervous. "Nikolai Volkov," he says as he thrusts his hand out. Tommaso takes hold of Nikolai's hand and shakes firmly. "I appreciate you agreeing to meet with me and inviting me to your club. I know that you didn't have to." He turns to Sasha and gives a brief dip of his hat. "I also appreciate you asking your brother for me. It's a shame it took so long, however. We finally get to talk." "I really don't understand what there could be for us to discuss," Nikolai shrugs. "However, I am not a rude man and you requested this meeting, so we shall have it. It's actually a very simple and easy request for you to fulfill." Tommaso glances at the man behind the bar. "Pour me a whiskey," he demands, "and a glass of champagne for Aurora." I glance at the woman by his side, his supposed cousin. So, Aurora is her name. It's a beautiful name for a very beautiful woman. Now that I'm close to her, I can see just how absolutely stunning she is. If I thought Sienna was beautiful, and I do, Aurora is almost above and beyond mere mortals. Her skin glows as if it's covered in diamond dust. Her eyes are so large and dark, they're like liquid pools. Her nose is perfect, her mouth full. I would be jealous of her if it were not for the fact that she's born into what is clearly a nasty family. At least today she isn't dressed the way she was at the club. I glance over at Maxim, and the force of his gaze takes my breath away. He's not staring at me, but right at Aurora. I look at her and realize she is holding his gaze. It's as if the air between them catches alight. I swear you can almost smell the pheromones brewing between them. I glance at Sasha, but he's looking between them with a puzzled frown forming between his brows. "And who is this?" Tommaso asks as he aggressively jerks his chin at Maxim. "Maxim Volkov," Maxim says before either Sasha or Nikolai can answer for him. He doesn't even gift Tommaso with a glance, but continues to hold Aurora in the laser focus of his intense gaze. "Stop staring at my cousin," Tommaso snarls. "You don't get to come into my club and then start trouble." Nikolai widens his stance. "I'm not trying to cause trouble. She's taken, and I don't like the way your brother is looking at her. Logan, take the ladies, including Aurora, to the conservatory, please. We will have some drinks and nibbles delivered to you." Sasha takes a hold of my upper arm for a brief moment and gives it a squeeze. It's a reassuring gesture, but my nerves are jangling at the strange atmosphere that's developing here. I hope there isn't going to be any trouble. We head to the conservatory, and I sit with Logan as we wait for the drinks to be delivered. "Aurora is a very beautiful name," I say to the woman. "Thank you very much," she replies. "What is your name?" "I'm Leah," I tell her. "This is Sienna." I notice that she's still wearing the leather collar. Sienna is staring at it too. I find myself glancing at Sienna's wrist where the thick bracelet hangs heavy and luxurious. Then I see the crest. Is that what I'm going to be wearing when Sasha has the final pendant completed for my necklace? The pendant is adorned with a sharp V surrounded by vines and roses, and set in the center of a V is a chess piece, the king. Sienna's bracelet is marked with this crest, just as my pendant is. I noticed the chess set in the reading room at Sasha's house. I didn't think much of it because many people have them. Maybe, however, it means more than I've given it credit. What does the chess piece signify? I ask Sienna. Sienna automatically touches the bracelet, tracing the chess piece on the thick pendant. It's the Volkov family insignia, don't you know? I feel stupid suddenly. I should know, surely. Sasha said I was to wear his crest, but he hasn't even bothered to tell me what that is or the history of it. He hasn't told me anything of his family's history. It's to do with their grandfather, I do believe, Sienna says. He made a chess set or something from wood he found. I think he was in a gulag or something. She shrugs as if she can't quite remember. I'm not sure, but I know that it's the family insignia and that they all love to play chess. Except recently, I've been playing for Nikolai because I beat Sasha more often. She gives a soft laugh. You beat Sasha at chess? I ask her. I can beat most of them at chess, she says with a soft smile. I was taught to play by my grandmother, and she was a ferociously good player. I have at least a little of her skills. I was never allowed to play games like chess, Aurora says. Her voice is melodious, almost as if she's singing when she speaks. Her hands are folded in her lap, and I notice the bitten nails. Such a juxtaposition for a woman so beautiful and well-kempt to have rugged bitten nails. One of them is bitten so far down there's a bit of blood gathering around the cuticle at the edge. Are you okay, Aurora? Sienna asks her. Her face is full of concern as she watches the young Italian woman. Define okay, Aurora says with a brief, bitter laugh. The drinks arrive then, stopping Sienna from answering. I sip my wine, but it does nothing to loosen the nervous agitation I feel deep in my gut. Can we do anything? Sienna asks once the waiter is gone. No one can, Aurora says. Her sorrow is so strong it soaks the room like a fine mist of rain. It makes the atmosphere oppressive, and I find myself feeling panicked and trapped. This is all so surreal. Will you excuse me for a moment? I ask of them. I need to use the ladies' room. I leave the room as Sienna tells Aurora she can try to help, only to be rebuffed again. I head out of the conservatory and take in a deep breath, finally feeling as if I can get some air in. That room oppressed me for some reason. The three of us women guarded over by Logan, and all of us somehow tied to and owned by men. I want Sasha to tie me to him in many ways, but he's still the one making all the decisions and pulling the strings. I assume it's a similar situation for Sienna. And then there's poor Aurora. I could weep at the fate that awaits her. I see the sign for the restrooms and hurry down the corridor toward the ladies. I push my way into the room, place my bag beside the sink on the marble countertop, and blow out a long breath as I look at my reflection in the mirror. I rinse my hands more for something to do than from needing to wash them. I'm patting them dry with a towel when the door swings open and a woman walks in. I raise my eyes to meet her reflection in the mirror, and my heart skips a beat. Oh no, it's Debbie. I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to be in here, I say as calmly as I can. You really don't want to push Sasha any further than you have. You speak about him as if you know him, she says with a sneer. You know nothing. I'm going in a moment, but I'm here to tell you something that you need to know. I'm relieved you went to the ladies' room. I was beginning to think you were going to spend the whole evening sitting in that weird little handmaiden clique you seem to have become part of. If I hadn't managed to get you alone tonight, I would have to carry on spying on the house and stalking you like some sort of weirdo, which I most definitely am not. However, you need to know the truth. Sasha doesn't love you. He might tell you he does, the way he told me so many times, but it's all a game to him. I shake my head and tell myself immediately that I don't believe what she's saying, but her words sting, flaming my skin like tiny flecks of ice hitting my cheek during a cold winter storm. Sasha likes to break little girls. It's his hobby. The thing is, when he's done with you, he's going to have to discard you. You do realize that, right? He can't simply break it off, can he? I mean, you know all his dirty secrets now. You know he's practically a criminal. You know the things he does. With me, it doesn't matter because he has leverage. You heard what he said. You saw how cold he is. If I don't do exactly what he wants, he will ruin my husband and me. How is he going to ruin you, Leah? I'm not sure I understand what she means. The only way he can ruin you is by getting rid of you. I mean, he can't blackmail you with the loss of your family name. You're nobody. Or, at least I assume you're nobody. She gives a laugh, a tinkling, high-pitched laugh that makes my hair stand on end. You don't look like someone who comes from money, and I've never heard of you or seen you in any of the places where the beautiful people go. So I assume you're a little piece of street trash he's picked up to play with for a while. She pauses, and something reptilian crosses her face. You might want to investigate a girl named Rebecca and what happened to her after Sasha had his fun. I'll give you a hint. She's no longer walking around, breathing, and enjoying the sunshine. She takes 3 steps toward me and halts about a foot away. I'm not here because I care about you. I want to mess Sasha up. And the way to do that is to make his latest little plaything turn on him and leave before he can be the one to end the game. I'll admit I'm here for selfish reasons. I'm not lying, though. What I'm telling you is the truth. He's a dangerous, cold, calculating man. He knows how beautiful he is, and he has more money than most people can ever dream of. As for Nikolai, he has half the politicians and police in London in his pocket. Do you think anybody is going to notice when you go missing? Do you think anyone will care? It's not the truth, I tell myself. It can't be. I can sense his love when he's with me. Surely I can't be wrong. And you know you might be different. You might be the one. You really might be the one that he loves. I'm willing to accept that's a possibility. I saw the way he looked at you after all. The problem is, Leah, at some point he will stop loving you. Men always do. I mean, he might hit his mid-40s, midlife crisis territory, and some 20-something will come along all toned, smooth limbs, and he'll have his head turned. And then you'll be a problem he needs to get rid of. Or perhaps you'll be the one to mess up. You're young and your accent is rough. I don't think you come from money or class. And if you embarrass him, well, he won't take to that kindly. You want to get out now while you can. Leave while there's still a chance for you to do so. She takes a lipstick out of her bag and paints her lips in the bright, bold red. Then she snaps the lid back on, pops it into her bag, and fastens it with a snap. Anyway, she says with a smack of her lips, that's all I came here to say. You won't see or hear from me again. I'm going back to my husband with my tail between my legs like a good girl. I know full well not to push Sasha any further. You can tell him I spoke to you if you wish. However, I don't think you'll do that. I think you're smarter than that. I think, deep down, you and I are quite alike. We are survivors. I do believe you'll be a clever girl and keep this conversation to yourself and hold the knowledge that I've shared with you close. When the time comes, you'll use it to do what's right. She turns smartly on her heels, stalks to the door, opens it, looks left and right down the corridor, and then exits, closing it softly behind her. With shaking hands, I run my fingers over my necklace. What she says cannot be true. I don't believe it. But she did give me a name. Why would she give me the name of a girl if there's nothing there? What if Sasha did get rid of an ex in the worst way? I've known all along that he is not a good person. Not by most moral standards, anyway. However, I told myself that he was the one out of the family who was the most decent, the most legal. Sasha said he hardly broke the law. Nikolai is the bad one, or that's the story I told myself. I need to face reality, though. They're probably all bad. They're meeting with the Italian Mafia right now, aren't they? I must be slightly immoral because I'm not sure Sasha being bad bothers me. So long as he's not going to hurt me and he uses that rough side to protect me, I can let things go. This, though, hurting a girl? I can't stop thinking about the other things Debbie said. That line about if I embarrass him or make a show of myself, he'll be forced to get rid of me. It makes sense. Nikolai runs one of the most prestigious clubs in the world. Royalty comes to this place. If it's found out that my family are street thugs who sell drugs and murdered a man, what would Sasha do then? My stomach does a flip-flop as if I'm going over the top of a roller coaster. I don't really believe anything that spiteful woman said. However, the more I think about it, the more danger I may genuinely be in. There is no way a man like Nikolai Volkov would let his brother be with a woman whose family openly deals drugs on one of the roughest estates in Britain. He's the kind of criminal who hides behind a veneer of respectability. He and his brothers clothe themselves in a sheen of wealth and power to deflect those who look at them from the true nature of what they are. They can't have someone attached to them who comes from the kind of background that screams petty criminal, thief, drug dealer, and worse. My palms are sweaty as I wipe them down the sides of my dress. I curse myself because I'm gonna mark the silk if I'm not careful. I burst out laughing, shaking my head at my reflection. Who cares about silk, silly girl, when you could be in danger here? I keep trying to tell myself that I'm not, but why would Debbie risk the wrath of Sasha to come in here and give me that warning? As she says, she's not trying to get him back, and she's going to her husband now. It's a huge risk to take just because she's jealous. I need to get my head together, and I need to calm down. I'm simply letting the strange evening this is turning into get to me. If I think about it and let myself feel on a deep instinctual level, then I believe Sasha will not harm me. That's what I tell myself, at any rate, as I open the door to the bathroom and step into the corridor. There's the noise of a television coming from a room a few doors down, and I turn that way, intrigued. Is there a television room in this club for the patrons? As I move toward the sound, I approach a large door ajar. I peer inside the room and watch the three men, all big-built, as they watch the television. There is a woman with dark hair who is sitting across the lap of one of the men, laughing at something that's being said as she eats an apple. On the screen in front of them is a game, football. I'm about to turn around and leave when the girl grabs the remote and flicks the channel. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The man whose lap she's on says, making to grab it. "I'm bored of football," she says with a pound. He grabs the remote easily but freezes. I look at the screen and I freeze too. I'm on the television. What the fuck? I stare at the picture, nausea rising in me like a tidal wave. I'm on the television, and there's a headline underneath the photograph of me that says, "Wanted for murder." Then I tune into what the anchor is saying. Police state not to approach the woman as she may be dangerous. The gang witnessed her carry out the frenzied attack after the man, Hasim Rakim, approached Julia Leah Rhymes about her dealing his drugs on his patch. Oh, crap. They've used my real name, too. Of course. Shit. This gets worse and worse. This cannot be real. I must be having some sort of hallucinatory delusion. No way am I being blamed for that man's murder. Strike that. He's not even a man. He was a boy, for God's sake, and they were brutal with him. Surely the police cannot believe a young woman would carry out those injuries alone. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the clear delusion that I'm having. "Holy fuck," one of the men says. "That's the fucking bitch Sasha's been bringing around." "What?" another says. "I'm going to get Nikolai right now." I don't wait to hear any more. What Debbie said may or may not be true, but this means that I'm hunted by the police, and I don't think for one moment that Sasha's brothers will harbor a fugitive. Not when that will bring all kinds of attention to their dodgy dealings. I turn as I exit the club and run. I race down the corridor, heart pounding, and straight to the entrance, past the concierge who glances at me and then moves toward me. I don't wait. I look left and right and take the right because there's a road off to the left about 40 feet down, and I can be out of sight in a moment. I run until my lungs burn. My feet pound on the asphalt as I flee through London. The whole time I'm running, my mind is whirring. I'm back to square one. I have no money, nowhere to go, and now, as well as my cousin looking for me, I have the police after me too. Finally, out of adrenaline-fueled energy, I stop running. I'm breathing hard as I bend over and try to get in enough air to stop my chest from burning. As the fog of immediate panic starts to clear, I realize that I've been idiot. Yes, Sasha holds my fate in his hands if I go back, but I'm so vulnerable out here alone with no money, nowhere to stay, and nobody on my side, that fleeing was a stupid thing to do. In my defense, I was so shocked I couldn't think clearly, and seeing myself on the news like that, following Debbie's vicious words, pushed me over the edge of reason. Okay, I need to be calm and rational about this. Didn't Sasha say something during one of our conversations about Nikolai taking on a corrupt cop for Sienna? I'm sure that's what he told me about them. If that's the case, why wouldn't Sasha do the same for me? There's no way he would believe that I could have murdered that boy. It doesn't even make sense. Why are the police saying this? I glance around and realize that my only choice right now is to go back. To go back and find Sasha and tell him the truth. Any other course of action is idiocy. I start to retrace my footsteps, but realize that I'm lost. I have no idea how far I ran or how many turns I took. It means I need to find someone and ask them how to get to Club Volkov. "Well, look at this," a male voice says to the right of me. I whip my head around and step back from the three youths lounging by the wall, smoking a spliff. "Fuck me, Rick," one of them says. "It's that bird from the news." They peel from the wall as if one entity and move menacingly toward me. Oh, God. I'm in deep trouble.
Chapter 22. Maxim. My brothers are talking to that fucker, Tommaso Rossi. I'm not really taking in anything they say. He explained to me briefly and succinctly why I'm not supposed to look at his cousin, Aurora. She's to be given in marriage to some old, corrupt fucker. Rossi is giving away his own cousin like she's a thing, like she's not a human being with feelings or agency or any say in the matter. And now my brothers are talking to him about his ridiculous request and considering it. He wants to be able to introduce his younger brother into British society. He needs friends in high places and requires Nikolai to provide introductions in our club. It's not as bad as we were thinking it might be. I've already had a conversation with Sasha about this, and he was worried Rossi was either going to push him to join him in his ventures or request to join ours. Both of which would have been absolute no-goes, but could have necessitated a war with part of the Italian Mafia. If Rossi had come in here alone and asked for what he was requesting right now, I might have been of the mind to say yes. He didn't come in here alone, though. He came in here dragging his cousin behind him like a dog. Aurora. Her name means dawn. It's fitting that her name references the morning light because the very moment I laid eyes upon her, it was as if sunlight flooded my world. I've never experienced anything like it in my life. It was an intense, blinding bolt of attraction I felt right down to my toes. As I stared at her, electricity rippled over my skin, and that animal that resides in all of us, but we gloss over with our human words and clothes, roared to life. All I wanted to do in that moment was grab her by her long, thick hair, bend her over and kiss her before I ripped her clothes off and slid inside her slick, wet heat. That reaction alone was crazy enough, but the fact that she felt it too only compounded for me that this is one of those once-in-a-lifetime moments. I know she felt it because of the way she stared right back, her eyes widening and her full lips parting. Our bodies were in the game before our minds knew what was happening. We might as well have been two animals of the same species coming across one another in the woods during mating season. That's how intense it was. It was an elemental, intense moment and truly extraordinary. Above and beyond that initial bolt of insane attraction, however, there's something more. I recognize a kindred spirit in that woman. Her place in the family is similar to mine. I was the one in the family who got all the shit. Our father put it all on me and treated me like I was a never-ending screw-up. Nikolai, too, with the way he's always looked down on me. Sasha is not as bad as those two, but I can tell he still thinks I'm something of a screw-up. The only one who doesn't is our mother, and even she has told me that now I need to find my path and join my brothers in their business. I know what it is to be the only unimportant one in the family. By the lucky coincidence of being a male, however, I don't know what it is to be given away like a broodmare, traded in marriage to cement some sort of unholy alliance between two messed-up families. What is this, medieval times? "Excuse me a moment," I say to the man. "Where are you going?" Nikolai asks with that haughty air he has whenever he addresses me. "I need to take a piss, brother," I sneer at him. "Unless you'd rather I did it here, on the bar perhaps?" "Christ, you're an uncouth fuck," Nikolai smacks me on the back of the head. I don't respond or react in any way. I would normally, but I have a greater purpose right now than bothering with the annoyance of my brother. "I'm sure you'll teach me some manners while I'm here learning all about the business." I grin at him. His jaw clenches, and I can see he's considering serious violence. "Jesus Christ, you two. Maxim, just go to the toilet and try not to be so disgusting in front of our guest. Nikolai, stop being a pain in his ass." Sasha shakes his head and looks to Tommaso. "Family, huh? Anyway, let's get back to your request." I walk out of the room, and with each step I can feel Rossi's eyes on me. I turn in the opposite direction from where the women have gone, but I make a loop around the building so that I end up on the other side of the conservatory. There's a door to my side that leads into the garden, and I take it. I walk up to the glass of the conservatory, or as Nikolai calls it, the arrogant fucker, the orangery, and I stare through the glass at Aurora. The position I've taken means that if she looks up, she will see me, but the others won't. Look at me. If she doesn't look up, then I will take that as a sign that this is a moment of craziness and nothing more. I will go back in that room and really try to repair my relationship with Nikolai and get involved in the family business on a deeper level. If she looks up, however, then I'm going to act on that. That will be a sign from the universe that I can't let this woman be forced into a marriage she doesn't want. Her hands are folded on her lap, her foot is tapping on the floor, and every now and again she picks at her cuticles. Then slowly, like the blinds being drawn on a lazy Sunday morning, her eyes move upward until her gaze is locked on mine. A thrill passes through me. There's nothing I can do now. This is out of my hands. This is the universe telling us, we must seize this moment. I jerk my head to the side and she follows the motion with her gaze, seeing the small side door that leads out into the garden. Then I slip behind the large weeping willow that will hide me from view. I wait, hardly daring to breathe. I've made my decision, and now it's her turn. If she doesn't come out of that door and stays resolutely seated, then I know that she's going to go ahead with whatever despicable plans her cousin and her family have made for her. If she steps out of that door, then she's taking this leap with me. A moment later, the door gently creaks. My heart is hammering so hard I feel as if I'm running. There's a clack of heels against stone, and a slender figure comes into view. I beckon for her to walk forward until she's joining me, hidden by the bulk of the tree. "What do you want?" she asks, her breathing rapid. "Do you wish to do this?" I ask her. "To what?" she replies. "Do you wish to marry this prince whoever it is?" Her eyes fill with tears almost immediately. "I absolutely don't want to marry him. I'm terrified of it. I have no choice. None. You don't know my family or what they're capable of. If I don't go ahead with it, my cousin will probably kill me." "Come with me," I say. Christ, Nick is going to be so pissed. I almost smile when I think of his face when he finds us both gone. Big Brother thought he was going to school Little Brother on how to be a good Volkov. Instead, Little Brother's going to run off with a Rossi. I'll probably start a family war. I look at her. The most exquisite creature I've ever seen. I don't care about starting a war. I don't care about how angry Nick is going to be, or how butthurt Sasha will be that, once again, the family reunion didn't turn out the way he hoped in his little peacekeeper heart. I don't even care about how upset or worried our mother will be. This will be the first time in a long time I've done anything for myself. I want her. I want her more than I've wanted anything in my entire life. I can't come with you, she says as she brushes a tear away. It will only get you killed. Me too. It's a risk, I grant you that. I think I can get us out of here, though. I know someone who has a house in the middle of nowhere, and it's heavily fortified. If I call him now, and he's not using it, I can take us there. No one will know where we are. What about money, food, and survival? She glances around, her eyes wild now. We can't just hide in your friend's house forever. I've over 10,000 pounds in my car. We'll go there, I'll steal a car after I ditch my phone, and at some point we buy a burner so I can call my brothers when it's safe. They will be livid, but ultimately they'll help. She bites a nail. We must leave right now. I'll drive through the night to my friend's place, and I can guarantee you that no one will trace us. But we have to go right now. We don't have the time or the luxury to debate this or think about it. It's a massive risk for you. I understand that. If your cousin catches us, they'll kill us both. You're right. But what's your alternative? Be married in slavery to a man who's so old he could almost be your grandfather? I will help you escape. I'm scared, she whispers. Do you want to know a secret? She nods. I'm scared too. But I always find the very best things in life come when you face your fear. We can do it together. I take her hand in mine and squeeze it, rubbing my thumb over the inside of her palm. I use my other hand to tip her chin up, pressing my thumb over her jaw. You have to make your decision now, I tell her. Come with me. And what will you expect for that? She asks. Nothing that you're not willing to give. I mean it too. I want her more than anything, but if she doesn't want me, I would never force her. This is absolutely crazy. Yeah, well, that's me. I've always been the crazy one in the family, the black sheep, the disappointment. You know how it is. Thing is, Aurora, I'm a fighter. The one thing I can promise you is this. I'll try to get as far away as I can and then contact my brothers. They might be so angry with me that they will beat me to within an inch of my life. They won't hurt you, however. And they will help me hide you somewhere safe. That is not empty promises, but the truth. Why? Because you remind me of myself in some ways. Because I think you are far too beautiful to have your life wasted. Because there was an attraction between us that's a once-in-a-lifetime burst of something elemental, and I think we should have the chance to explore it. If you don't feel the same, that's fine. I won't pressure you. I think you did feel it, though. She shivers as if it's cold, and then she gives me a brief nod. I feel sick, she whispers. Tick-tock, I say, glancing at my watch. Decision time, baby. She looks at me, glances toward the conservatory, and then she seals our fate with a nod. Chapter 23. Sasha. I stare at Vadim, unable to formulate words. I can't believe what he's telling me. He dragged me out of the meeting and down the hallway to a room where they have all been watching television, and he told me what they'd seen. I can't believe it. And then it happens. The story runs on the news again. I stare at the screen, my hands balled into fists as the news anchor tells the world that the woman under my protection is a murderer. Do you want me to deal with her? Victor asks. What do you mean by that? I reply. She's brought attention to us, to our organization. Do you need me to, deal with her? I have him by the throat before I can even think. My hands squeeze tight, and he makes a gurgling, choking sound. Touch one hair on her head, and I will kill you. I let go of him with a shake of his neck. I pace the room, tuning out the drone of the anchor's voice as I think. I always knew Leah was running from something, but she's not a killer. I know it bone deep. That means she's been set up. I need to find her right now. She's in even more danger than I had ever imagined. As I head into the corridor, I slam into Nikolai. What's going on? I ask him.
I came to ask you the same question. Your man came to find me. It seems Leah went to the bathroom a while ago and she hasn't come back. I just checked in there and it's empty. Tommaso stalks into the corridor and I grit my teeth. I can feel sweat trickling down the back of my collar as I realize the implications of this. Listen, gentlemen, it seems you have some issues you need to deal with. Ever the fake, sleazy diplomat, he gives us a small smile. I will leave you to sort this out. However, thank you very much for listening to me and for working with me to find a way forward on this. It will mean a lot to my family for my brother to be introduced to the right people in this country. That's all we ask, nothing more. Christ, the bastard is still pushing it even when he must be able to tell we are clearly dealing with something. I turn my back on him without answering and head to the conservatory. Nikolai and Tommaso are on my heels. Where the hell is Leah? I ask Sienna and Logan. Sienna looks at me, and her eyes widen. I have no idea. She said she wanted to go to the ladies' room. She has been a while, though. Logan is looking at me, his eyes wide. He's fucked up big time, and he knows it. Boss, I'm so sorry. I had no reason to believe she'd try anything. She said she wanted to go to the restroom, and I just thought that was all it was. You and she seem so solid. Excuse me. Tommaso breaks into our conversation with a curt utterance. Where the hell is my cousin? She just stepped outside for some fresh air. Sienna points to the small door at the end of the conservatory. She gives Tommaso a withering look, as if he shit on her shoe, and I see something of what my brother does within her in that moment. She did what? He turns to Sienna, advancing on her, but Nikolai grabs a hold of him and pulls him back. Think before you make another move, Tommaso. You're on my territory now. How could you just let her walk out of that door? Tommaso addresses Logan this time. I think Logan's about to have a very bad workday. She said she wanted a moment of air. Logan brushes his hair back from a sweaty forehead. Anyway, there's no way out of that garden. It's true, Nick says. Only if you have the key to the gate. The walls around the garden are over 6 foot high. I doubt that she is going to be scaling them in that slinky dress and heels. Christ, you're lucky. I'd have your head if she'd have got out. Tommaso jabs a finger at Logan and pushes out the door, shouting for Aurora. I have bigger things to worry about, like finding Leah. Why would she run? Unless she didn't know she was being framed. Did she hear it on the news? The room where the men were watching television was not far from the restroom. What if she overheard the news story and she didn't know? If she's being framed, which is the only way this makes any sense, she would panic. But why wouldn't she come to me? I thought she loved me. I thought we had trust. Tommaso storms into the conservatory, his eyes tiny slits as he charges at Logan. He grabs Logan by the lapels and slams his head against the wall. She's not in the fucking garden, he snarls. She must be, Nikolai says. My men are going to search every inch of this place for Leah and Aurora. Nikolai takes his phone out and makes a call. A moment later, over 10 men descend on the conservatory. I stare at them. I always knew my brother had a veritable army, but I didn't realize that they were at his fingertips. As well as the 3 Vs, there are a lot of other men too. I recognize people as I focus. Miguel and the man who drives the delivery truck, another member of the bar staff, a doorman, and a few others. I glance at Nikolai and raise my eyebrows. Never let the world know who your best people are, he says to me softly. These men are all more than their basic roles. Clever, I think. Disguise your security detail as a barman and a concierge. There are 2 women missing and they have to be in this club. Nikolai explains the situation briefly and succinctly and gives details to the men as to where to look and what to do. Then they fan out across the building, searching. Logan joins them as I send out messages to people who can help me find Leah. I know she's damn well not in this building anymore. I pace, my heart in my mouth.
Every now and then I glance at Tommaso. If they can't find Aurora, we're going to find ourselves in the middle of one unholy war. I can't bring myself to care, though. All I want is for Leah to be back with me and safe. 20 minutes later, Logan comes into the conservatory and shakes his head. "You're all fucking dead," Tommaso says. "Be careful who you threaten," Nick says calmly. "I know you are a very dangerous man. So am I and my brothers. You come against us, and we'll come at you with everything we have. I don't think either of us need that. Your cousin got away, and that's on me. Because of that, I'll give you whatever you need for your brother. I have influence. I can reach out to people and get your family invited to the upper echelons of British society with the click of my fingers." He snaps his fingers in front of Tommaso's face. "I'd say that's a lot more useful to you than marrying your cousin off to some aged prince in a crumbling republic." "I'm gonna need more than that," Tommaso sneers. "Fair enough. We can negotiate. Your cousin will be found eventually. She can't get far. A woman looking like that alone in London. Does she have any money on her? I didn't see a bag." Tommaso shakes his head. "She has nothing. She knows nobody here either." "There you go then. You will find her, I'm sure of it." "I'm not saying that everything is okay." Tommaso glances between us. "You're right, though, in that a war suits nobody. I'm going to look like an absolute idiot now, a man who can't keep control of his cousin. A mere girl." "Tell everyone that we were the ones who couldn't keep control of her," Nikolai suggests. "I don't care if you tarnish my reputation in that sense. Say that you brought her and left her with us for a couple of hours to keep her safe, and we lost her. I'm okay with that." Tommaso stares at him, his jaw working. "I need to speak to my family for their feedback. I'll find her, and when I do, that little bitch is gonna suffer. You better come up with something good. I mean, access to the British Prime Minister levels of good, if you don't want us to tear everything you've built down to the fucking ground." He turns on his heels and storms out of the conservatory. "Holy fucking shitballs, Logan," I say. "Jesus Christ, man, when you fuck up, you really do fuck up." "I didn't fuck up. I went to look for Leah, and when I got back, Aurora had stepped out for a breath of air in the secure garden, and then you guys all rushed in." "You did fuck up," Nikolai says. "If you worked for me, I'd be debating right now whether to kill you or cut your pay for at least a year. You didn't tell me that I couldn't let Leah out of my sight. Not in here." Logan fixes me with his blue eyes and holds my stare. He's not a man who's easy to intimidate, and he looks more angry than scared right now. "Boss?" Vadim says. "Not now," Nikolai snaps. "But boss," Vadim pushes. "Where's Maxim?" Nikolai and I look at one another, and we come to the conclusion at the same time. Motherfucker. Chapter 24. Sasha. "That was my tame policeman who was under my orders," Nick tells me as he hangs up the phone for the 10th time. We've been in his office ringing around all the people Nikolai has in his pocket, and no one had come up with anything solid until now. Until this corrupt cop who finally had information. 3 youths have just turned up at the local police station with a young woman they claim is the girl on the news, the supposed Moreham murderess. Thank God, I breathe. "Want to go get your woman?" Logan asks. I stare at him, my jaw working. "We both know she's innocent. I have more men I can have here in 24 hours to help with the shit that is about to land on y'all." He holds my stare with his steely one. She didn't do it. The woman cries at the thought of dead dormice. No way she is a murderer. Nick can get her off the charge. It's cooked up bullshit, but even if it weren't, he could likely get her off. However, that doesn't mean she's safe. Someone wanted her framed. "Either take him or kill him, and take Vadim," Nick snaps. "But fucking go sort one thing out. I can't come. I have more than enough shit to deal with here now. I can't believe that screw-up brother of ours has to run off with Tommaso Rossi's cousin. I told you, he's nothing but a screw-up." Nikolai is working himself up into a nice, frothing head of rage,
and I can't deal with that right now because I just need to be with Leah. I look at Logan and narrow my eyes. Come on, let's go. I make the decision and tell him to come with me. Yes, boss, he says. I message Easton and tell him to bring the car around the front. As soon as I leave the club and jog down the steps toward the car, I feel as if I can breathe, as if a weight has been lifted from my chest. For the last couple of hours, I felt as if I had lost everything. It made me realize that none of this matters. The club, wanting to be at the same level as Nikolai, the money, none of it. The only thing that mattered for the last couple of hours was Leah, and the fact that I might have lost her. I slide into the car, and Logan gets in next to me. I am really sorry, boss. I know I screwed up, and I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you if you let me keep working for you. He is less combative now that we're alone. Logan knows that I'm not going to kill him. Nick might suggest such things, but that's not how things work in the real world. Logan is head of a very powerful security firm, and his men would only come for my own head if I took his off. Doesn't mean I won't fire his ass, though, and then spread the word to everybody who might think of hiring him about what he did. I haven't decided yet whether I want to get rid of him or let him pay his penance. By the time we arrive at the police station, I'm almost sick with anticipation. I climb out of the car and race up the steps, bursting through the doors and into the foyer. Stuart Patrick, I say, giving the name of Nick's contact. A moment later, a small, exhausted-looking man approaches me. Sasha Volkov? He asks. I nod. Come with me, he says. I follow him down the corridor with Logan at my heels. He might be a copper, but this man works for my brother. No, strike that. He's my brother's puppet, which means he's most definitely on our side. He leads me to a waiting room and unlocks the door, pushing it open and gesturing for me to go inside. I step into the room and nearly fall to my knees when I see the familiar figure huddled in a chair by the one table in the center of the room, the strip lights making her look wan and sickly. She glances up, and her face crumples when she sees me. She starts to sob. I'm so sorry, Sasha. I didn't do it. I swear to you, I didn't kill him. I should have told you the truth. Stuart Patrick is standing by my side, and no matter how much hold my brother has over him, I don't want Leah to say another word while he's in this room. Shush, it's all okay. We just need to get you home. It's not that simple, Stuart says. There's a warrant out for her arrest. Fuck the warrant, I say. It has to be shaky at best and entirely fraudulent at worst. I agree. However, I do need to sort this out, and it might take a few hours. You're welcome to stay in here with her until I get to the bottom of this. Leah's been most cooperative and has already given me a statement. You took her statement without a lawyer or me being present? I'm about to throttle him. Don't get your panties into a twist. I'm on your side. He lowers his voice and leans in close enough for me to smell the cigarettes on his breath. She's only told me the truth. We can help, and she'll be safe. There are programs, such as witness protection. No. The word is out before I can even think. There's no way she's being sent away. She needs to be kept safe from what I've pieced together. Leah might be the witness, but her family and some corrupt local police are framing her, which puts her in danger. I can keep her safe, I reiterate. He sighs. I'm sure you can, Mr. Volkov, although not in ways that I can hear about. Are you saying she's to be under your family's protection? Absolutely. If the young lady will be staying with you and under your protection, I'm sure she'll be safe. I'll release her. Your brother didn't explain the full situation to me. I still need her to stay here for another few hours, though. I have to process her statement and try to find out why anybody beyond the corrupt few thought that she was the one responsible for that terrible murder. It doesn't bode well for the state of the force down there on the coast now, does it? It would seem that there are some bad eggs, as you British say, Logan says. I sit with Leah and take her hand in mine, holding it tight while the policeman exits the room. I asked Logan to go fetch us a couple of cups of coffee and some chocolate or something to eat. Leah's hands are freezing, and she's shivering, probably from shock. As soon as we're alone, I do what I've been craving to do since the moment I saw her. I pull her into my arms and lift her onto my lap. I wrap my arms around her and hold her tight to me as she sobs. "I'm so sorry," she sniffles against my neck. "I put you in danger, you and your brothers. I should have told you the truth, but I was so scared. That's why I put myself up for the auction. I was running away from what I'd seen, from what my cousin did. They were looking for me straight after. I was hiding in the rain in this alleyway, and they were shouting my name, laughing and talking about the things they would do to me when they caught me." Now that the dam is broken, it's as if she can't stop the waterfall of words flowing my way. She tells me everything, often repeating some of the things 2 or 3 times. Through it all, I hold her tight and try to reassure her. "And that's the worst of it, you see? I knew once it came out that I wouldn't be able to be with you because there's no way someone like you would stay with trash like me. My family is nothing but petty drug dealers and thieves. We live on one of the worst housing estates in the whole country. I'm from such a different world than you. I know you can't be with me now, but can I at least stay until after the court case?" It's as if she hasn't heard a word I said to the cop. Maybe she hasn't. Perhaps she's too shocked to take things in right now. I try, though. I attempt to get through to her the way I reached her in the past. "Leah," I tell her as I tip her chin up, "if you call yourself trash one more time, do you know what I'm going to do?" She shakes her head. "I'm going to do what I did at the party, but harder and longer. You are never to use that word about yourself again. Do you understand me?" "Yes," she breathes. "Then I also need you to hear me on this, too. You are mine. Mine. I don't give a fuck if you did kill someone, although I know you couldn't have. You're too kind and soft. However, nothing can change that fact. You wear my collar. You have my name around your neck. Soon you will wear my ring. I'm not letting you go. Do you understand this also?" Her gaze meets mine, and she blinks tear-heavy lashes. "I'm yours," she says, with a tiny hint of a smile through her tears. "Good girl," I tell her in a soothing voice. "I know you told the police everything, but I'm afraid I'm going to need you to tell me all about your cousin and the other gang members so that I can sort them out properly. This can't be left to the police, or you'll never be safe." "What does sort them out properly mean?" she asks. "I think you know what it means. Don't make me say it." She nods once. 3 hours later, we are finally released from the police station. Easton drives us home, Leah curled up and asleep in my lap. I carried her out of the police station, then settled her on my lap once more in the car. I can't seem to let her go. I want to marry this girl. I want her to be the mother of my babies. I want to see her grow round and full of life. I want to wake up to her beautiful face every single day. I'm going to make sure that she's safe. But those who threatened her will be erased from the face of the earth. When we reach the house, she stirs in my arms as I climb up the stairs to the door. Easton opens it for us, and I carry her inside. She gives a soft, breathy laugh. "What are you laughing at, Kukla?" I ask her. "You carried me over the threshold," she says. I bend down to take her lips in a full, passionate kiss, unable to resist any longer, not caring that Easton and Logan are both watching. I did, and one day soon, I'll do it for real. I carry her up the stairs to our bedroom. There's no going back to that awful life of hers now. It cuts me deep that she lived in poverty and fear. Never again. This will become her new life, and mine too. I'm hoping she will want to split her time between London and America, but wherever she is and wherever she wants to be in the future is going to be my home. Once we arrange to meet with Stamatis, I will take her with me to Corfu and introduce her to the people based there. I've already decided
I'm going to ask a huge favor of Konstantin Silvanov. I don't really know the man, but I'm going to be paying a lot of money to hire the best he has trained, as it seems I need a new security detail. Whether I forgive Logan or not is immaterial. He won't want to be based in Britain, and it seems I might well be. So I'll hire a new team from Silvanov and his partner. In return, I want a promise from them. If anything ever happened to me and my brothers, if Tommaso Rossi can't get over losing his cousin and he comes for us with everything he has, I want to know my kukla will be taken care of by them. I want to be able to live free of worry and fear for her. I want Silvanov to promise her a protected place on his compound in Corfu. I push those thoughts away for now because they're too depressing in this moment when I have my love back in my arms. I undress her as she patiently lets me, being the perfect, beautiful doll I've nicknamed her after. Then I take my clothes off briskly and lift her into the bed, pulling the sheets around us both. As I wrap her in the cocoon of my arms, my eyes close. "I wish I could stay here in your arms forever," she says sleepily. "You're going to get that wish, Kukla. You're going to be mine in every way, forever. I love you. And I'm going to marry you." "I love you too, Sasha. I love you so much, it hurts." I kiss her neck, inhaling the scent of her. For the first time, my London house feels like a home, and it's all down to this woman. She came into my life as a favor, and she transformed it beyond all belief. She's my home now, my heart, my ever after.
Epilogue. Leah. As the weeks pass, I find myself falling harder than ever for Sasha Volkov. It makes my blood sing and my heart soar. I got to know Sienna and Nikolai a little more, too. Nikolai I am still wary of, but Sienna I adore. She's so kind and funny. She has a friend named Sharon who is great fun. Once or twice now I've been taken to the gallery Sienna is working on, and I've had lunch with them. Something happened in my legal case, which means I don't have to go meet with the lawyers anymore, because suddenly the evidence of who really committed the crime has been found, along with some witnesses from the gang who have turned themselves into the state, for protection in return for their evidence. It's all rather neat and points to the hands of the Volkov brothers being involved. My cousin is alive, however, and for that I am grateful, because I honestly thought Sasha was going to kill him. I'm dressed in a pair of jeans, a light cashmere sweater, and tan ankle boots. It's a cool day for the time of year, and I don't want to be cold. It's going to be cooler on the coast than here in London by a few degrees. "You look beautiful," Sasha says as he enters our bedroom. He always says that to me, that I look beautiful. It never sounds like something he simply says, though. It always has sincerity behind it. Thank you. I'm a bag of nerves, but I'm hiding them well. I fought to become someone worthy of a man like Sasha Volkov with all his wealth and status, but it seems, in the end, I only had to become someone worthy of myself. Once I faced my fears of my cousin and his gang, and talked to the police and lawyers, something I insisted upon to Sasha, I felt so much better. It's almost a disappointment to me now that I won't face them in the courtroom. I asked Sasha about Rebecca. He found her via his private investigator, Pepper, alive and well. She even spoke with me. Turns out she disappeared after their relationship ended, but for entirely different reasons than Sasha doing away with her. She wanted a fresh start away from her cloying family, so she changed her name and started over. Pepper has been investigating my cousin and his gang, and I think she's the one who got the police the names of the two boys who rolled over on the others. I'm kind of sad I won't get my day in court, I say conversationally. I'm not. None of us need that kind of attention. It's a bit convenient how they simply found two gang members willing to testify. Isn't it just? He says with a smirk. I don't want to know, do I? No. I nod and keep my mouth shut. I'm learning that if one wants to be a queen to a man like Sasha Volkov, then one must act like a queen. Regal, not saying much, a keeper of secrets. The best queens are rather like heroes in romance novels, strong and silent. They don't say too much. They guard the state's secrets and are a beacon of steadiness in an ever-changing world. The things I overhear could sink the Volkov ship, but I would never do that. I know that Sasha and Nikolai are planning an alliance with a Greek shipping magnate. I also know that they are planning to bring down a man named Robert Taylor once they have extorted him to do their bidding. They are not good men, morally gray at best. They are, however, soon to be my family, my husband and my brother-in-law, and as such, I shall be utterly loyal. He's shown loyalty to me, after all. Sasha not only got the police off my back and my cousin neutralized as a threat, but he bought me out of my contract early. He's been steadfast in ways I would never have expected. I want to be that for Sasha. Someone steady who he can trust and rely on. Someone smart enough to know when to push and when to stay quiet. He has his brother, of course, but their relationship is strained. Even more so by the fact that their youngest brother, Maxim, is still on the run with the Rossi girl. "Have you heard anything more from Maxim?" I ask. "Yes, I have." Sasha takes off his shirt and pulls on a light sweater. "He wants to come to Corfu to meet with Stamatis, Constantine, and Andreas." "What?" I whip around to face my fiancé. I lift a hand to brush a lock of hair from my eyes, my ring glinting in the sun. The ring is heavy on my finger. New, a steady weight that anchors me to this new life, and to this man and his family full of intrigues and danger. It's a 2-carat diamond, but flawless and pure white, which means it costs such a stupid amount of money that I can't even contemplate it. I told Sasha that I wanted something less expensive, but he refused to budge on this issue. I relented, but only if he'd agree to give my mom enough money to find somewhere to live away from her toxic sister. He refused to help her at first, as he says her mess is her own fault. I don't say it that way, and he finally agreed. Today, Sasha is going to meet my mother as we help her move. He doesn't like her, even though he's never met her. He says she let me down. I think she was doing her best with limited resources, and at the end of the day, she's always going to be my mom. Forcing my mind back to the conversation at hand, I shake my head. "Your brother is crazy. Why does he think you and Nikolai will want him there?" "He doesn't want to be there to talk business. He wants to take Aurora there so they can hire some men, and then he plans on taking her back to Slovakia, to our family." "What does Nick think of that?" Sasha grins. "I think he's going to need blood pressure medication soon." "I'll drive today," I tell him. I have a car. I used Ford. He was horrified and told me that he'd buy me a new Porsche or BMW. I said absolutely not. The car is mine. I bought it with the money I got from completing the auction deal. The rest I have used to rent a dance studio 2 miles from here. I am going to start teaching classes 5 times a week next month. Sasha wanted to buy me the place, and again, I told him no. I love him, but I also want to build my own success, not rely on him for everything. Sienna has her gallery, and I could have something similar for my dance classes, but I don't want it all bought and paid for. I don't simply want to act as if I'm good enough in this world. I want to prove I am, to myself as well as others. This way, it will take me a lot longer to get where I want to go, but it will be all the sweeter when I arrive, because I'll have done it myself. "Are you telling me I have to sit in that rust bucket? Can't you at least drive one of my cars? Just for today. We will need the room." The Ford Fiesta is small. Perhaps he has a point. If we are taking Mum's things to her new house, we need space. What do you recommend? "Not the fucking Ferrari." I snort out a laugh. There's no room in that thing. Also, it's kind of sad. I don't want to drive it. It screams midlife crisis. He scowls at me. "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, that is so." "Take the BMW." I grab a bag, pop a lipstick, hand sanitizer, and my small wallet from the dresser into the bag and give my hair a last fluff. When we hit the landing at the foot of the stairs, Easton is there waiting for us. "Are you sure you don't need me any further today?" he asks. "No, you're free," I tell him with a smile. He grins back. "See you tomorrow." Then he grabs his jacket and throws it on as he heads out the door. The one thing I did ask Sasha Volkov for was to keep Easton on staff. Sometimes Sasha will have to be away on business. And even though once we've been to see the scary-sounding Stamatis, Constantine, and Andreas, I will have my own personal security detail, Easton has become more than staff to me. He's a friend. We drive through the streets of London, and once on the motorway, it's only 90 minutes or so to the coast. The large Victorian houses on the outskirts of Moorham belie the seedy area around the town centre. As we approach the estate where I spent some of the worst months of my life, my stomach knots. Act as if, Leah, I tell myself. You're a queen now. Be a bad bitch and don't let them see your fear. I've decided to keep my name as Leah going forward. My father called me it, and despite him leaving us, I like the tie to the past it represents, but also the start of something new. Julia feels worn out, like an old winter coat that's become threadbare and ill-fitting. Sasha knows my real surname now, too, since it was blasted all over the news. He doesn't seem to mind being engaged to a fugitive. I grin to myself, not that I am anymore. The streets we're approaching now are Julia's territory. St. John's Wood and Club V are Leah's. Leah fits. It feels right. Shiny and new like my life now. The car pulls smoothly up outside the rundown house. I throw it into park. A big, warm hand squeezes mine. You've got this, Kukla. Once we're done here, we can go and get something to eat. And then we'll plan what we will do on our vacation in Corfu. I smile at my handsome fiancé and thank God from the bottom of my heart for helping me find this man. I love you. I tell him as the door to the house opens and my mother steps out. She looks unsure, nervous even. I open my car door and exit the vehicle. I step onto the path to the house and swallow down my instinctive fear when my aunt's hard face appears behind Mum's smiling one, and I once more find that warm hand taking mine. I walk toward my mother, holding the hand of the man I love with my head held high. I have my future by my side, and it eclipses my past and my fear. Love really does conquer all.
Epilogue Part 2. Maxim. If we can get to Corfu, I can speak with Konstantin Silvanov about getting an introduction to Giovanni Bianchi, and I might be able to ensure Aurora's safety. Bianchi is a powerful figure, and he has connections who can facilitate a safe meet between myself and Aurora's cousin. I want to ask for her hand in marriage. I will pay money, blood, sweat, or, if they wish, power and connections. I will pay whatever it takes to ensure Aurora isn't in danger and she and I can be together. The woman has bewitched me, enticed me and wrapped me in a spell, and I can't let her go now, no matter what the outcome for both of us. If she is to be mine, then I need to make a deal with the devil and cement a powerful allegiance between our two families. My brothers are going to hate it, but they won't have a choice. I must ensure that Tommaso Rossi is no longer a threat to the woman I am besotted with, and I need help to do so. Giovanni Bianchi is a man who can provide that help, and Konstantin Silvanov can give me access. Whilst my brothers were building empires and mountains of money in far-flung lands, I was building an army in our homeland. I have men, weapons, and the means to control what happens on some of the most disputed border territory in the arms-moving world. So I have things someone like Stamatis Kantos might want, things I can offer someone like Silvanov, such as men for his program who are highly trained. I want something in return. Access, introductions, and if all else fails, a haven for Aurora while I make the world secure for her. If I can't align in some way with Tommaso and make him see sense, then I shall have to end the man. Either way, I will fight until my last breath to secure a future for Aurora where she isn't always going to be hiding in fear. Corfu will be the start of that journey for us. This concludes Given to Him by S.R. Jones, narrated by Marie Hawkins and Eric Smees. Copyright 2022 by S.R. Jones. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with S.R. Jones, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto.
Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.